in 2024, despite the war, over 50 billion shekels of export. This figure will rise in the coming years in light of the geopolitical developments worldwide and mainly in Europe. Together with the potential growth in the sectors I just mentioned, Israel also serves as several core strengths that enable its economy to remain resilient despite the many challenges it faces. One of the most significant strengths of the Israeli economy is its financial system. The governor elaborated regarding that yesterday night, so I will not elaborate. The Israeli banking sector is stable and demonstrates its resilience even in times of crisis. Moreover, Israeli banks are among the most efficient in the world, partially due to the rapid adoption of advanced technology. The efficiency ratio among Israeli banks cannot be seen in most banks in the world, and I believe that none of the banks in the world has efficiency ratio like some of the banks in Israel has. This is indeed an issue of national pride. This is not only a business advantage of the Israeli economy, but also an ability to quickly adapt business activities to the changing reality. And again, the governor of Bank of Israel spoke yesterday about his decision not to cancel the business day on the 8th of October. This is thanks to that. He knew that the Israeli banking sector will adapt all the challenges and will be able to run the business day. Another fundamental strength of the Israeli economies is the groundbreaking innovation. The Israeli high-tech industry actually served as a role model for many years. I am certain that all of us are here today take great pride in the young, determined Israelis who are developing technologies that will propel Israel to the new heights in the coming years. In fact, the current war has only accelerated this trend. I meet many young Israelis who have returned from the battlefields. They returned with inspiring initiatives and ideas. Today, they are founding new companies and are building the infrastructure for the future the growth of the Israeli economy. Ladies and gentlemen, all the examples I have just mentioned paint a clear picture of how Israel's economy will continue to grow much faster in the years to come. The obvious conclusion, in my view, is that Israel is an excellent investment option. It was true last year, and it's true now more than ever. In a world of volatility, the Israeli economy is a kind of safe haven. Thanks to Israel's unique indicators, and thanks to the Israeli capability that combines resilience together with flexibility and a quick response, I believe that anyone who will invest in Israel, particularly in companies that are adopting advanced technologies, will enjoy substantial returns. The Israeli DNA is defined by the ability to adapt quickly and wisely to the changing reality. The growth of the Israeli economy, despite the various threats, is rooted in that same unique Israeli code. It also stems from the outstanding support of the Jewish people around the world, especially the American Jewish community in the difficult month in the beginning of the war. No other country in the world has been blessed with such a committed, unique support, and it helped a lot. So for conclusion, to invest in Israel is also to invest in this remarkable and unique DNA. An additional aspect of the Israeli DNA is our unwavering commitment and concern to the safety of Jewish people wherever they are. Today, as 58 of our brothers and sisters are still being held captive by Hamas terrorists in Gaza, we all pray for the safe and swift return back to their families. Thank you. I wish you all a productive conference.
I am honored to welcome the Consul General of Israel in New York and former Minister of Innovation, Science, and Technology, Mr. Ophir Akunis.
Thank you, Tamar. Boker Tov. Good morning. I would like to take a moment to thank the Jerusalem Post for hosting this conference here in New York again. Thank you to Eli, Ofer, Tzvika, Chaim, Hanan, and your entire team for your tireless effort to be putting on this important conference year after year. It is a privilege to be able to speak here mostly every year since 2017, and I can see here Minister Naveh and others. Good morning, mayors, Boker Tov lekulam. My friends, there has been a lot of changes since my speech last year. The most important, we are creating a new Middle East. A Middle East without Hezbollah and Nasrallah, without Sinwar, and soon without Hamas. Big changes take time, but this accomplishment has come at a high price. With your permission, my friends, over 850 brave, young, beautiful soldiers have given up their life to ensure this new Middle East and the security of the State of Israel. But before we speak more about the new Middle East, we must look at the past year here in the United States. אנחנו תמיד אוהבים להגיד מה נשתנה. ובכן, first of all, we all have seen the horrific photos from the streets here, right here in Manhattan, last year, and especially on the campuses and the universities. Just last week, the wild mob strikes again at Columbia, breaking into the library while vandalizing the tables and physically assaulting campus security. I am grateful to see that majority of Americans don't agree with this behavior. But my friends, this is a real threat. Many, and you should know, I'm very honest usually, you should know that many of these well-organized protests have been supported by Qatar. I believe it hasn't gotten better since President Trump has taken office and put pressure on the universities. Thank you, President Trump. But as I said here on this stage last year, these mobs are using the American democracy to destroy it, and it must be stopped. Well, from campuses to the Middle East, with your permission, there is a lot of work that needs to get done, but I am optimistic it can be happen. But there is one condition. Only if those that terrorize all of us are destroyed. We are almost in month 19 of this war with Hamas in the Gaza Strip. And the two main goals of this war are still relevant. Hamas and their friends in Qatar must release the remaining 58 hostages. And I mean all of them, and I mean now. If Qatar, if they really want to help Hamas negotiate, then they know what they need to do, as we saw it last week with the release of Idan Alexander. I'm saying to you, to all of you, and to the Qataris as well, here from New York this morning, Qatar should be using their money to rebuild Gaza above ground, not below. Hamas must also put down weapons and leave the Gaza Strip. They can't be a military or political party anymore. And my friends, I am saying here today, free Gaza. Free Gaza from Hamas. Well, we don't want to continue this war. We don't want to be in Gaza. But we must to prevent another October 7th, as the Qatar-funded tunnels are still 70% of the tunnels in the Gaza Strip. My friends, if Hamas would put down their weapons and release our brothers, the people of Gaza would have the opportunity to live in peace and rebuild. The opportunities are endless. And I can say it this morning, actually, that Gaza can be like the Emirates if they want to. The same in Judea and Samaria with the Palestinians. When I was a minister of regional cooperation, I approached the Palestinians to work with us on water tech, agriculture, and tourism. But they refused to work with us. Just exactly like they refused in 78 years ago at the United Nations when they were offered a two-state solution. Instead, of course, instead of accepting Resolution 181, they committed terrorist acts. Instead of focusing on destruction, they should be educating their children to live in peace and note how to kill more Jews, or to educate their children that Jews are pigs and monkeys. This is not the right way to achieve peace. And we will, by the way, my friends, the Israelis, all of us, and I suppose that you as well, we all still waiting for Abu Mazen to condemn the horrific terrorist act that happened just less than 1 week in Samaria, where Tse'ela Ges, a pregnant woman, murdered. And we are almost 4 days after the terror attack, and he still haven't condemned. This is unacceptable. He is the leader of the Palestinian Authority. He should condemn it, and he is not doing it. A pregnant woman on her way to the hospital. Tse'ela Gez, Hashem Yikom Dama. So I'm saying here to another one of our neighbors, the Lebanese people, don't rebuild Hezbollah. Come to the negotiation table and join the Abraham Accords. We don't have any territorial disagreeing with you, with the Lebanese. We just don't want the Iranian proxy on our border or in Lebanon anymore. And as I said before about Gaza, I'm saying here today about Lebanon. Free Lebanon. Freedom from Hezbollah. Just like Lebanon, we don't want to be in war with Syria. Syria, since the Assad regime fell earlier this year, Syria has been something of continued concern. The real test of what will happen can't be based on his declarations, but be judged based on his actions. He must stop butchering our brothers, the Druze community in Syria. As I told to the head of the Druze community here, Sheikh Tarif, he came to visit me in the consulate a few weeks ago. I said, you are all family and will continue to protect you. My friends, we are willing for peace. We are willing for peace with Syria, but under the condition that killing must stop and the Golan Heights stays in Israel's hands forever. It has historically been in Jewish hands, except for 19 years of Syrian occupation from 1948 to June 1967. And we will never withdraw from the Golan Heights, so if they want peace, they are more than welcome. Peace for peace, period. So, my friends, with the rise of anti-Semitism around the world, the new Middle East being created in front of our eyes, what does our future look like? Well, since October 7th, we have seen Jews of all practices and beliefs come together with shared understandings. An understanding that we must continue to unite our values, faith, and resilience. I am always saying unity first. We have enough enemies around us to fight. We can argue, we can disagree, but we must always remember, we are one nation, Am Echad. My friends, we are continuing to pray to demand the release of all remaining 58 hostages who are being held in the dungeons of Gaza. We are saying from here, from New York, to our heroes, the brave IDF and security forces who are currently risking their lives fighting in the Gaza Strip right now. We hug you, we admire you, and we salute you. May we always remember to say, Am Israel Chai, the Jewish people live and will always live. Thank you so much. Toda raba. Thank you so much. Toda.
Thank you. For over 70 years, Israel Bonds has raised more than $54 billion in investment worldwide. Under Dani Nave's management, Israel Bonds has solidified its role as a pillar of Israel's economy and a bridge to Jewish communities around the world. Please welcome Israel Bonds Global President and CEO, Mr. Dani Nave, who will be interviewed by Dr. Ephraim Chalamish, professor at NYU, senior advisor at Kroll, international media commentator, and columnist. Please.
Good morning. Good morning. So first, I want to say thank you to the leadership of the Jerusalem Post, Eli, Inbound, the rest of the team, for putting together such a fantastic beginning for a very important day. People come and go, but I think the JPOS, especially New York Conference, is here to stay. Danny.
Good morning.
It's great to see you.
Great to have you.
So let's start with a personal story, because you've done amazing things over the years, and you were part of the leadership of the Jewish people, of the Israeli government, but now you're part of the Israeli Bonds leadership, and what it means for you, why it's such an important part of your personal journey.
Well, first I would like to join your congrats to the Jerusalem Post, and first and foremost to the publisher Eli Azur for organizing this important conference. Especially these days, it's so important, as we say in Hebrew, Hine ma tov u'mana'im shevet achim gam yachad. How good and how pleasant it is to dwell in unity together, especially these days. Yes, for me, like I'm sure all of you, everything changed on October 7th. Nothing is the same. On a personal note, on a business point of view, nothing is the same. And I can tell you that since October 7th, our mission, my mission as Israel Bonds President and CEO, has felt much more urgent, vital, and important, like never before. And as you have said, I served on different key positions in the government, in the financial sector in Israel for many years. I feel that this current responsibility to be able to play such an important part in Israel's economy resilience at this critical time is really probably the most important mission that I've ever served in my life.
Fantastic. So let's help the people here around the room and the thousands of people watching from home or from offices to better understand what you've done so far since October 7, and looking forward, what you are trying to achieve on the financial side.
On October 7th, really on that same day, I initiated a special campaign of support for Israel. We have mobilized all our professional staff all around the world, and we have seen, all of us, the growing desire of so many people to help Israel. And the mission, of course, was to see how we can harness this momentum to get support for Israel. And I am so proud to tell you that first, in 1 month, 30 days, we have raised $1 billion for Israel. $1 billion of investment.
Kol hakavod.
And in addition to that, and I'm going to share with you guys this information for the first time, since October 7th, Israel Bonds raised almost $5 billion for Israel. $5 billion.
Danny.
And I can tell you that these funds really have played an important part in Israel's economy resilience. And you can see so many people around the world coming forward, asking, how can we help Israel? And by investing in Israel bonds, they find a great way to make this impact of support for Israel.
Terrific. So we've experienced very volatile financial markets over the last couple of months and years. And we don't live in a bubble, Danny. We understand that Israel Bonds operates like many financial institutions in a context. So those here in the audience and people watching us and trying to understand where Israel Bonds stands with respect to the current volatility environment, with respect to bonds performance, what can you tell them to better understand what you're trying to achieve?
So as we know, every year you think that you are going to expect what can be even more challenging than the previous year. So every year, you have your own challenges in the financial sector. And definitely these volatility in the markets and some other challenges that we are all aware of, these are the kind of things that we need to face. And I can tell you that Israel bonds, investment in Israel bonds, like purchasing Israel bonds, is a great alternative for someone that looks for strong and steady return, especially due to this volatility that you have mentioned. We have bonds with different maturities from 2 years to 15 years. And we always follow the treasuries. If it's here in the United States, we always follow the treasuries of the United States. So we give some spreads over the treasuries. And for example, we have a great product because not only people that have the capability to invest millions of dollars invest in Israel bonds. We have investors from all walks of life. Bar mitzvah students that gets a $36 gift. And we have a great product, we call it e-mazel. So you can go online and get these bonds for $36 gift for bar mitzvah. And we give 5.44% for this product today. And it's a great opportunity for people to say, for long term, let's get this fixed income with strong and steady return. And to support Israel at the same time.
So you mentioned, Danny, that people come from all over the world, they're investing in Israeli bonds, especially the young audience. So I want to, just before we finish this interesting interview, just to say one word. When I grew up, we all knew the ethos of Israeli bonds. 2025, people trade on their mobile from all over the place, especially young people. How do you tell the young people, the next generation, the ethos of Israeli bond and what you're trying to achieve, especially in light of the $5 billion performance since last year?
Yeah, I know that here in this room there are many leaders of different Jewish organizations and different organizations that do so much for Israel. And I'm sure that all of us really share that probably one of the most important challenges for all of us is a new generation, like the younger demographics. And I can tell you that we have a great new leadership division. And people that are involved at our new leadership division understand that by investing in Israel bonds, by being involved, they are not just building a bond with Israel for today. They are doing it for tomorrow. And we have initiated a special campaign, unifying campaign, and we brand it as Support Israel's Tomorrow Together. And our new leadership are highly involved in this campaign, understanding that it is so important for all of us future. So we have a great new leadership division, and it's a great way for people, for example, younger people that were involved in Birthright, Masa, all these great programs, and now they're looking for a follow-up to be involved in a different way. So Israel Bonds is a great place for that.
Dan Innovate, thank you for being here. Good luck to you and the Israeli Bonds moving forward. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much.
Hamilton Lane is one of the world's top private market investing firms with an extensive roster of prominent investors, including major insurance companies, college endowment funds and foundations, financial institutions, wealth managers, and public retirement systems. Hamilton Lane co-CEO Juan Delgado brings deep expertise in private equity, portfolio construction, and global fund strategies, and unequivocal, steadfast support for Israel. Please welcome Juan Delgado, co-CEO of Hamilton Lane.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege, it's a personal honor to be invited to be addressing you. Thank you to the Jerusalem Post for the kind invitation. I note it is my first time, though. I've been going to Israel for over 20 years, so I'm really, really happy to be here. Why do we have the Spanish guy that runs Hamilton Lane addressing you? The reason is straightforward. You've heard about the bond case, you've heard about the investment case overall. I'm here to tell you about the private markets case. We are the largest investor in private markets in the world. If you didn't know us, I'll come to explain a bit more. Israel is the most attractive high-tech investment in the world. So naturally, we are the largest foreign investor in the high-tech in Israel. That's why we're here. If you're not investing in high-tech, in private markets, in venture, in growth in Israel, there's something wrong with you. And that's really probably the only reason we are invited. And we've said this before. I said that once. I said it right off in November, the first time I came back to Tel Aviv after the horror. And so that's part of what we're going to do. So think of this as a supporter, a global organization like Hamilton Lane, specialist in private markets, that, however, has evolved through these last 20 years plus as the largest investor in Israel. We're going to tell you the story of that journey together. So first, again, who is Hamilton Lane? I don't know if this moves or not. Doesn't matter, don't worry. Private markets is a specialist skill. Includes venture capital, buyout, growth, private credit, infrastructure, real estate. All of that is something that requires deal flow and a specialist skill. We are the largest such investor in the world for the last 34 years. Again, it's not any of the other firms you think you know, any of the major banks, any of the other firms, because they are diversified. We're a specialist in private markets. We are now close to $1 trillion just in private markets. And again, we use part of that capital to invest in Israel, to support high tech, and we've done that for a long, long time. One of the types of investors that we manage money for, that I want to shout out for in this context, is we're the largest manager of segregated managed accounts, SMAs or mandates. We're the largest institutions in the world allow us or entrust us their capital to invest globally. The pension fund of the New York State Common Retirement Fund, right here in this state, in this city, is the largest foreign investor in high tech in Israel. I think we should give them a round of applause. They've been investing with Hamilton Lane for over 20 years in companies across all sectors, homeland security, gaming, software, SaaS, et cetera, for a long, long time. And they, more importantly, have continued to do that and that endorsement through these last most challenging 2 years. So again, this is an example of the partnership, an example of the clients that Hamilton Lane handles globally. But in addition to that, we have the largest insurance in Israel as well, the largest sovereign wealth funds in Asia, I am based in Hong Kong for the last 14 years. So again, part of why we are here is to tell you a story of how Israel is a world-class investment destination in the high tech. And any global allocator of capital of our league, traditionally only institutional, managing capital only for the endowments, the pensions plan, all over the world, why and how a company like us finds Israel, is invested in Israel, and builds up a presence in Israel for over 20 years. That really is the story that we're going to tell you. You're not missing anything for the slides. Don't worry about it. The slides tell you a story of the growth of our company. By the way, we are a public company. We're quoted in NASDAQ, so you can go and check it out yourselves. We're not done as well as Hanan's Bank Lumi, but I just checked my stock is down 43% in the same time. So it's not too shabby either. So that's really as far as we have a couple of cool pictures that show Limor, my partner, and I when we were young in high school back in Israel. But the clicker doesn't seem to like me this morning, so you'll have to take my word for it. Oh, here we go. No. Oh, here we go. Sorry. There you go. So that's our logo. I'll catch you up real quick. No, I'm not going to repeat myself. This is our logo. This is us. This is the footprint of assets, in case you were not kind of following. This makes us the largest. We actually, it's a cool founding story. We were founded by 2 individuals. It's a very nice kind of entrepreneurial story. And we grew organically over these last 34 years all over the world. I started 20 years ago, and this is what you need to know. The most important part of that slide is that we're the largest investor. Size matters, and being a global investor matters. We invested $34 billion. I know everyone is throwing billions, like the bond market is the largest market, is an amazing market. Private markets is not as big as the bond market, right? The whole of private markets. To invest $34 billion, or to invest over $1.25 billion, close to $1.5 billion in Israel, is a big deal because it's only in private markets. And that's what we have done. We have over $1.25 billion running at $250 million a year or so, investing into Israeli startups, growth, companies, funds supporting the landscape. All private capital, all global allocation, just best in class, not my money, not any endowment, not a philanthropy, just global best in class allocation, which Israel deserves. That's our global footprint. You see Tel Aviv in size, the biggest dot. The cool story of that, and I think, again, that's why we've been invited to tell this story here, is Israel was office number 3. So here is, if you take my words, here's an American headquarter company. Here's a pioneer in private markets. Again, take my word for it. Here's someone who is larger, I don't mean to offend anybody, but larger than BlackRock, Goldman, anybody else in private markets. We are larger than any of those. And Tel Aviv is their 3rd office. That's pretty cool. We've grown to 22 offices. I was based in London, which was a little closer. I'm now in Hong Kong. It's a long flight. It's a pain to catch the El Al flight out of Bangkok. For those of you, if I see you there, just shout out, say hello. Let's cry together. It's like 1 in the morning. It's just painful. It was nicer when there were more flights. But anyway, but that's what Tel Aviv means to all of us. And Limor, who will come up in a minute, is my partner of crime of these last 20 years. I repeat, when she was in high school, she was an intern. And here, I think we have the pictures. Here we are. Here's the pictures. So here's actually 20 years on your far right. This really is Limor and myself in our cafe in Herzliya Pituach. When we were already invested, again, we did not start. When we were already invested in Israeli VCs, and we were following our capital, and we were investing in companies. And then you have, obviously, our event, which is annual in Tel Aviv. We'd love to welcome all of you June 9th this year. 11th, I beg your pardon, 11th. 9th is when I arrive, 11th is the event. And that's what we do, our little thing to support the venture community and the high-tech industry in Israel. So I think that's what I wanted to cover with this. I'll invite my partner to come upstairs and on stage, and we'll tell you a bit more about that journey.
Well, as you said, we will invite your partner of crime. Please welcome Limor Becker, head of Hamilton Lane, Israel, who will be interviewed with Juan Delgado by Dr. Ephraim Chalamish. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Juan. I think you're the next president, pretty much. We need one of those. Wonderful to host you and Limor here, the head of Israel for Hamilton Lane. It's really exciting opportunity to have a deep dive into one of the more interesting companies in the financial sector. Juan and Limor, we just heard about the untold, semi-hidden story of this big private market story. Can you try to explain why it's so challenging to explain the world, this blue ocean? I think it's about 2-3% total investment in private markets, while the potential is so significant.
Well, I think in fairness, it's because we were way smaller, so not even 2% of the MSCI market cap. So we're the smaller part of a global investment landscape. And we were only institutional. So you really had to have hundreds of millions of dollars to have managed this way. And so people here know Harvard Endowment, Yale, the traditional large US endowments, the pension plans that I mentioned are really the global first investors. And so it was not really available to individuals. Family offices were typically not that invested. And that has changed over these last decades, and I think that's what we're coming to.
Limor, in Israel you work a lot, not only with public institutions and companies, but also with private ones. Can you say a little bit about that?
Yes, well, just a few words about myself. I started with Hamilton Lane in 2005, where we came to Israel, and we were very much early comers. There was no private equity in Israel, and nobody invested in private equity in Israel because you couldn't. So the Bahar reform took place in 2005. It was a big reform allowing the Israeli institutions to invest globally. In my previous world, I knew private equity investing, and Hamilton Lane started working, came to Israel, and we started working with the large Israeli institutions, educating them, changing the regulation, and over the years, we built for them amazing private equity portfolios, and I'm very proud that the Israelis today are in par with parallel institutions around the world, and we will speak about it shortly. There is a big revolution now in the private markets, really enabling the private investors to invest in private markets the way only institutions could invest until recently. This is something new that's happening just now.
Thank you. And you're really a pioneer because you started the whole private market investing concept for major Israeli institutionals, and we feel very grateful for that. Juan, we have people here from across the spectrum, investors, politicians, private individuals. One of the biggest questions is, what's the strategy? So this is a blue ocean, and needless to say, Israel is such a fascinating story. How you approach, you as part of the leadership of Hamilton Lane, how you approach the private market investing, from infrastructure to crypto to other credit funds, etc.
Well, that might take a few more minutes. I see only 4 minutes left. But can I answer the part of Israel in that piece? I think in the world we live in, whether we agree or not on the forecast, there are a number of things that are here to stay. You have more of a transactional landscape. You have more challenge to currencies. You have more challenge to trading. And growth is at a premium. And it's already been mentioned this morning that Israel offers growth, offers framework political stability, offers global trade and engagement. And those three things are going to come, and offers, of course, innovation in the high tech specifically. So when you're managing large private market portfolios, you want to position portfolios for that. You want to find growth where it is. You want to find fundamental scalability and open trade. And you want to, frankly, whether we, again, agree or not, you want to invest truly globally, not just in the US. And Israel is a very important part of our strategy for that, in venture and throughout EMEA, of course.
Thank you, Juan. Limor, you work a lot with institutionals, since you know the Israeli institutionals landscape very well. Could you please explain how you approach the institutionals allocation in Israel?
Yes, of course. As I said, when we started, there was no private equity and there was no... So in the beginning, you build the core of portfolios, the best of private equity, and you give them access globally. And over time, each institution has its own, how do you say, taste or will. We, as you mentioned earlier, we are the the largest allocator into the private markets in the world, okay? So the fact that we allocated last year $30 billion into the private markets gives us access to the best investment opportunities out there. We get core investment opportunities from the funds that we invested large amounts of money into, or others who we haven't or want to get close to us. So through them, we see amazing deal flow. And you couple that with our scale, our deep, deep data. We invest a ton of money into data. And the access we get, we just show the Israeli institutions, whether fund investments or co-investment opportunities. Over time, they became very sophisticated. They invest alone, and they invest with us.
Thank you, Limor. Juan, whether it's your 40% or Hanan's 60%, at the end of the day, it all starts from the heart. Yeah. And you showed us these beautiful photos, and especially since October 7, when it was so challenging for people around the world to go and travel, you walk the walk and talk the talk, and you've been to Israel many times, and in general, you're fully committed to the market. Can you speak about your personal journey, flying there so many times and being there on the ground?
I was just doing my job. So we literally, as Limor would tell you, we just had a normal conversation on my next visit. And the biggest compliment we got is our clients, our partners, our team, how could we not visit? And we behave like an Israeli company. So we did like any Israeli company would do, which is get on with the job. Our job is investing, and we invested about $250 million from just the end of September, including the attacks well into the next few months, just on that 6-month period, which is kind of our job.
Amazing.
I will say a story. Early November, just 23, after the war, Juan called me and he told me that he wanted to come to Israel. And I said to him, "Are you serious?" No one came to Israel at that point, and I will never, ever forget that sentence he told me in my life. He said to me, "If it's safe for you, it's safe for me," and he came. And
well said.
And he supported our team. We have a team in Israel. He supported our clients. He supported the company, Israel, and the economy, and we continued investing. We had investments in November and December.
So, two last things before we continue this fantastic journey. One is on technology. You guys are investing a lot in technology to better understand and invest in private markets. Israel is home for so many startups and fintech companies. Limor or Juan or both, when you look at the Israeli market today, where are the exciting things that you look at as a global company? And you, Juan, you spent so many years in Asia, so you have a very global view on the future of technology in financial markets.
Well, I mean, in financial markets, for example, I think that we're very close to looking at tokenization and digital assets, all the gaming industry, all the monetization of gaming technology that Israel pioneers has and can be applied and is applied to fintech, and we're investors in that globally. We're the largest asset manager in private markets using digital assets. Cybersecurity, of course, is not new, but it's just hard to overemphasize how Israel leads the world. And that, we were just having a conversation this morning with 5 managers for breakfast, which is what we do. We're constantly looking at investment opportunities to talk about the consumer, right? The development of a consumer market.
I will say one sentence. It's my personal belief that the vintage of after the war in Israel will be one of the better ones, or will be outstanding. The younger generation, the drive, the passion, the resilience is outstanding, and I think we have doubled down on Israel. Like Juan said, since October 7th, we've invested close to $250 million in Israeli funds and companies.
Amazing. So, Juan, last words is yours. Everyone is listening. What's your final thoughts about how to continue and support this universe?
Just talk to Limor. No, I think it's again, it's an honor, it's a privilege for Hamilton Lane, for all my partners. We are a company of 800 people. Everyone wanted to be here. It's my personal privilege. So again, thank you. This is an amazing company, an amazing event. And Eli, this is unbelievable. And stay the course. Keep investing. Just shout it out. You have to be investing. This is the time to invest.
Terrific. Thank you, Juan. Thank you, Limor. And thank you guys for listening.
Israel is drying up. A severe drought left Israel parched. But from this critical water shortage, a desert country rose to become a global water powerhouse. Welcome to Mekarot, Israel's national water company, the startup nation of the water world. Mekarot seizes the opportunities of the technological innovation arena, turning water scarcity into economic and social growth. We maximize the potential of every water resource through integrated, holistic water management based on one unified system and 4 sources, an integrated and holistic control infrastructure for water supply, harnessing big data combined with artificial intelligence and machine learning, strengthening natural water sources as strategic assets, investment in over 10 startups, alongside the advancement of technological ventures, from state-of-the-art cybersecurity to innovative systems for the water sector. We combine all this with financial resilience and international operations spanning 4 continents. Mekarot successfully overcomes every threat and extreme event thanks to its technological innovation and professionalism. Yes, even in the challenging moments ahead. Mekarot makes the impossible happen.
From ensuring Israel's water security to leading one of the world's most advanced national water utilities, Mekorot has played a key role in shaping the future of water management, both locally and globally. Please welcome Mekorot CEO Amit Lang, who will be interviewed by Jerusalem Post editor-in-chief Tzvika Klein.
Shalom, Amit. How are you?
Hi, good morning.
We have some water in honor of you on the table. But it's not as good as our water.
No, it's not.
Exactly. So it's interesting, you know, growing up in Israel, we all know that, like, you don't leave the water on running. You know, it's we grow up acknowledging the fact that there could be water shortage. Though I think in recent years, there's so many technologies and things that have been developed that it's not so much so, right, anymore.
Yeah, actually, in the last decade, I can say that the shift to desalination actually abolished the fear of scarcity. There will be no more scarcity in water in Israel.
Right. So it's interesting. We had a conversation before, and I learned that you guys invest in startups that have to do with the ecosystem of water, etc., which is a surprising move because, you know, people imagine it as just some sort of like a bureaucratic organization.
Well, it's not surprising for me. I'll tell you, it's a part of a whole strategy of keeping and preserving Mekorot as the best utility water supply in the world. I don't know if people know, but Mekorot, compared to any benchmark of a utility water supplier in the world, is by far better. I'll give you some examples. There is a thing that's called water loss in the system. Every system that transmits something, gas, oil, and of course water, has a loss in the system, in big systems. Well, the average in the OECD of water systems is about 15%. Here in the US, it goes up to 20, 30, and sometimes 40%. In Mekorot, it's less than 4%.
Wow.
Mekorot has outstanding performances, as I mentioned, compared to any benchmark you can think about. It's the only utility in the world that integrated different sources of water into a unified system, groundwater, surface water, desalinated water, of course. And you cannot do all of this without being in the cutting-edge technology, using the cutting-edge technology. So to do this, we have to invest. We invest, by the way, $500 million every year in the infrastructure.
Wow.
and also in technology combined. And
can you give us an example of a firm that you invest in that's innovative, it's groundbreaking?
Actually, we are not a financial investor. We are strategic.
It's strategic, obviously.
So our portfolio, we have currently something like 10 startups which we invested in. All of them are proved to be synergetic to our activity, and it can be in different aspects of our activity. It's cybersecurity, to make sure that the system is not harmed.
Which is interesting, and we had a discussion. So By the way, a few years ago, I lived in South Florida, and there was a hurricane, and there was no electricity, and then there was no water.
Yeah.
So the toilets are stuck, the water's stuck.
This is
and in
another-
Israel, it's not the situation.
Yeah, this is another example why I say that Makot is the best utility in the world, because when there are power outages, there's almost not a case which Makot will not supply the water.
But are there cyber...
It's a lot
Iran,
of-
or are there attacks against water systems?
It's a combination of big redundancy in the system, a lot of backups, and a smart, very smart management of the system, which you can always bring water from other source to bypass the problem and to challenge the scarcity in the spot.
Right. Any other? You have another example of a company?
Yeah,
that does
sure.
Interesting stuff.
So you talked about cyber, but it can be also the treatment of water. For example, Mekorot has to put chlorine in the water. This is the case in Israel.
Chlorine.
Chlorine, again. And it's a dangerous material.
Chemical.
It's a chemical. It's very bureaucratic to move it and to deal with it.
It's very dangerous.
We found a small startup that can do this chlorine on the site without using any transportation, without using any outside materials, from the water itself, using some salt for cooking.
Okay. So
In
basically,
some kind of a procedure.
the water itself creates
the chlorine on site.
That's amazing.
It's amazing.
Wow, wow. And internationally, you mentioned it just a bit, but many countries around the world come to you or you go to them and ask and seek for advice. Can you give us an example of a country around the world that you advised, or you even
Yeah, actually, we're not going to them; they're coming to us. And
we say in Hebrew,
because of the-
"הרוצה את הרב יבוא אליו." If you want the rabbi, you come to the
exactly.
rabbi.
Because of the outstanding performance, we get a lot of approaches from everywhere. We are now currently working in 10 provinces in Argentina, in Paraguay, in Peru. In the other hand, on the other side of the world, we are working in Azerbaijan, in Kazakhstan. We had, before the war, connections with Morocco and Bahrain. And just recently, the Emirates contacted us to try and see if there is something we can do about their aquifers.
Right. And then so what do you see that's different in each country about their systems, and how can you help them?
In each country, the problems are different.
Okay.
But if I try to say what's the common ground for everyone, is a very old and fashionable way of management of the system, and not planning for decades ahead, while Makot is planning always decades ahead.
Right. So during the war, past more than a year and a half, how did you have to shift your work or enable the water to continue, the services to continue?
Yeah, well, actually, it was tough in the beginning,
Okay.
because a lot of our employees are great employees, by the way, which are one of the pillars of our excellency, were recruited, and some of them were evacuated from their houses because of the places they were living in. But still, their commitment and the resilience of the system, and me and my management thought that we should go on and keep on doing as best we can. We keep on everything, try to keep everything as usual. And actually, there was no water outages during all those crises the last 2 years, and it's pretty amazing.
So Amit, that's very inspiring. Thank you so much. Thank you for doing what you do, and we should have success in those startups and lots of innovation.
Thank you very much for you and the crowd, and of course the organizers of this great event, Eli, Inbar, and you, of course. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, friends. Nufara Energy is one of the largest commercial and industrial solar companies in the world, with more than 2,000 projects in Italy, Israel, and the USA, generating over 481 megawatts of renewable energy. It utilizes advanced technologies and groundbreaking solar projects on rooftops, reservoirs, and lands, all of which will enable countries to reach a more effective and stable energy future. Please welcome Chairman and founder of Nofar Energy and owner of Hapoel Tel Aviv Basketball Club, Ofer Yanai, who will be interviewed by Tzvika Klein.
Hello, Ofer, how are you?
Great, great. Tzvika, how are you?
I'm good. So, my kids were excited that I was interviewing someone who owns a basketball team, but they were also disappointed because they're Hapoel Jerusalem fans. But maybe we could make that change.
I don't think so.
You know, okay. No, change their minds.
Oh, yeah.
I wasn't saying.
Yeah, I'm all into that, for sure.
Okay. Okay. So I think it's fascinating as someone who's not a sports fan but has forced to become a sports fan because of my children and some of my employees. Yeah. You've gone through an amazing year.
Yeah, well, it was a crazy year. And this year, in basketball, what we've done is considered to be impossible. In the history of European basketball, there was only one case that a team had managed to win anything when they didn't play at home at all. And this was 1992, Partizan Belgrade. When NATO was bombarding Belgrade, they played the entire season outside of Belgrade and managed to win the championship. The level of competition was not as fierce as the level of competition we had to face. And being able to win a title in that year for the community of Hapoel Tel Aviv, that in October 7 lost 53 fans, it was an amazing experience. And I'm very happy and proud that we managed to do it.
Euro Cup victory.
Yeah.
That's a big deal. So, and it's interesting how, Hapoel Tel Aviv went through many phases and difficulties. And as a bystander, and it seems like it's become some sort of a big family. The club has become more of a community, and definitely throughout the war. I mean, the fact that you mentioned the amount of fans that were killed, during the war, it's amazing. Like, it's not something you would necessarily think of.
Yeah, well, Hapoel has always been a community of fans. They're like one big family. And for me, I'm as owner, I communicate a lot with the fans. One of the most important things in the communication is the communication about what happened in October 7. Mm-hmm. I've been able to support the community. Last year, 6 weeks after October 7, we took a plane full with 160 fans that were in that day, in that horrible day. And for me, Tzvika, going in that plane, we took them to see a game, the game against Venezia, and we won. But the hour of walking in that plane, shaking hands, hearing the stories, where exactly were you in that horrible day, this was crazy hour for me. And it's a great privilege to be able to lead a team that is a beacon of hope and joy to this community.
Definitely. And is it fun?
I'm not a fan. I'm an owner. An owner should never be a fan.
No, it's not fun to own a basketball team?
Fun, yeah. So I'm a fan.
You're not a fan. No, fan.
I'm not a fan.
It's my accent, my Chicagoan accent. It's not, we're in New York.
It's my jet lag, sorry.
I'll change to New York, a New Yorker accent. So it is fun to own a basketball team.
It is. You have like 3 legs. One, it's a business, and NBA is about to come to Europe, so maybe Hapoel Tel Aviv will become an NBA team, and then the valuation is going to be like 30 times fold.
Okay.
Yeah. Everybody's trying to tempt me to stay in New York till Wednesday, because we have a big event in Wednesday, right? To watch the first game of the final.
Yeah.
But this is one leg. The other leg is being a business. The second leg is, of course, the emotions. As a business person, you always practice on not feeling, right?
Right.
Always calculate, be strategic, don't feel. And when you're in sport, you have like a license to feel, which is very important. And the third thing is, of course, is the philanthropic part, because working with the community, bringing joy to the community and to Israel in that year, it's amazing.
Right. Okay, so you are a self-made, businessman. You've succeeded. You've built yourself up from nothing. And I'm wondering, as someone who succeeded and will continue to succeed, Bezrat Hashem, are there any mistakes or any things that you would do differently throughout your career?
I think if you follow my career, you can find patterns that are similar between what I did in Nofar and what I'm doing in Hapoel.
Nofar Energy.
Nofar Energy, my company. I'm not a guy that accepts the status quo. I always try to challenge it and always try to change it. In Nofar, we brought in floating PV, first batteries to Israel. And in Hapoel, we are challenging the old order, the current order in Israeli basketball, also in European basketball. For me, when you try to challenge the status quo, you don't need to feel uncomfortable with failures. You need to feel uncomfortable if you don't fail often enough.
Okay.
Because what does it mean? It means you're playing safe. And if you fail, and I failed a lot, and I will fail a lot, you should use the failure as a moment that you can take the crisis that usually comes with the failure. In sports, it's usually also very emotional, and to take the organization one step further. Use the failure as your fuel. So I think that if you don't fail enough, it means you are not trying hard enough.
I better start failing.
Sure.
Okay. So there are a lot of talks nowadays about the Israeli political system. I spoke about it also earlier, but many of us feel in Israel that there's just not enough people representing them. And there are also many people who are considering going into politics. I think one phenomena that we've seen since October 7th is many people like yourself who are in business, you actually were involved in public life and in philanthropy, but others who weren't and now care and now want to be involved. So, are you going to be a prime minister one day?
Yeah, and I'm considered to be the direct one. So I want to tell you something. The big political, first, I think I totally agree. I think that every person, every good person that is able to contribute should consider the way to do it. What we discovered in October 7 is that we're extremely fragile.
Yeah.
And we need to work hard to keep the dream alive, the dream of the Zionist state of Israel. Considering that, I've had...
Yeah, you could clap, definitely.
The biggest political figure of the time is, of course, Netanyahu. I've had a personal meeting with him in 2022 when he was in the opposition. He had some free time.
Yeah.
And
tell me about it.
And I kind of, after you finish the meeting, you kind of you start to comparing yourself, right? So I said, okay, we are both similar because we're both intelligent and educated. He has an advantage. I think he has another 500 great books because he's 25 years older than me. So he had the time to read another 500 great books.
You read a lot?
Yeah, I read a lot, like 2 books a week. This is my pace. And but the differences for me were 2 differences. One, I think that Bibi really passionate about words, and though I really love words, I'm passionate more about actions, about things that they need to get done. And
I think you have a few supporters in the audience here.
Yeah, maybe. And the second thing is that I think Bibi is very conservative, and I'm a guy that when he enters a room, he thinks of how do I renovate here, right? How do I make the changes here? And
maybe even like to disrupt in a positive sense.
Exactly. This is me. I'm a disruptor. I'm a guy that makes changes. I'm not sure the political climate in Israel has an appetite for this kind of figure. If one day I think that there is an appetite, then maybe this will become a real discussion.
Okay.
Because if I go into politics, I want to be able to make changes.
Okay. So we'll have to make it that appetite exists. And then regarding renewable energy, you could clap if you want. And you don't have to. Renewable energy has become, once it was just like a spoken word and there were not a lot of players. Now there are many players. So how do you continue in such a competitive market?
Well, I think in what we did in Ufar, in the first 8 years, we changed in Israel. But what we are doing outside of Israel is also very interesting and inspiring. We managed to be kind of a pioneer in batteries. Mm-hmm. Batteries are essential for renewable energy. We managed to understand that in 2018, because Israel is an electrical island. if you're in Spain, you can use the electrical system of Portugal, of France, and in time of disaster, like happened to them a few weeks ago, of Morocco, we cannot rely on our neighbors. We can send them water, we can send them natural gas, but we cannot rely on them. So because Israel is an island, in 2018, Nofar started to learn about batteries that are essential to the markets when you put in a lot of renewable energy. And since the average, the US average, the US numbers of renewable energy, electricity production is 24%, the world is 33%, which means now you need batteries almost everywhere. So we're doing quite a nice move around it.
Amazing. So, Ofer Yanai, thank you so much. And also thank you for your partnership with us throughout the past few years. We appreciate it, and we appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you very much.
Please welcome U.S. Congressman from Florida, Brian Mast, Chair of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, who will be interviewed by Amichai Stein.
Thank you very much, Congressman, for being here with us. You're a staunch supporter of Israel. And I think the first question should be, what's your message? You know, Israeli soldiers are right now operating in Gaza, in Syria, in other places. What's your message to the Israeli soldiers as a person who knows what's war? What's your message to these Israeli IDF brave guys who are over there?
I think my message would be twofold. It would be to say, number one, as soldiers, we always realize this. We hold the lives of our friends and our people in our hands, and we hold the lives of our enemies in our hands. And we have the capability to do good or end both. And that's something that we never take lightly, and the longer that war can go on, the easier it can be to want to end the fight. And it's important that we always hold on to those roots that ground us as we're in conflict and we're in war. And the second thing that I would say about that is simply this. You know, I was looking back at this backdrop and I was looking at the flags. And as long as there's 50 stars in a sea of blue and 13 red and white stripes, you'll never be alone.
Thank you for that. You know, you in the last few days signed a letter really with all your colleagues in the Republican Party calling for the full disarmament of the Iranian nuclear program in any deal, including Natanz, including Fordo, that the sides won't be active and there won't be enrichment. Do you think President Trump, this is the kind of deal he's trying to reach right now? Do you trust him that this kind of deal, this is the thing he will deliver?
I unequivocally trust him. I don't think there's any question whatsoever that this is what he is seeking. This is the president, let's go back through history. Number one, he ended the life of Soleimani on the side of an Iraqi tarmac into 5 separate pieces. He withdrew from the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action known as the Iran nuclear deal because it wasn't strong enough. He's the person that put sanctions on Iran and has put secondary sanctions on those that are going to go out there and seek to do business with Iran. He's not a different person whatsoever, and I think we all know just by history, his strategy of negotiation is generally beginning at a starting point well beyond where anybody else would begin a negotiation process. So unequivocally, I believe that this is exactly what he is seeking and exactly what he's delivering to the table in terms of what he requests.
And in your view, if the Iranians won't agree to such kind of deal, do you see the U.S. going with Israel together to do the military option against Iran nuclear sites?
It's a path that obviously we've looked at previously. There's some things that both the senator and I can say and not say. But I think to say it in a way that we can't say it, the president across the globe wants to use business and not bombs. That's his strategy. And We see that play out in this situation as well, but it plays out in a very pointed way. We want to do this diplomatically, but if we have to do it kinetically, don't think that that's off the table, and it's not off the table.
I want to go to a different area in the Middle East, Judea and Samaria, the West Bank. Your office, I think, was one of the first, if not the first, in the US Congress that made some kind of an interesting decision regarding this, that you're not going to use the term West Bank anymore. Can you tell us a bit about this really interesting decision that you yourself made a few weeks ago?
The point of it is none of us have time for BS. And so whether you're looking at the history and saying, what is the Golan Heights a part of? Is it a part of Israel now? Okay, it's recognized as a part of Israel. What is the capital of Israel? Okay, it's Jerusalem. Let's stop pretending it's Tel Aviv. Okay, what is Judea and Samaria? And the point is, we don't have time for BS. And to allow the world to falsify history, it puts us in a situation of BS, and we're just not going to be a part of that.
And tell me, do you see a trend in Congress, in the administration, to take a change of tone regarding these terms also after your move, after what we saw in Arkansas, for example, also?
I'll only speak for me.
Yeah, you will speak of you.
I'm not going to speak
You were the
for
first one.
else.
We saw a first state also doing this. That's why I'm saying you started a trend that we're seeing more and more in the US.
Yeah, look, I think you see that trend repeatedly, and that comes from leadership, right? The leadership that we have right now is dictating, listen, we're going to look at the world honestly. We're going to not rewrite history. We're going to look at what needs to change and look at the world from a different vantage point from what is already always looked at the horizon and say, how can we actually bring the conflicts and the situations we have to a different resolution? Because what's been going on hasn't worked, so let's go about it a different way and get to a different end. And this is just another part of that.
Now, I know, Congressman, you have been leading, again, since you entered your current position and even before, the fight for Israel in the UN. I mean, you're fighting against the biased standards of the UN regarding Israel, trying to advance some kinds of laws. Can you tell us a bit about this effort you're doing in recent months about it? And do you feel there's a change because of your fight and others' fight against the
Absolutely.
UN?
Look, there's a change in this fight, and again, this goes to the leadership of our whole country, the leadership that we have in the Senate, the leadership that we have in the House, to say, look, we're dealing with an institution that's more than happy to take the dollars out of the pocket of every single one of us and use it for specific anti-Semitism aims, whether it's in the Human Rights Council, whether it's with their condemnation of Israel over and over, whether it's with UNESCO, or whether it's with UNRWA, or take your pick of entities, and our willingness to say you're not going to get one more dollar from us on this front or this front or this front is absolutely a sanction upon the United Nations. Now, to go more specifically to the politics, not the politics, the actual legislative bodies of this, the senator and I, we have to work within the votes that we have in our systems. In the House of Representatives, we have 50% plus one to move something through. To give you an easy example, similar but different, we moved through the House sanctions on the International Criminal Court, and it was unanimous across Republicans. Maybe one or two Democrats, not many, and unanimous across Republicans. When you take it over to the Senate, in order for them to actually move it truly into law, they have to get 60 votes on that. They don't have 60 votes. I want to say they only picked up one Democrat, which I think was Fetterman, was the only Democrat that they picked up on it. All Republicans voted on it. The other Democrat senators didn't vote on it, so they couldn't move it through. And that's just a point to say, I think you run into, and likely the senator could speak to this better, I think you likely run into the same thing with sanctions when you start to move those through the Senate, is my guess.
So just to sum up our conversation, you know, we're hearing in recent days there's a rift between the US and Israel and between Trump and Netanyahu. You say BS.
I would say total BS. There's no rift. We're having serious conversations to bring the world to a different place than where it's been historically. And think about the gravity and the history to be in the conversations that we're having. Let's bring Syria into the conversation. Israel and Syria have historically, for many years, literally been in conflict, in war with one another, even up to the past couple of weeks. And so to have an administration that's having the conversation to say, hey, let's think about Syria becoming a part of the Abraham Accords. Think about what a different world that is in the gravity of these conversations and relationships to be at that point. Are we there yet? Are the negotiations done yet? Has everything been spoken through and worked through yet? Absolutely not. But the goals are lofty and high and beyond what I think most people have dreamed about in a long time.
So thank you very much, Senator. We really appreciate you, again, really being a staunch supporter of Israel and all your efforts. And I'm sure it's not the end of what you have done up until now.
Yeah, well, if all the soldiers look like you, they're going to be all right. When you came up, I thought you were security and you were going to pull me out or something like that.
No. You're the brave soldier here.
They keep a gym at J-Post headquarters?
In Israel, even in war, there's time.
All right, good. Pleasure.
Thank you very much, Congressman.
Thanks.
כל הזמן חושב, זה דיכאון שמשתק לי את הלב, וחרדות שנשפחות לי על הגוף כמו מים, והעולם הזה פחות יפריע באוזניים, כשהגיטרה פה בין הידיים. כל אחד רוצה להיות חזק, להרגיש הכי בטוח, לעמוד גם כשהרוח של כולם נושבת במכה. כל אחד פוחד להיות לבד מתחת לשמיים, גיטרה בידיים, אני עצמי ואלוהים אחד מחזיק לי את היד. כל אחד פוחד להיות לבד מתחת לשמיים, גיטרה בידיים, אני עצמי ואלוהים אחד מחזיק לי את היד, מחזיק לי את היד, מחזיק לי את
Dr. Noam Yehudai leads Tzafon Medical Center, one of Israel's most important regional hospitals, serving diverse communities in the north with a commitment to excellence, innovation, and compassionate care. Throughout the Swords of Iron War, he has headed the hospital's efforts to provide services for the region's permanent residents, as well as those who were evacuated to those areas. Please welcome Dr. Yehudai, who will be interviewed by Inbal and Buskila, multimedia content strategist.
It's a pleasure to have you here this morning.
Thank you very much.
The North has been under attack for over a year and a half now, and you've dealt with a lot of challenges. How did the war change your day-to-day life?
Well, running a hospital under direct threats is a challenge to make sure that everyone gets the proper medical care, even when your staff arrives to the hospital with missiles and alarms. Some of it is recruited. And most of all, the atmosphere in the north during these times is very challenging. But having said that, being able to be a source of resilience for the citizens of the north is is a theme that encourages my staff, my team, to continue with the work.
It's also showing everyone that, you know, the show must go on under attack. And what were the biggest challenges you dealt with during this war?
Well, there are three main challenges in times like this. First of all, as I said, delivering continued medical care, even though some of the hospitals in the north went underground and closed their gates for many of the services. We continued almost 100% of our services, not only to the regular citizens of the Eastern Galilee, but also to tens of thousands of people who were evacuated from their homes up north and came to the regions of the Kinneret and Tiberia and other municipalities surrounding us. And we had to make sure that they get the treatment that they need. The second thing is, of course, being able to provide care for injured civilians and soldiers and children. We all remember the event in Majd al-Shams where the children were injured and killed over there, and we also took care of some of them. And of course, keep looking ahead and knowing that we should be able to provide more services to the region, mainly rehab and mental health, which are probably the main issues that the Israeli healthcare system is going to be dealing with. She's dealing with these days and is going to be dealing with in the future years.
And you've seen rise in need for mental health care. I know you opened a rehab center in the north. What is that for?
Yeah, in recent months we've opened the first and only rehab center in the north of Israel. And when I say north of Ra'anana, offering all kinds, north is a rather wide definition. Yeah. And we offer all range of rehab services in the Helmsley Rehab Center that was opened a few months ago. And we are working now on a mental health facility on campus, again, the only one that will serve the northeast of Israel. And until it will open its gates, we are establishing a resilience center inside the Helmsley Rehabilitation Center in order to provide care for those who need physical rehabilitation, but also mental rehabilitation.
Yeah. And how do you bring great doctors up north and make them stay there?
Oh, that's easy. Well, the main challenge is indeed bringing top talent to the north. It's not only doctors, it's doctors and nurses and all the allied medical professions. And we understood that, and in the past 2 years, we joined hands with partners, with the local municipalities, with ministries, and we actually established a program that deals with relocation to the north. And we want to promote top medical professionals to come and work with us. We understand that the north is less attractive now, and we realize that we need to offer more than just, salaries. It's not enough. So we established a hub. We call it AIR. It's the combination of academia, innovation, and research. And we understand that young physicians and young medical professions look for other things when they look for a working place. They look for challenge. They look for a place that they can bring their ideas to life. On top of that, we help them to find housing. We help them to find proper education places for their children and employment for the spouses. So it's a complete package that helps us to bring top medical professionals to the north.
And have you experienced some doctors since the beginning of the war that decided to leave the North?
Actually, we didn't see that. Those who come to work in the North do it with a mission. They have a commitment to the North, and all of them stay there. Nobody left.
And tell me, what's your long-term vision for health care up north?
Well, the vision of Tzafon Medical Center throughout the years was to close the gaps in healthcare services in the North. And I believe, even though it is the government mission, it is our vision and mission to work together with ministries, and we do that. We work with the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Negev and Galil and others, and the municipalities, in order to close these gaps. Some previous speakers spoke about revenues for investments that they recommend people to do. They were talking about 40% or 60%. I urge you to invest in the healthcare system in the north of Israel, and the revenue is much more than percentages. It's quality of life, it's accessibility to healthcare services, and it's being able to be an attractive landscape for people to come to the north and make it strong. You know, there is a slogan, let's rehabilitate the north. And even though we just opened a rehabilitation center, I disagree with the term rehabilitate the north. I think that we should rebuild the north and make it strong and attractive, and healthcare and education and employment are the three most important things that will make it strong.
Definitely. Thank you for coming, and thank you for sharing these such important mission. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our next interview brings together two leading voices on regional diplomacy and national security. One has served at the heart of U.S. efforts to forge peace in the Middle East, while the other leads a premier Israeli think tank shaping strategy and policy in a turbulent region. Please welcome Dr. Dan Diker, President of the Jerusalem Center for Security and Foreign Affairs, and Jason Greenblatt, Senior Director for Arab-Israeli Diplomacy at the Jerusalem Center for Security and Foreign Affairs, who will be interviewed by Tzvika Klein.
Hello, gentlemen. How are you?
Thanks for having us.
Good morning. How's it going?
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for having us all. Thank you all for coming and having the patience
So,
to weather this out.
yeah. Okay, so Jason, maybe I'll start with you for a second. There's one question that everyone in the room here wants to know. Was the Trump Middle East visit last week good for Israel or bad for Israel?
So I know there's a lot of confusion, and I think Congressman Mast probably described it really, really well as somebody who worked for President Trump for 23 years. I think it was a great visit. I know some people are upset that President Trump didn't visit Israel. Let's remember that the Prime Minister of Israel was in the White House twice already. I'm not bothered that the President didn't visit Israel. He had a certain agenda. His agenda was U.S. Gulf relations, U.S. economy. We have to, no matter how much we love Israel and support Israel, we have to take off our Israel supportive glasses when we deal with the United States of America and what the President's goals are, and put on our U.S. glasses. And I think he had a successful trip, and I think, as President Trump said, his strengthening of ties with the Arab countries only helps Israel.
Okay. Dan, what's your take on
Tzvika, just a couple things, because we have a very few minutes. I think I want to continue also Congressman Mast's moral clarity. And I think that everyone in this room understands that the world changed on October 7th in the sense that we woke up from willful blindness. And I want to lay down three principles that in Israel is very clear. JCFA just did a poll that showed that 78% of Jewish Israelis virulently oppose another Palestinian terror state in the hills over Ben Gurion Airport in Judea and Samaria.
Published by the Jerusalem Post.
What's that?
Published by the Jerusalem
It was published by the Jerusalem Post. That is true, and it reflects three principles. Principle number one, we are facing jihad, not a political conflict. This is not a territorial conflict. This is, from the point of view of our enemies, a religious conflict. Arafat said it for decades. Hamas carried it out on October 7th. The second principle, before we get to President Trump, because I think this is a very important moment for Israel, the U.S. relations, Jason. The second principle is that Israel is an indigenous member, the most indigenous member of the Arab Muslim majority Middle East today. The Middle East understands, and at JCFA we speak Arabic, we think Middle East and speak Middle East, and that is actually what President Trump did a week ago. He speaks Middle East. We must be speaking Middle East in Arabic to our neighbors, not in English and not in Hebrew, number two. Number three, the war that we all face right now, October 7th was an assault on the United States over the borders of Israel.
100%.
And it requires moral clarity, strategic clarity, and complete unity between Israel and the United States in order to defeat radical Islamic enemies. And it is not I who am saying this. If you look on your phones, not right now, because it would be fun if you just paid attention to this, but
please pay attention.
Or playing, what is that, Crush? What the game that people
Candy
play?
Crush is
Candy
not
Crush when
popular
people
anymore.
get bored.
I don't know.
Yeah, but if you look at what Foreign Minister of the UAE, whom you know quite well, Jason, said, he said this month that the biggest threat to the Middle East, not to Israel, but to the Middle East, is radical Islamic terrorism. And that is the spirit in which His Excellency, MBS Mohammed bin Salman, invited President Trump to the Middle East in order to lay down a new, innovative, what we call the economic shock and awe campaign, reminiscent of General Schwarzkopf, if you remember what happened back in 1991. But that was the point. It was not to snub Israel. It was to lay down a new line in the sand for the Gulf and the Middle East that says, get out your terrorists, which he said to the Syrians, and he said it. And
he called for normalization.
And he called for normalization, but he
Syria
didn't mention
Israel.
Israel's name. So those people that work for Reuters who don't understand the Middle East start talking about snubs. It's not about snubs. It's about being smart and culturally intelligent. Because one of the major mistakes that we have made in Israel and in the West is that we have failed to understand how political culture works in the Middle East. So we'll just open with those principles.
Okay, Jason. As Dan mentioned, that was a pretty good speech there. You don't need me.
It was a hog.
You don't need me. I could just go. Jason, so you were a special envoy for the first Trump administration, or as they call it, Trump 1.0. Do you actually see, everyone's looking at a normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia? There's so much also misinformation out there, what the leaders want, don't want, why things are happening, not happening. Do you see it happening in the near future?
I don't see it happening in the immediate future just because October 7th, a horrific attack, changed the equation. There is an Arab street, and the Arab street today is uncomfortable with what's happening in Gaza. And though we all recognize it's a necessity, this war was thrust upon Israel, and the Arabs themselves understand the necessity of Israel defending itself, it's not the time. But I do believe that under President Trump, something could happen. And you mentioned Syria, Dan. I do a lot of business in the Gulf, and this is the first time over the last year or so where I could hear my colleagues and friends from Lebanon talking about a future between Lebanon and Israel. A couple of years ago, Lebanon was slated to be the last, if ever, to sign an Abraham Accords or some sort of normalization agreement with Israel. Today, that's a possibility. They're talking about Syria. The world has changed so much, largely due to President Trump, both Trump 1.0 and now 2.0, and I think we need to embrace that and understand that. And I just want to add one more thing, and I fully agree with everything Dan said, and Trump speaks Middle East, if you will. But if you didn't watch President Trump's speech at the economic conference in Riyadh, I highly, highly recommend that you watch it. It sets out his goals, it sets out his policies, it speaks in very clear language what he wants to do. And I think back to the first time he went to Riyadh in May of 2017, when I cleared the speech that he gave. I didn't have to change a single thing. It was a perfect speech, but I remember marveling that he was going to speak about Israel in front of all the Muslim and Arab leaders. Well, here we are in 2025. The world has changed so much, and the way he spoke about Israel, the way he spoke about his support for Israel, the way he spoke about the horrors of October 7 and the necessity of what Israel's trying to do, it's really, really important.
Okay, I'm just going to ask people in the background to please be a bit quiet. Dan, the Oslo Accords, I think there's pretty much consensus, even people, by the way, who were part of the Oslo Accords, that it was a failure. So how do we, in the Oslo Accords, really institutionalize the term a two-state solution? Benny Gantz, who will speak here today, a few weeks ago said those who think a two-state solution is relevant or a Palestinian state is relevant are delusional. So what do you see, how do we move forward? What, because we don't hear from the government, our governments, or even any political party, what should Israel, in your opinion, how should Israel approach the day after in Gaza, in Judea, Samaria, etc.?
The day after, Tzvika, the day after is right now. The day after was yesterday. And I think that empirically, we put out a book called Oslo at 30, now it's 32, Lessons Learned. And one of the greatest lessons we learn is that Oslo, in our view, was one of the greatest strategic catastrophes, maybe the greatest strategic catastrophe since the founding of the State of Israel. And the reason it is not because it offered a compromise solution, but because we actually inverted our own legitimacy with the PLO. And if we understand what happened in the October 8th war in universities that every single person in this room attended, it was that the PLO and today the Hamas has become in large part in many circles the new Israel. And it's an awful thing that I'm saying. And that Israel is today considered the pre-October 7th Hamas. Why did that happen? Because at Oslo, we handed a Nobel Prize to Yasser Arafat. And Yasser Arafat then became the moral standard so that we could not act against terror because you were then acting against a Nobel Prize winner. We must reclaim the legitimacy argument now.
What's the approach now?
The approach now, we have an opportunity now to change the entire ideological, strategic battlefield. And on the ground, it means local control. That was the idea in the 70s. It was, the Middle East, as we all know here, is defined by families, clans, and tribes. The notion of Palestinian state is a Western idea. And we were superimposing that because we were, as Professor Bernard Lewis, the great Professor Bernard Lewis from Princeton, he said the West mirrors itself, projects itself onto the Middle East. We must stop that and understand we must speak Middle East. We don't talk about ceasefires, we talk about hudnas. We don't talk about Palestinian statehood, we talk about security-first diplomacy, which means going back to the original family, clan, and tribe structure. And it has to be done quietly. No big ceremonies, no Pierre ballroom ceremonies for new peace processes, quiet, technical arrangements. That is what families, and having lived in Efrat, being your neighbor, having the honor of being your neighbor, Tzvika, for so many years.
Even though you left us.
And we go to our Arab neighbors all the time. And they're talking about,
there actually is coexistence.
There's even more. There's mutual honor, right. And they like being helped locally, and they're not talking about Palestinian statehood. They're asking to get green cards, if you will,
right.
to Israel or America. So they think locally. We should not superimpose a national Western idea on a Middle Eastern political culture. And there are solutions. There is one for Gaza. President Trump's vision is excellent.
Dan, just in short, and I want to give Jason another opportunity. You want to finish your sentence?
Yeah. No, Jason, what do you think about the Trump vision for...
So I think Dan raises a very important point, and as I was sitting at the table before I came on stage, I saw an article not in the Jerusalem Post.
I saw exactly what site you were looking at, and I was like,
Came across my
I don't know.
I don't know if the story is true, but apparently there's going to be a conference led by France for a Palestinian state. let's understand why the Trump administration never used the word two-state solution. Lots of reasons, negotiation, etc. But one of the most important points I used to bring up is if a Palestinian state means that the Palestinians could attack Israel, how could you ever argue for a Palestinian state? And we never even imagined what happened on October 7th. We couldn't have imagined what happened on October 7th. So it's very, very important for everybody to understand that when France or others try to push for a two-state solution, that phrase means nothing. It's not implementable, it can't be done, and it's very important for everyone in the audience to explain why that is.
So, unfortunately, our time is up. Dr.
3 more minutes?
I don't know. So, Dr. John Diker, Jason Greenblatt, thank you both for these interesting words. I think most of the people in the audience here pretty much agree with you. And Jason is not only a good diplomat, but he's a father of triplets. And I'm a father of twins. I can't even imagine. So, you know. So I think that's kudos to you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
A question: what is medical Zionism?
It's building a hospital from scratch. It began with the hospital in Ashdod. Today, it serves the entire South. Even patients from the center come here, drawn by the quality of the doctors and equipment.
Medical Zionism means building an organizational culture, flexible, accessible, compassionate, and visionary. A blend of tower and stockade vision with modern innovation.
This place is a game changer for the South and the coastal plain. A public hospital with ASUTA level standards. This year, the internal medicine departments ranked first place in quality and service in a National Ministry of Health survey. For a hospital just 7 years old, that's an incredible achievement.
ASUTA Ashdod is medical Zionism. Outstanding medical Zionism with advanced equipment, innovative treatments, and exceptional doctors serving the people of the South.
ASUTA Ashdod Public Hospital. Outstanding medical Zionism.
The Jerusalem Post will now present a special award to Samson Asuta Hospital in recognition of its success in serving as the medical Iron Dome in the South, saving hundreds of lives since October 7th, and providing the highest quality medical services. The award will be presented to Erez Barenboim, CEO, Asuta Ashdod Public Hospital, and Ran Saar, Chairman, Samson Asuta Hospital, and Chairman, Maccabi Healthcare Services. Following the presentation, they will be interviewed by Inbal and Buskila. Please welcome Dr. Erez Barenboim and Ran Saar to the stage.
Can I speak? Distinguished guests, friends, I stand before you today with humility and gratitude as I accept this honor in behalf of the entire Asuta Ashdod Public Hospital family. The recognition belongs not only to me, but to every member of our team, doctors, nurses, technicians, administrators, volunteers, and our courageous patients who showed strength in the face of unimaginable circumstances. Asuta Ashdod is Israel's newest public hospital, founded just 8 years ago with the bold vision to reimagine healthcare. We were built as a high-tech, patient-centered institution, an embodiment of the Israeli startup nation, designed for excellence, innovation, and adaptability. From digital systems to data-driven decision-making, we aim to set new standards for public hospitals in Israel. On October the 7th, that vision was tested in ways we never anticipated. Just 20 miles from Gaza, our hospital found itself in the front line of war. At precisely 10 a.m., the first wounded from the Nova Music Festival began arriving. Within hours, helicopters were landing with injured civilians and soldiers. Our emergency protocols were activated, and all of our staff responded with speed, precision, and compassion. Despite rocket fire and personal loss, our team remained at their post. while hundreds of our staff were drafted into IDF reserve duty, many not knowing whether their own houses or families are safe. Over the following months, we treated hundreds of casualties, performed countless surgeries, and provided psychological support to patients and staff alike. We saved 96% of critically wounded patients, an outcome that reflects not just skill, but soul. The communities surrounding us brought us food and encouragement. Volunteers from across the country and the world offered support. As a reserve officer, I know hospitals like ours are vital to the national security of the State of Israel, because there is an unspoken promise to our soldiers that if they risk everything for our country, for the motherland, they will receive the best care we can provide, whether in the field or in the hospitals. At the Assuta Ashdod Hospital, we do this while remaining fully committed to delivering world-class healthcare to all the people of Israel's southern periphery, undeveloped towns, and financially challenged communities. We see each patient as if he's the only patient. This award reflects not just what we did, but what we became, a sanctuary of healing, of innovation, unity, and hope. Thank you for honoring us. We remain committed to excellence, compassion, and belief that every human life matters. Thank you.
So, hello everybody. On behalf of the Jerusalem Post, we would like to give you this award in recognition of the success in serving as the medical Iron Dome in the South, saving hundreds of lives since October 7th and providing the highest quality medical services.
Hi, good afternoon. Would you like to say a few words? The prize?
Yes. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce you Assuta Ashdod Hospital, the newest hospital in Israel, still developing.
In the South, definitely.
Yeah.
What an amazing role. Assuta Ashdod is seen as a very leading hospital. What makes it so different than others?
Well, it's unique because we incorporated cutting-edge technologies together with personalized care. From the beginning of the hospital, when we just opened doors to patients, we began cultivating an environment where medical excellence and compassion go hand by hand and affect the treatment to our patients. Innovation is important, technology is important, but it's not all. We believe that the policy that we have, that people are first, is the thing that is leading us as a place of treatment. Since we opened the hospital, we recruited a lot of teams, skillful healthcare professionals that not only brought their medical skills and medical expertise, but they brought empathy. They brought empathy that they deliver in each patient interaction that they perform. We try to work beyond the medical protocols. We try to ensure that each patient feels that he is seen, that he is heard, that he is supported during his care journey in the hospital. I believe that medical or healthcare excellence is not about treating a disease or treating illness. It's more about healing people. This is the main point that we see. And we come to some kind of balance between innovation, technologies, medical expertise, but especially human connection. And this is what we believe we should provide in nowadays hospitals. Thank you.
During the war, Asuta has treated many IDF soldiers and IDF widows. How do you find your role in these moments, in such difficult moments for the country of Israel, especially the South?
Well, Asuta Ashdod became an important lifeline for both soldiers and the community around us. I mean, we are geographically located 20 miles from Gaza. So whenever you have to bring a soldier to immediate medical care, it was easy to land with helicopters in Asuta Ashdod, which was quicker, and they could get trauma care. Sometimes it meant the difference between life and death because of the cruciality of the first hour, the golden hour after trauma. But we didn't just provide medical care, we also provided emotional support.
Yeah.
And I believe that emotional support, the dealing with the psychological effects, got to the IDF widows. Yeah. They came seeking for a place of care, and they trusted us and came to Asuta Ashdod. And the staff in the hospital was very moved by the fact that they were willing to give new life, especially in those traumatic days, in Asuta Ashdod. I believe that these women, beside from seeking medical expertise, they were looking for the compassionate atmosphere that we have cultivated in Asuta Ashdod.
Yeah, those are very challenging moments for women who are, dealing with their own personal loss, and they need to deal with giving birth by themselves. How do you deal with that?
Well, we set up a program which we call in Hebrew Atufa, which means covered, and also has some kind of connection to the kibbutzim and yishuvim, cities around Gaza. And we just were there for them, and we tried our best to let them feel that they are hugged by the staff. It was quite a success. And I'd say for the end that, the war made us reinforce our vision. The vision is that Asuta Ashdod is not merely a medical institute. Asuta Ashdod became and will continue to be a pillar of strength and healing for the communities around us. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Ran, after many years in national security, why did you choose public health care, and why is that your mission?
Well, I was able to serve the country for 24 years in the Mossad. Life was very interesting, exciting, hectic, mind you, and difficult for my family. I never attended birthdays, and never went to my son's schools. I was not there. So in my second marriage, I decided that as I left the Mossad and got married again, I would try and look for another job within the state of Israel, going abroad only with my family. Coming from a family of physicians, it was only natural for me. I did not become a doctor, something my mother always wanted me to be, but so I found it very natural to join Maccabi Health Services, and I found that I was actually a social worker at heart, and it was my right place to be. I became the CEO of Maccabi Health Services, and now for over 10 years, and now I'm the chairman for the last 4 years, and the chairman of Asuta Hospital.
Why was building a modern hospital in the South so important for you and a mission?
For 45 years, no hospital was built in Israel, 45 years. We were the only ones in Maccabi that went for the tender, and we thought it was the right thing to do, to bring the most advanced medicine to the South. Medicine in the South, unlike in the North, by the way, is not as good, and people had to really, to get good medicine, had to go to the center. So we decided to build this unique type of hospital, state-of-the-art, anti-missile hospital. We don't have to move patients when rockets are fired from Gaza. And we also built an airstrip right from the beginning, knowing that it will be used, unfortunately. And what had happened during the war was whenever the physician or the doctor on the helicopter thought that the patient, the wounded soldier, had no time, he was really on the verge of dying, they landed in Asuta, which was very difficult for the staff, knowing that they had to treat these very difficult wounded soldiers. We managed to save many, but some died, which was difficult. And I think we did a fantastic job, so especially during the war, and I would like to thank the Jerusalem Post for the award, and of course our claps for our staff who did an amazing job.
Thank you. Last but not least, what's your vision for Asuta Ashdod going forward?
I'll take it a little wider. You know, medicine in the Western world is very good, but it's one size fits all. And we're all striving towards precise medicine. And what we are doing today, I think, in Israel, is we're working towards precise medicine. Tomorrow, everybody will have his full genome, his epigenetics, and, of course, all the history and data. I think we have an advantage because we have data going back for many years about our patients. We'll have the genetics, we'll have the epigenetics, and we're building a system in which we can deliver precise medicine. We'll do it within Maccabi Health Services, which is the second largest HMO in Israel, and probably the best one, technologically too, and I think we will be a kind of a limelight for the rest of the world, and we'll do it within our hospital in Asuta Ashdod. We have a chain of private hospitals, and of course in Maccabi itself, so we'll bring the light and precise medicine to the world.
Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you.
Please welcome Senator Rick Scott, Republican from the state of Florida, to the stage, who will be interviewed by Gabe Groisman, founder of Groisman LLC.
Good morning. Yeah, it's still morning. How are y'all doing?
So, Senator Scott, it's an honor on behalf of everybody here to have you here with us, to join us here in New York City for the Jerusalem Post Conference. Everyone involved in the conference, the whole Jewish community as well, the whole pro-Israel community is so thankful for you, not just for being here, but for everything you do.
Well, it's great. Thank you. It's great to be here. I've had the opportunity to work with Gabe quite a bit. Since I got into politics, I want to recognize my wife's here. We've had the opportunity to travel to Israel together. So we went to, in 2019, we went to Kfar Aza, and unfortunately, we all know what happened there. I went back there 6 months after October 7th, saw the lady that gave me the tour, but it was just devastating what Hamas did there. So we've got to stand with Israel. We've got to do everything we can to help the IDF. In my opinion, we have to completely destroy Hamas.
So, Senator Scott, your office is one of those that you say sometimes you call yourself a working senator because you're so busy. You're always involved in everything. You've welcomed so many families of hostages and affected families, but you're also into the substance and into the weeds. So this week, those of us who follow what's happening in the Middle East very closely, or last week, many eyebrows were raised when we saw the president, who we know is a great supporter of the state of Israel, but land in Qatar, a country that, let's say, has had a big question mark on them, a big funder of terrorism, a big funder of Hamas, a Muslim Brotherhood, Al Jazeera, the list goes on and on. What did you make of the visit? What do you think the pro-Israel community should make of President Trump's engagement with Qatar?
I was just in Europe, and I think you have to. I think Trump is easy to explain. From this standpoint, one, if you want us to be part of your defense strategy, you're going to be the front lines, what Israel does every day. So that's number one. Number two, we're going to go work on American jobs. But I think if you look at the Middle East, where Trump's going to be is he's going to do everything he can to expand peace and to build relationships, not just for America, but also for Israel. I don't think there's any question he's going to stand with Israel. He's never going to back down on what he's done for Israel. I don't know if there's a more pro-Israel president ever in the history of this country. And so now with Qatar, I don't trust them. I think it's despicable that they host Hamas leaders. I'm on the Armed Services Committee where I worked last year to make sure we're going to review why we have a military base in Qatar. I really believe the world's going to go down two paths. You're either going to go down the communist China path, or you're going to go down the America path. So in that, whether that's our military or whether that's our trade. And so I think in the Middle East, what's going to happen is I think people are they're going to trade with us, and they're going to be partners with Israel. And so it's just a matter of time. I think we're going to decouple from the bad guys, from Russia, from Communist China, from Iran, and it's going to be absolutely clear. You can only be on one side. And I think Trump is going to try to expand the number of people on our side, and I think it will be good for America, and I think it will be good for Israel.
So just one quick follow-up. I know we don't have tons of time, but one quick follow-up on Qatar. Do you see America being able to leverage the relationship with Qatar to get them to actually change some of their policies, whether it's funding American universities or funding Hamas? What do you think we can do there?
I think absolutely. First off, I think this idea that they're funding American universities, and with all this anti-Semitism that's going on in the American universities, is despicable. I was at Harvard the other day, defending Israel and fighting against anti-Semitism. It's just despicable what's going on. But absolutely, I think people want to be a partner with America. They know that Israel is our partner. They see the benefits of freedom and liberty and democracy. And so I think it's going to happen. In the heat of the battle, you can't see exactly how it's going to turn out. But I think Qatar is going to pick the right side. But it's only going to pick the right side if they have to. I'm going to do everything in my case. I think President Trump will also do everything they can to make sure they pick the right side. They cannot continue to support Hamas. They cannot continue to support the bad guys. They can't continue to host Hamas in their country. When I met with them right after October 7th, and I said, what are you doing? You want to be friendly to us, and you want to host the Hamas leaders. And they said, well, Obama asked us to. I said, well, you took a bad job, and you ought to stop. Obama's not the president, and you should never have done it, and you're going to have to pick sides eventually.
Thank you. So it seems, if you look very closely at Congress and you see this up front, obviously you have a front row seat in the House there, or in the Senate, of course, but support for Israel, we're seeing it sometimes on shaky ground, even on the Republican side, whether it's on the fringe, we call it now the woke right? We're seeing on the fringe the isolationist wing of the party, and we see obviously what's happening on the left clearly. But focusing on the right, on the woke right, the far right, the isolationist movement, what can us mainstream Republicans or just pro-Israel individuals who interact with on the Republican side? What can we do to isolate the isolationists?
So I think a lot of the isolationists that the people think about that is that they're fed up with a crappy foreign policy. You look at USAID and you really can't defend much of it. You look at the UN and you can't defend much of what they do. And so when people say, "Oh, we have, to get out," you can understand it. I mean, because we haven't had a lot of success. Now, I think that's totally different than whether we support Israel or not. I think clearly we have to support Israel, but I think it's incumbent upon all of us, whether you're Jewish, whether you're Israeli or American, you have to be clear on why we're doing what we're doing. Here's what's going on in our country right now. We are running $2 trillion deficits. People are fed up with the deficits. They're fed up with inflation. They're fed up with high interest rates. And so what they're taking a broad swath and saying, why are we spending money here? Why are we spending money where? Why are we spending? So if you want anything you care about, you've got to be very vocal on why we should continue to do it and how it's in the best interest of America. If you believe that everybody's just going to keep spending money, it can't happen. Inflation will never come under control. Interest rates are not going to go down. If you look at this last election, it was about two issues. It was about border security and getting inflation under control. So if you want to support Israel, be very vocal of why and how it benefits America. An earlier speaker said the anti-Semitism and the attack on Israel is it's not just about Jews. It's about our way of life. And they just went after the Jews first. But we've got to be crystal clear with what's going on. We've got to be crystal clear. Communist China has elected to be our arch enemy. It's elected. Russia is not going to stop with Ukraine. Iran wants to annihilate us. So what are we thinking when we do business with China? Or we think that Putin's going to comply with something, or we even have any inkling that Iran has any chance of getting a nuclear weapon. If you care about your kids and your grandkids, you say that's never going to happen. And we've got to be clear and we've got to act boldly. Like, I do not get why we're buying a product or a service or anything with Communist China. What are we doing? So I'm going to do everything I can to support Israel. But one thing I'll tell you, here's the difference, and I think what's happened. When Ukraine was invaded, there's unbelievable American support. There's nothing on the news anymore about anybody dying in Ukraine. What Israel and the IDF, and the Israel media, everybody has done, they have continued to keep it in the front page of what's going on. We can never let up with telling people. Every time I get protested by the pro-Hamas people in the Capitol all the time, and the first thing I said is, they killed babies. Let's make it clear. Who would do that? Who would raise a child up to teach them to go kill somebody's child? So I'm very optimistic about the future. I think Trump's going to do a great job. I think it's unclear short term, but long term we know exactly what's going to happen. There's going to be the good guys are going to come together, and the bad guys are going to be over here, and they will fail.
Senator Scott, we're out of time. The light's blinking. So instead of asking the last question, I want to thank you. This month, you dropped a Support Israel Act to tighten the screws against the United Nations for if they take actions against Israel, to isolate Israel, to demonize Israel, that the United States should defund them.
There should never be a dime for any UN agency if they're going to restrict Israel, ever. So anything I can do to help you, let me know.
Thank you so much.
every great thing that ever happened began as a dream. Propelled by bold dreams, visionary African leaders are transforming their nations and creating prosperity to realize Africa's potential. With rapid population growth, ambitious youth, and enormous opportunity, African nations are emerging as cornerstones of the global economy. For decades, government leaders have chosen to partner with Mitrelli to implement transformative, national-scale solutions. Together, we've executed more than 100 projects that provide millions with access to essential infrastructure and services. Redefining urban living with sustainable urbanization initiatives. Building self-sustaining national food agro-industries. Developing comprehensive national education systems. Delivering pioneering renewable energy solutions. Deploying advanced communication networks. And promoting accessible, quality healthcare for all. Working alongside forward-thinking governments and local communities, we bring an ecosystem of broad expertise and innovative solutions that address immediate needs while driving long-term prosperity. Our proven capabilities and strong international relationships enable us to secure project financing through diverse funding models and deliver sustainable, meaningful impact aligned with the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Africa's transformation is led by its leaders, powered by its people, and scaled by trusted partnerships. We are Mitrelli, your solutions partner to transform audacious vision into sustainable reality and build a better future for generations. Mitrelli, we build potential.
The Libido Corridor is a significant trans-African infrastructure initiative in collaboration with the United States and strategic allies, aligned with the UN Sustainable Development Goals. It aims to enhance regional value chain, support food security, and promote inclusive growth for all involved economies, potentially benefiting over 40 million people. This panel will discuss Africa, the world's fastest growing continent, the U.S.-Africa relationship, the new trade route of the Libido Corridor, the $1 billion development fund, and the role of Israeli innovation. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Chaim Tayyib, President of Minomadin and the Mitrelli Group, Mr. Muyangwa Muyangwa, Director General of Zambia's National Pension Scheme Authority, and Dr. Armando Manuel, Chairman of Angola's Sovereign Wealth Fund. The panel will be moderated by Jerusalem Post Editor-in-Chief Tzvika Klein.
Hello again. You have a microphone right next to you. So thank you for being here, and I think discussing economy and aspects that are not usually discussed in this conference, I think is refreshing and important. Director Muyangwa, I practiced saying your name in the audience with you before.
That's right.
Okay. So NAPSA, you're the director of NAPSA. So it's not just a pension authority, it's a driver of national development. How do you view the evolving role of African institutional investors in a global finance infrastructure?
Thank you very much for being here and for showcasing Haim, for showcasing Africa. There is a wider recognition by the financing entities like pension funds on the continent that developing or filling in the gaps in terms of financing that is required on the continent shall be delivered by the Sovereign Wealth Fund and the pension funds or the institutional investors in Africa. And we're seeing a very big shift from fixed income, a lot of the portfolios being invested in fixed income, to now going into more alternative asset classes that include infrastructure. As an example, recently as the biggest pension fund in Zambia. We participated in a $650 million project to do a 300-kilometer road,
Wow, okay.
a toll gate, and also financing, trying to cut down on the energy deficit for over 400 million project with a $200 million injection. So we're looking inward to try and also look or give confidence to the external parties, foreign capital, to come in and partner with us and address the financing gaps that exist. So we play and we're going to play a very critical role in addressing the financing gaps, especially on infrastructure on the continent.
So in a sense, it may be time for investors, maybe possibly here in the audience or reading this article that will be published afterwards, to invest in Africa now.
It has never been the best time, and this is about just the time. I can guarantee you, whatever return you're getting on a dollar anywhere else apart from Africa, we can beat that and double it.
Ooh.
So that's the place to be.
Okay. So, Mr. Manuel, from your unique vantage point, how do sovereign wealth funds in Africa contribute to the shaping of new global economic order?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, we see fundamental shifts in global economic order, and sovereign wealth funds are also playing in shaping this in a multifaceted manner. What we have seen is that sovereign wealth funds are driving long-term investment in strategic sectors. They are no longer holders of capital that play on a passive manner. They are investing in critical sectors such as agriculture, digital infrastructure, renewable energies, not only impacting today national economies, but providing stability to the global chain.
Mm-hmm.
We have seen also a number of sovereign wealth funds working to increase the global self-cooperation by putting in place investment platforms cross-border. What we have here is just the Angola Sovereign Wealth Fund and a Zambia entity putting in place initiatives, attracting investors, playing hazard risk players to ensure that we continue to deliver in the continent. This has been seen increasingly, bringing together pension funds, sovereign wealth funds together to ensure that they invest. We are also changing the narrative. Historically, we have seen Africa as a destination of foreign aid and extractive capital. What we see today is that sovereign wealth funds are acting as a global investors. I mean, my own institution, we invest 2/3 of our portfolio in the US market, while we try to diversify the portfolio, co-investing in the continent alongside other investors, such as the initiative that we'll see here with Mr. Haim. So this is a kind of rebalance of the global capital flows. We are also championing in sustainable and inclusive capitalism, given the challenges of development in the continent and the demographic trends. Sovereign wealth funds have a unique opportunity to deploy a capitalism that is profitable, but is inclusive and sustainable. So we see ourselves as anchor investors. We put the capital, we know the market, we use our convening power, we attract investors to deliver and maximize the opportunities in the continent.
Okay, that's definitely strengthening the previous point. So Chaim, or President Chaim Taib, if I may, so you've been living, working, and investing in Africa for more than 34 years, and you launched recently a $1 billion Lobito Corridor Impact Development Platform. So what did you learn from those years in Africa and about the global economy?
Thank you very much. What I learned from these 34 years, that I'm living working and investing in Africa, it's first of all people. We have to see the people, we have to see the needs, and we have to invest in order to make the change and the impact. I have the privilege to lead over 100 projects, infrastructure projects in Africa, Angola, Ivory Coast, Senegal, Mozambique, in the field of water, housing, energy, hospitals, education, technology. We are trying to bring technology from Israel. We export a lot from Israel to these countries. I think it's the time to change. It's the time to start to invest in Africa. I mean private investments. I think the new fund that we are launching now, it's very, very important and impactful platform. Why? Because it's the first time that somebody is declaring that we'll invest $1 billion, a private investment in Africa. And we're going to do it. And we will do it together.
Definitely. So, Chaim, I have a question for the three of you. We'll start with you. We mentioned the Lobito corridor. So it's one of the most promising new trade arteries connecting the key mineral reserves with global markets. How do the countries and institutions along the corridor plan to ensure that its development brings shared prosperity to over 40 million people who live along it? And we'll focus on short answers from each one of you. Chaim, we'll start with you.
Again, I mentioned the people, and you are talking now about the 40 million people that living around this corridor. The corridor is starting in Lobito, passing to Congo DRC, and ending in Zambia. It's not just a trade route. It's not just a railway. It's a place of 40 million people that living there, and we're going to look to these people and find the way how to improve their life through the project that we are talking about. We're going to invest in agriculture. We're going to invest in agro-industrial. We're going to invest in medicine industrial. We're going to invest in technology, connectivity, telecommunication, and bring a lot of prosperity to this area.
Thank you. Director, you want to give your take on this issue?
The corridor, the rail line that's going to run in that corridor is something that has happened before in the history of Africa. You can go back to a map of Africa and you recognize that most of the major economic activities are running around a spine of a rail line or a road infrastructure. We don't think the Lobito corridor is going to be an exception, but we've learned our lessons. This time we are planning much better, and we're looking at the three countries that are involved are looking at developing value chains and ecosystems around the rail line. So we're looking at, like Chaim is saying, we're looking at agro-processing, mineral mining and mineral processing, agriculture itself. There's definitely going to be the need of creating energy infrastructure, tourism. The one thing that Africa is known for is a lot of natural or animals. They don't need visas to move from the Congo to Zambia to DRC. That is a belt for tourism that you would certainly enjoy. And we see a new economic line developing that is not only going to service Zambia, DRC, and Angola, but becomes a spine for other infrastructure developments that will now assist Africa to take advantage of, maybe you've heard this, of the Africa Free Trade Area. That is the beginning. This is the kind of infrastructure that is being laid out there. And the three governments are working together to make sure that there's well-planned value systems and development supporting private sector. All this will be private sector-led, with just the governments providing the enabling frameworks for regulation and ensuring that the safety of capital is assured. Thank you.
Thank you. That's definitely fascinating. Mr. Manuel, final words.
Thank you. Building on top of what has been said, we are talking about 1,400 kilometers. It's a massive extension.
Huge.
I mean, linking the Atlantic port of Lobito to the rich mineral areas in Zambia and DRC, where we have the critical minerals. And in between, we have a huge arable land. So we have the opportunity here to unleash the potential of agriculture. But we are talking about a corridor that has been upgraded, bringing roads, bringing internet, bringing power to facilitate a number of business that will target local jobs. I mean, the youth, women's, skill jobs oriented to transport, logistic, minerals. So we see here a model centered on growth, not just a simple corridor, but something that will impact into the lives of the population living around this corridor.
Okay, so gentlemen, thank you very much. And I think we have a conclusion. We have a conclusion. We're investing in Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, Gilad Erdan, Global President of Magen David Adom, Israel's national rescue organization, has accumulated decades of experience in diplomacy, public security, and global advocacy, most recently serving as Israel's permanent representative to the United Nations between 2020 and 2024. Please welcome to the stage Ambassador Gilad Erdan.
Good morning, everyone. It's great to be at the Jerusalem Post Annual Conference every year, and I'm here almost every year. But for me, this year is even better because, seriously, it's such a relief to be in New York without having to breathe the toxic air of the UN headquarters. Yeah. And trust me, this city feels completely different when you're surrounded by friends of Israel instead of all the liars and hypocrites of the UN. Friends, we currently face historic days of reckoning. Will there be a deal? Will total victory become reality or just a slogan? Will Iran face consequences or, God forbid, another nuclear deal? But before I address these points, I want to share with you the most significant takeaway from my tenure as Israel's ambassador to the United Nations. There's no polite way to put this. To secure the free world's future, we must dismantle the UN, simply eradicate it. The United Nations is beyond reform, it's beyond repair. The institution created to prevent atrocities after the Holocaust now protects genocidal regimes. But how did it happen? Simple. I'll explain. The UN was founded 80 years ago with only 51 nations sharing common values after the Holocaust, after Second World War. Today, dear friends, it's comprised of 193 members. And you know who are they, the new members? A third of them, Muslim countries. They always vote together. Most of the countries at the UN, in the UN, non-democracies, all have the same voting power, the same voting rights, regardless of size, regardless of human rights records. So what is the result? Staggering moral distortions. Israel, dear friends, the Middle East's only democracy, receives every year, you know how many condemnations? 70% of the UN's condemnations every year. But Iran, they chaired nuclear disarmament committee and human rights forums while building centrifuges. It's not a joke. Cuba and Somalia right now sit on the Human Rights Council as their citizens suffer. And at the ICJ, the International Court of Justice, a Lebanese judge presided over genocide charges against Israel while we were at war with Lebanon. And friends, the most disturbing question, who funds this moral bankruptcy? Who funds it? Yes, you do. You do. The American taxpayer today funds $19 billion of the UN's $74 billion annual budget, 26%. You are paying for our enemies to destroy Israel and the US. The solution, friends, isn't reform, it's replacement. President Trump pulled out of UNESCO, he pulled out of the Human Rights Council, and he, thank God, defunded UNRWA. Now we must finish the job. Defund the UN completely and establish a new league of democracies that upholds our values. As we reshape global institutions, we cannot ignore the transformation in our region. Despite our war achievements since October 7th, thank God, and the IDF, challenges remain. Hamas still persists. Anti-Semitism spreads. 58 hostages still suffer in Gaza tunnels. And most concerning of all, there are some who are beginning to cast doubt on the ironclad alliance between Israel and the United States. Friends, I believe that leaders must be bold and sincere to tell the truth, especially when it comes to our friends. And when I say our friends, I mean President Trump. Look, President Trump has been among Israel's greatest champions in American history, and we will always be profoundly grateful to him. Yet, some now feel that President Trump is shaping a Middle East strategy with Israel no longer at its center. As steadfast allies, even the slightest shift concerns us. As president, advancing American interest will always be at the forefront, and rightfully so. And sometimes economic gains for America may come at the expense of Israel's interests, as we've seen recently. But we must also remember, a stronger America means also a stronger Israel. Yet, just as America must put her own interest first, so too must Israel. Yeah. And when our closest friends may be making a mistake, we must speak truth. So I have two important requests for President Trump in the name of so many people who deeply appreciate him. On Iran, now is not the time for another deal that will fail. Now is the time to strike while Iran is weak. Any deal with Iran isn't worth the paper it's on. The Ayatollah regime will simply lie or wait for a new administration before advancing their nuclear program. We need decisive action. Bring down the Ayatollahs. Chart a new path for a free Iran. No more kicking the can down the road. And when it comes to Qatar, those terrorists in suits I need to respectfully raise a concern. While I appreciate President Trump's commitment to creating economic prosperity, we must not lose sight of our guiding values. Gifts from those who bankrolled October 7th, promote anti-Israel incitement and support terror must raise a red flag. So, Mr. President, I turn to you and I urge you, don't let Qatar whitewash their crimes. Don't accept their plane. The plane carrying the leader of the free world, is a symbol of the sacred values that we fight to uphold. It must not be tarnished by the funders of jihad. Mr. President, your administration has always stood alongside Israel against terror. We are not just allies. We are brothers in arms who must face evil together. Unwavering and uncompromising. This is our North Star. Friends, even with all the uncertainty, tragedy, and challenges we face, there is one constant bright light of hope amid this darkness. And this has been the actions of our own people. We have witnessed the rise of a generation of lions. Our soldiers fighting across 7 fronts, our reservists who left behind careers and families, the resilient communities of the North and South, and of course, our warriors in white, the paramedics of Magen David Adom who race towards danger to save lives even under fire. Yeah, they deserve your applause. This is why, after 4 years at the evil UN, I chose to channel my devotion into an organization of pure good, Magen David Adom, because saving lives is the purest expression of who we are as a people. Magen David Adom doesn't only save lives, we directly combat the strategy of our enemies. When Hamas and Hezbollah attack our home front, their goal, we have to understand it, their goal is to break our spirit and drive us from our homeland in fear. And targeting our life-saving teams is part of this monstrous strategy to terrorize our people. But with every life we save, we send a clear message to the enemy. We will not be broken. Yeah. And when it comes to our mission, Magen David Adom is always at the forefront. We've built the world's most advanced fortified underground blood bank. Our dispatch center uses AI to field thousands of emergency calls during attacks. And we are spread across every point in Israel, equipped with the most advanced equipment in the world. From armored ambulances in dangerous areas, Judea and Samaria, and the borders, to state-of-the-art helicopters, speedy mopeds, and so much more. But what truly makes Magen David Adom special is how it embodies Israel's unity. You know, a shift change when it starts at any MADA, a Magen David Adom station, looks like a beginning of a classic joke. You see a rabbi, you see a Muslim Arab, you see a Druze and a hipster get together into an ambulance in order to save lives. That's our unity. That's what we exemplify. Our 32,000 volunteers from Sderot to Samaria come from every background, every belief, every political persuasion, united by one sacred mission: to save lives. And since October 7th, our paramedics have demonstrated unimaginable courage, treating the wounded under fire, sometimes making the ultimate sacrifice. Dozens of our paramedics and volunteers were killed while saving lives. On October 7th, Hamas terrorists had specific instructions to target our ambulances. We found it on the Nukhba bodies. They know what we represent. They wanted to ensure that for the wounded, help never came. Magen David Adom is not just an emergency service. It is the backbone of Israel's national resilience. When terror strikes, when missiles fall, MADA is there, ensuring that no Israeli stands alone. We are Israel's only national emergency medical service. Friends, with the help of our supporters, we continue this sacred work. By strengthening Magen David Adom, you are strengthening Israel's resilience. As we face this pivotal moment in Jewish history, remember, we are the people who save life, who defy death, who heal even as we bleed. So let's show our support and appreciation to the tens of thousands of Magen David Adom personnel and volunteers that have committed their lives to saving others. They all deserve a very big round of applause. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Now, friends, one last thing. Today, we have with us one of the most inspiring and resilient paramedics I've ever known, Adham Safadi from Majd al-Shams. In a moment, you will hear Adham's moving and gut-wrenching story. His story, as I said, exemplifies the unwavering commitment to life that defines not just Magen David Adom, but Israel itself. Even in our darkest hour, we choose life. Even amid sorrow, we heal others. This is Adham's story.
Every time I come here, I recall everything that happened that minute, and it was very, very sad. I lost my daughter at the soccer field. This is my daughter with all her friends, 12 stars who fell on July 27th when the field was hit by a missile. When I entered, this is the first place I came to. I saw my daughter lying on the grass here, not breathing, lifeless. I stood beside her, then fell to the ground and asked her forgiveness for not being able to help her. I had friends here beside me. I asked them to bring blankets to cover the child, and then we heard screams. I said, I need to take a deep breath. There are still children screaming on the soccer field, needing help. And for me, MDA is in the blood. The first ones I reached were dead, unrecognizable. I left them and found a severely wounded child with massive bleeding from his leg. I applied a tourniquet and stopped the bleeding. Soon, all the MDA medical teams arrived, and then I stayed by my daughter's side until they took her from the field. My family took it very hard, because I would always tell them, nothing will happen to us. This is my wife, Inaya.
When I look at the children, I see that there are 12 children missing. I look every morning and cry about the situation we've reached. They just want to play.
We believe in reincarnation. We believe in fate, that this is what God wrote for us. This is our fate. But our fate didn't let us continue this dream.
Please welcome Adam Safadi to the stage. He will receive the Jerusalem Post Award from Ambassador Gilad Erdan, Global President of Magen David Adom, and Tzvika Klein, Editor-in-Chief of the Jerusalem Post, for his unwavering commitment, extraordinary courage, and devotion to saving lives in the face of unimaginable personal loss. Idan Kleiman is the chairman of the Tzahal Disabled Veterans Organization, Irgun Nechei Tzahal, which provides the disabled veterans of the IDF and Israel's security forces with all their needs in the process of their rehabilitation. It is the only organization legally responsible for representing those veterans wounded and disabled while serving in the defense of the State of Israel. Please welcome Idan Kleiman.
Thank you very much. Dear friends, distinguished guests, and members of this incredible community. Good afternoon. I hope you're having an interesting day. I'm honored to be here today. This is more than a conference. It's a gathering of hearts committed to Israel's future. My name is Idan Kleiman. I'm 51 years old, born and raised in Jerusalem, proudly married to Shiri, father to Daniela and Uri, and today a resident of Hod HaSharon, Israel. I hold a law degree, but my true mission began more than 32 years ago on the battlefield. In November 1992, while serving in the Givati Brigade, I was critically wounded in a clash with terrorists in Khan Yunis, Gaza. The same Khan Yunis, the same Gaza. That moment changed my life and gave it a new direction. Let me explain. I was shot in the chest, died twice on the operating table, had an emergency open heart procedure, and my parents actually were called to say farewell. And by a miracle and very good doctors, I survived. So believe me when I tell you that I know firsthand the painful road from battlefield to rehabilitation, from trauma to loss and strength and belonging, from being a fully capable warrior to a wounded one. I was one of the lucky ones. I made it back because others walked beside me. Today, I have the privilege of serving as the chairman of the Tzahal Disabled Veteran Organization, Irgun Nechei Tzahal, the official body representing Israel wounded warriors. Since 1949, we've been more than an NGO. We are second home to over 53,000 veterans. Our mission to rebuild lives. Since October 7th, we are facing an unprecedented wave of trauma. Over 17,238 newly wounded soldiers are already in our care. And the Ministry of Defense expects more than 30,000 additional PTSD cases in the upcoming years. So let me put these overwhelming numbers into perspective. By the year 2030, the Israeli Ministry of Defense estimates that we will have more than 100,000 soldiers, wounded soldiers, that we need to take care of. But these are not numbers. These are lives. Let me introduce you a few of them, because the real heroes are not on the stage. They're right here in this room. Staff Sergeant Yossi Karasanti, father of 5, wounded while rescuing hostages in Be'eri, a quiet warrior who shows us what courage looks like. Captain Liam Spillman, declared dead after suicide drone attack. 10 days later, he opened his eyes. Liam, you're a miracle. Sergeant Noam Shapira, wounded by friendly fire. He carries not just scars, but the memory of his best friend Yair Nefusi, who did not survive. Yossi, Liam, Noam, please rise. But they are not alone. I now invite all 19 wounded warriors in our delegation to stand up so people will see you. Ladies and gentlemen, look around you. These men and women face the unimaginable and choose to rise again. Thank you for honoring them. Each of them is a living reminder that resilience is not an idea. It's a decision, a fight, a choice to live again. This is the soul of Bet HaLochem, our network of rehabilitation and community centers, not the medical facilities, but sanctuary of hope. A double amputee learns to swim. A mother battling PTSD returns to work. A father regained the strength to hold his child. We have only one mission: to rehabilitate our heroes and help them return to their families and friends as positive and contributing citizens. Because, in my perspective, being a wounded soldier is not a profession. Our heroes need to study and have a job. This is a true rehabilitation. Across 4 centers, and soon to be a 5th one, we offer over 453 programs, welcoming an average of 16,000 veterans each day. We don't just heal injuries, we restore dignity, confidence, and purpose. Helping wounded veterans is not only moral, it defines who we are. Because when we help a wounded warrior rebuild, we gain a student, a parent, an inventor, and maybe even a future leader. Their healing becomes Israel's strength. That's why we're here in New York. To meet these urgent needs, we've reestablished Friends of Irgun Nechei Tzahal USA. This is not just a fundraising office. It's a lifeline, a bridge between Israel's defenders and this deeply committed community. And I'm proud to announce the appointment of leader with immense heart and vision, Mr. Sam Zussman, as chairperson of Friends of Irgun Nechei Tzahal USA. Say, my friends, your leadership is a beacon of hope. Please join me on the stage. Do we have token to have? Thanks. This is for you, Sam. Thank you very much for everything you're doing for all our wounded soldiers. The stage is yours.
Yeah. Thank you. Please forgive the sunglasses. I recently had eye surgery, although I'm becoming partial to the look. So I was born and raised in Israel. I was a lieutenant in the IDF, and I was a volunteer at the Irgun when I was 16 years old. I consider what I'm doing here to be a lifelong overseas continuation of my reserve duty. And there are only 2 messages I want to convey, and I would be grateful if you will help us carry those. The first one, which I know everybody here knows how important the Israeli state is to the Jewish people. Everybody knows that. And everybody also knows that we pay a grave price for the privilege of having that state. What everybody needs to remember is that the price is not borne equally. And those of us who are not paying the price every day need to stand behind the ones who are. And the second one is to make sure that everybody knows the Irgun. Everybody in Israel knows the Irgun. It is part of the DNA and the fabric of the life in Israel. but they do what most Israelis do. They do the work, they put in the effort, they do not pay enough attention to PR. And we need to help carry their word. They are the giant in Israel that takes care of all wounded warriors. And we need to sing their praise here and make sure that they're known and that they're loved, they're embraced, and they're supported. Thank you.
Oh, before you go down, just one more photo, the two of you. So hold it. I'm getting out of the picture. And there we go. Thank you very much. I'll help you.
Personally, I actually like the sunglasses. It's like the Blues Brothers, so it's nice. So to everyone in this room, you are now part of our mission. When you support Irgun Nechei Tzahal, you are not backing an institution. You are investing in human potential. You are saying to our wounded soldiers, we see you, we believe in you, and we stand with you. Let us meet their bravery with our generosity. Let us answer the sacrifice with our solidarity. Because together we heal. Together we rise. Before I close, I wish to extend our collective condolences to the families of our fallen heroes, a full recovery to our wounded, and heartfelt prayers for a safe return of our hostages. I believe deeply in the strength of the IDF and our security forces, and I believe that our greatest power lays in our unity and resilience, because only together we will prevail. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Idan. At this time, I would like to call noted actress, singer, and social media activist Montana Tucker to the stage for the presentation of an award from Jerusalem Post editor-in-chief Tzvika Klein in recognition of her courageous efforts as a prominent figure in support of Israel's struggle worldwide. Following the presentation, she will be interviewed on stage by Stella Inger Escobedo, One America News anchor. And this interview is sponsored by the generous support of the Genesis Prize.
Everybody, Montana Tucker. Montana, you are amazing. Thank you for doing what you do for Israel, for the Jewish people. You keep on reinventing yourself. It's really inspiring and amazing.
Thank you so much. Thank you all so much. First of all, it's such an honor to be in a room full of so many people who I look up to and admire in so many different ways. So thank you all so much for inspiring me every day to keep fighting and to keep going. And I learn so much from all of you every day. So thank you. It is such an honor to be here as the grandchild of Holocaust survivors, to be carrying their legacy. My grandparents always spoke out for what they believed in and always made sure that never forget, never again was a reality. And here I am trying to...
So we're going to get to your panel in a second. Let's get a picture with this award.
Thank you, so are you.
How did I get so lucky? I get to interview Montana.
Go Stella!
Yeah! Oh my goodness. When the Jerusalem Post said, can you please interview Montana? I said, of course.
I'm honored.
You guys, she has millions of followers on social media, TikTok, Instagram, you name it. And when October 7th happened, she did not hesitate. She literally started standing up for the Jewish people, and I want to thank you because as a mother, as a Soviet Jewish refugee who came to the United States because of Jew hatred, because of anti-Semitism, I see what you're doing. You're unapologetic. I have 2 little daughters. They love you, by the way. But that's where I want to start with this. You didn't hesitate, and why was that?
Well, like I was saying before a little bit, I am the grandchild of Holocaust survivors, and I grew up hearing their stories my entire life. And they would speak to anyone that they would meet about the Holocaust, about their experiences. And it was just always instilled in me to make sure that I carry out that legacy. And way before October 7th, I started using my platforms. I built my platforms on dancing, on singing, on acting, not on my activism. And across platforms, I have a little over 14 million followers. And
did you guys hear that? She said 14 million.
I'm really grateful for that because I feel like it led me to this point to be able to have a platform of followers who are not just Jewish, who are not just pro-Israel. Actually, before October 7th, my following was predominantly not Jewish. And so I'm grateful I was in that position to be able to educate people who don't know. And my following, especially before October 7th, was predominantly younger, Gen Z and younger. And you would be shocked at how many people don't know about the Holocaust or have never even met a Jewish person in their life. So for me to be able to use my platform and to do it in a unique way, whether it's telling the story of the Holocaust through a series I made called How to Never Forget with my mother, who's here with me right here, which I'm so grateful for. And we educated my following and made a 10-part docuseries for social media. And we did that, so that was way before October 7th. And then when October 7th happened, it was just something that completely took over me. And I knew I had to do this. There was no other option.
But you also got a lot of hate for it.
Oh, yeah.
You got, thousands of people unfollowed you.
Hundreds of thousands.
Hundreds of thousands, yes. It wasn't an option for you. You just kept going. And I think what's so important about this is we have a younger generation that is really brainwashed right now, and your voice is so important in this space. Have you been able to, yes.
Thank you.
Have you been able to change some minds? You lose the followers, obviously. Those are the ones who have no intention of figuring out what's going on. They're just ignorant. But have you been able to change minds?
Absolutely. So yes, right in the beginning, I lost hundreds of thousands of followers, lost most of my brand deals. I was doing all these brand deals on TikTok and on social media.
That's huge. That's huge for somebody because that's a thing for you. I mean, you make a living.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And I only say that because we always talk about the negative, but we have to talk about the positive and the positive things that have come from me speaking out. There are a lot of people, and especially our younger generation, they're just following a trend. They don't even know what they're following. They are just following a trend. And we live in this day and age, especially with our younger generation, and especially apps like TikTok, where on my TikTok, I have 9.2 million followers just on TikTok. And everything is about the trend, about what's popular, and it's about what's following the trend. And so these kids that don't know any better, they see a video that has 20 million views talking about how Israel is performing a genocide and how Israel is an apartheid and all these things. And so they don't know anything, but they see this video getting millions of views, so they're like, hey, I want millions of views, so now I'm gonna do it. And so for me, what I try to do with my content, and that's why if you look through my page, it's all different style videos, and I even did a dance video at the Nova Music Festival site where a lot of people thought that was a crazy concept to do a dance video, but if you look at that video and you look through the comments, it cut through a whole different audience that we would have never cut through if I just was speaking about the conflict. And you watch the video and it looks like a music video, and halfway through you're hit with the reality of what happened at Nova. And if you look through the comments, you will see people's minds were changed from that single video. And you think that's such a crazy idea.
We have to get out of our echo chamber, which is
to.
It's really important to get out of our echo chamber, and sometimes social media doesn't allow that because of the algorithm. And kudos to you for being able to do that.
Thank you, and that's why I try to switch it up, because of the algorithm. So I do different style videos. I collaborate with all different types of people of all races, all religions, to make sure that I'm cutting through that algorithm.
And you just came out with a documentary. It was about the children of October 7th.
Yes.
And thank you for doing that because you were so perfect. You had an event. I wasn't able to make it, but one of my closest friends, Stacy, was there. And she said, I was so impressed, and there was nobody more perfect than Montana to do it because of the way you connected, because I watched it after, the way you connected with these children, and not to mention you're giving all of the proceeds back to them.
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, so it got picked up by Paramount Plus, which I'm so incredibly grateful for, that a large streamer like that picked up this documentary, and all the proceeds that I received went directly to the children, so I had to make one dime from it, and it was very important for me not to, because these kids deserve the world and deserve everything. The documentary is 36 minutes long, so if anyone in here hasn't seen it, please watch it, please share it. I don't need to say it to this room, but the documentary is not political. It truly is just testimonies, a series of testimonies from these young children that were either taken hostage themselves, their parents were hostage, or they witnessed Hamas murder their family members right in front of them. And these kids deserve to have their voices heard, and especially when we talk about our younger generation, it's told by these kids, and I believe it has the power to continue to cut through, because when kids hear from kids their age, they can relate to it in a different way. And we talk about, we have the Shoah Foundation from the Holocaust survivors, but they're young children sharing their testimonies. We didn't have that from the Holocaust, and we now have this. So this documentary is so important, and if you haven't seen it, please, please, please watch it on Paramount Plus.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for doing that. I know you're not stopping anytime soon. Anything you're working on that we need to know about? Where do you see yourself in the next couple years? Because this is who you are. This is part of your identity.
Well, if you would have asked me 5 years ago if I'd be here doing this, I would have said, I would have never imagined. But like I said before, I feel like everything that I've done in my career and my life has led me to this point. And I'm grateful that I have these platforms and these outlets to be able to share the truth, to stand up for what is right, to stand up for humanity. And I won't ever stop until all the hostages, that is the most important, all the hostages are home. And all of us in here, please, I know there's a lot of other things we need to be talking about, but please don't stop fighting for the hostages. Please, please, please. Until real change is made, of course. I will never stop standing up for what is right, for combating anti-Semitism, all forms of hate. On another front, if anyone's going to be in Israel in July, I'm performing at the opening ceremony for the Maccabiah Games.
There you go.
Which I'm really excited about. And something like that is more important than ever for Jews around the world to come together at a time like this. We all need to be united and together, so I'm very, very excited and
We need your voice, so thank you so much
Thank
for everything. As the granddaughter of a Holocaust survivor, you're incredible. You guys don't go anywhere, because coming up in a little bit, we're going to have Siggy Flicker here, who's also the daughter of a Holocaust survivor. She's going to be speaking. Her father's here. Montana, thank you so much.
Thank you so
thank
much.
you.
I love you.
You're
Thank
incredible.
you all. Thank you.
I am pleased to introduce our next speaker, Jonathan Yoni Shetbon, a former member of Knesset and head of Knaf Strategy, a strategic consulting firm for companies and public organizations.
Next, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on the brink of a new world war. I know this sounds extreme, but look around. Russia, Ukraine, and NATO, China and the US, Pakistan and India, Israel on 7 fronts. The battle lines are drawn. In 1944, Jews in Hungary were living fairly normal lives. Most had no idea they were in a world war. They definitely had no idea that it would take only 8 weeks for nearly 500,000 of them to be sent to Auschwitz. It's easy to see history when you read it in a book. It's much harder when you are living it. Make no mistake, today we are living it. And Israel is right in the middle. People like to say that Israel is the center of the world. That's not a slogan. That's a responsibility. If you zoom out, it's not just geography. We are between continents, between civilization, between ancient and modern. We are ready to do what needs to be done for the sake of Israel and the free world. I have seen this responsibility personally on the battlefield. Many of you will have heard of my late friend and commander, Major Roy Klein. He became a legend after he sacrificed his life for his soldiers. July 26, 2006 is a day I will remember forever. We're fighting Hezbollah in Olive Grove in southern Lebanon under heavy enemy fire. Roy saw the grenade had been thrown at his soldiers. With seconds to spare, he jumped on the grenade and screamed, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad. But those were not even his last words. With his final breath, he took the radio and announced, Klein met. Klein is dead. Klein is dead. He knew that someone needed to replace him as the commander. I heard his last words and listened to his call. I ran to him, bullets fired, flying around me, but when I got there, it was too late. I replaced him as a commander, and together with my soldiers, we fought Hezbollah terrorists for another 9 hours until we defeated them. Klein left behind a wife, Sarah, and 2 baby sons. When I carried Roy's body, I thought of how he embodies the greatness of our people, who live the past and the future at the same time. With our right hand, we say, Shema Yisrael. With our left, we press a button to explode thousands of Hezbollah pagers. In this new world war, Israel is the first line of defense. It is the longest war we have never fought. There are still hostages in Gaza. And as the CEO of an international high-tech company, I have seen the toll on Israeli families up close. My engineers disappear overnight. They leave their desks and their families to fight, not knowing when they will return. I myself have served 187 days of reserve duty. Thank you. But despite all, something incredible is happening. Israel is no longer just a military power. We are a regional superpower. 10 years ago, I sat on the Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee as a member of Knesset and also part of the Israeli delegation to NATO. At the NATO summit in Luxembourg, a British general told me, you will never enter Gaza. It will cost you 1,000 soldiers a month. Then came October 7th. And again, we heard, don't go in. Don't go in. Gaza is too crowded, too dangerous. They were wrong. We went in, we adapted, we fought, and we shocked the world. Now foreign affairs commanders are coming to Israel to learn how we did it. Let's look at the rest of Iran's axis of resistance. They told us Hezbollah was unbeatable. They said Yemen and Iran, thousands of kilometers away, are out of reach. Now Now we know the truth. An Air Force commander told me last week, if a year ago, you told me we could fly dozens of planes, 2,000 kilometers, and hit precise targets, I would say you were dreaming. He paused and then said, today, only 2 countries on earth can do that, America and Israel. Yeah, America's partnership with Israel is not charity. It's strategy. Just look at the F-35. That's what partnership should look like. Many people at this conference today ask me about the day after. I tell them, when we win, Israel will be the link between the East and the West. In only 1 year from now, will be the region's main engine growth. One reason is because global shipping is under attack. Houthis in the Red Sea, Iranian militias in the port of Sudan, the Chinese in the Panama Canal. America and Europe spend billions to protect maritime trade, only to be hit by missiles bringing global shipping to its knees. Thanks to the Abraham Accords, trucks now move goods from the UAE to Israel in just 4 days instead of 14, skipping the Red Sea entirely. If we can, and if we can expand that land route, let's call it the Abraham Accords corridor, from the Gulf to the Mediterranean, trade will go up by 400%. It's amazing. The Abraham Accords corridor will be supply chain lifeline for the free world. And we won't need American warships on every sea lane. We will have something together, stronger, regional allies trading and defending together. Listen, a strong Israel frees America to focus on other global challenges. Last week, a young man called Yoav was drafted into the army. He joined the same Golani unit as his late father. By this point, you may realize who Yoav's father was. My friend Roy Klein. Yoav is the generation of October 7th, a generation shaken by horror, but ready to fight not just for Israel's survival, but for the stability of the entire region and for the future of the free world. With God's help, Be'ezrat Hashem, we will win. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Please welcome our next speaker, former mayor of Jerusalem and Israel's Minister of Economy and Industry, Mr. Nir Barkat.
Minister Barkat, how are you?
Wonderful being here. Thank you. I'm happy to be here, and thank you for hosting me.
Guys, let's please be quiet and respect the mayor. The mayor, previous mayor. We're going to also have a mayor in a second. Minister. Okay, so interesting news. Sunday, the government ministerial committee approved a law that you suggested about Qatar. Do you want to elaborate?
Yes. If we look at geopolitics in a region that is changing in front of our eyes, there's the evil axis, starting with Iran, including Qatar, the proxies in the region, all kinds of Muslim Brotherhood cells that are jihadists. Qatar has a role. Their weapon is their money. They're a wolf in sheep's clothes, and they are using it against Israel and Jews around the world. They spend $1 trillion, $1 trillion, shifting public opinion. They're buying all the colleges. They're buying everything they can to be perceived as a sheep while they're a wolf. And when the war started, I think anything we've learned on October 7 is there's no more gray in the middle. You're either part of the evil axis or you're going to be joining the Abraham Accord. And Qatar has a fundamental role against us. And we must take them on and make sure that if we don't sleep good at night, they must not sleep good at night. And what the legislation we're proposing to take to the parliament defines Qatar as an enemy supportive state.
Right.
It's a class on its own. It's a new class, and we must take action.
It's not an enemy state, but it supports terror, so it should have its own classification.
100%, and we have to defend ourselves against Qatar. Long time ago, over a year ago, I publicly recommended us to take them out of the negotiation for releasing the hostages. When they sit with Hamas in the room, they laugh because they're on their side. They want Hamas to succeed in this concept, and this is unacceptable. That is my recommendation, and hopefully, now with the new legislation, we could seriously focus on the threat that Qatar poses.
Right, so you've been actually speaking, definitely. You could definitely clap to that. You've been speaking about Qatar and combating, their role in negotiations, etc. For a while now, and you've been very public. I personally actually know that they were a bit nervous and uncomfortable from your statements. You were back, I remember, maybe about a year ago, you were in Washington or around the U.S.
Yep.
and you were speaking out against them.
Yes.
So
you know personally that they take this hopefully seriously. Yeah, you had your own challenges with related to Qatar, and hopefully we define them as they are, and we open people's eyes to follow Israel's lead on tackling Qatar and their weapon, which is called money, that they use. They're jihadists themselves.
Right.
And hopefully we'll be able to stop them.
So let's speak about the, everybody, please just try and calm down. That's amazing. Minister Berkat, you have an interesting approach to the Abraham Accord.
Yes.
So we're used to speaking about the Abraham Accords, Saudi Arabia, as the next step, but the previous countries, UAE, other Gulf countries. How do you see it moving forward?
Yeah. First of all, we have to realize that the moderate Arab states see our fight with Iran. It's in their best interest because Iran wants to take over the Saudis, and they are threatening the moderate Arab states as much as they're threatening Israel. And so by aggressively pursuing after our enemies, it opens up a lot of appetite for the Arab countries to join the Abraham Accords. But I want to maybe surprise you and say that the ones that want to join the Abraham Accord are not only the Saudis, not only the Indonesia and Azerbaijan. You should take a look internally in Judea and Samaria, because one day, hopefully not far, you're going to have Arabs in Judea and Samaria that will want to leave the Palestinian Authority and join the Abraham Accord.
Wait. Explain that again. Okay. So you're saying Palestinians
yes,
that will distance themselves from the Palestinian Authority.
Yes.
Sign a document or whatever joining the Abraham Accords.
Exactly. And the reason is, I think that after October 7, it's very clear, again, no black, no gray. If they work and collaborate with Israel, we would love to help them build Dubai. But if they continue fighting with Israel, we will make sure they look like Gaza.
Wait, so are we speaking about, I think the audience supports that initiative. Does the audience support the initiative? Yeah,
of course.
I was just making sure. So would this be like tribes, villages, cities, clans? How would that work?
I prefer not to discuss the details.
Come on. This is the place to speak about all details.
For helping getting this successful, I prefer not to discuss the details here. But honestly, this is something that is well accepted between all my friends in Judea and Samaria, the leaders of Judea and Samaria. We all see eye to eye
and you're saying,
how this could develop.
This is the Jewish Or
course,
the
Jewish.
Palestinian?
Well, I'm Jewish, my friend.
Okay.
I'm talking about Yossi Dagan and Israel Gantz
We'll
and
be here later.
all of our friends in the right. In our government,
Okay.
there is nobody that objects. Everyone will be supportive of such a move. You know, they say that when you want to have real peace, make sure the right leads it. And this is indeed a concept that is accepted, it's coming from the right. And once we have partners to such venture, as part of the Palestinians or the Arabs in our region will want to join this, I am sure that this is something that will work and change everything.
Wow.
Everything in our region
Wow.
potentially can change.
So listen, you were in high tech and startups, and I guess that's your diplomacy. I don't know, 4.0.
Well, it's very entrepreneurial, out of the box. From my experience as an entrepreneur, you want to develop your ideas outside the system and then propose the system to adopt it. And this is the phase we're in right now. Naturally, I don't work in vacuum. I have a prime minister that knows what I'm doing, and I have my partners in the government that knows what we're developing. And also, I have good reason to believe that our partners around the world will probably like this concept because, again, it changes everything, and it's very aligned with being good with the good guys and aggressive and bad with the bad guys. This is what we've learned, and I am very optimistic that this will create a lot of opportunities, economic opportunities, because once you have openness on the geopolitics, it opened up opportunities that Israel never had before.
So Economy Minister Nir Barkat, this is interesting. We're going to continue this conversation.
Thank you very much. We will.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
In the past year and a half, Aliyah is increasingly being seen as a realistic option for more and more Jews worldwide. To discuss the current state of Aliyah, I'm pleased to welcome Rabbi Yehoshua Fass, Executive Director of Nefesh B'Nefesh, and Tony Gelbart, Chairman and co-founder of Nefesh B'Nefesh, who will be interviewed by Alex Winston, news editor of the Jerusalem Post.
Hello. No, it's okay. Oh, here, I got it. Thank you all very much. I'm delighted to be in such esteemed company today. Rabbi, I'd like to start with you, if I may. Sure. Obviously, our world has changed in the past 18 months. What changes are you seeing in the demographics and the motivations or the concerns of potential olim to Israel?
It's a great question. As Nir Barkat just mentioned, that there's been an elimination of gray after October 7th, good versus bad, truth versus falsehood. The connection between diaspora Jewry and Israel has been strengthened. The visceral emotional connection to Israel has been strengthened. And then any individual who's connected to Israel has expressed that identity, either through advocacy, like Montana Tucker, or others in charitable acts. And those sitting on the fence who were always contemplating making Aliyah, I think this has been the push to fight terror with light and life and spirit. And we've seen a wave of interest, an increase of applications from all ages, but especially youth, which is extremely promising.
Fascinating.
I'm dating myself. Youth is like 18 to 30, so it's a...
I don't count them.
It's okay.
Not yet. Tony, if I may, so Nefesh B'Nefesh operates across 4 strategic pillars. Aliyah integration, national service, national development, and Zionist education. How are these platforms today addressing Israel's most urgent national challenges?
Listen, we've made these pillars because each one of these pillars is a national interest to the country. When you speak about Zionist education, as you see today in the world, the more people education about Zionism, it's better for the world. It's better for the Jews to know what is a Zionist, and it's proud to be a Zionist. When you come and talk about lone soldiers, Chaylim Bodadim, all from all over the 72 countries of the world, they come to Israel and they make Aliyah, we're there to help them. passports. It's another pillar. And that's also a national pillar. The shortage of doctors today. We're bringing 4,000 doctors over the next 4 or 5 years. It's a critical shortage of physicians. They're coming. We're leaving after this beautiful ceremony here in Jerusalem Post. We're going to France because there's 400 doctors that are waiting to make Aliyah. So that's another national position. And of course, Aliyah in general, whether you're young, old, whether you're professional, not professional, whether you're a student, whether whatever you are, you're going to make Aliyah, and we're going to help you.
That's very true. I'm glad you brought up the medical aspect of it. As news editor of the Post, I keep up to date, obviously, with all the MEDEX going on across the world, and as you mentioned, France is a big one. Rabbi, if I could return to you for a second, touching on this medical aspect. You have an international Aliyah medical program to help streamline the process of Aliyah for licensed medical professionals, and it's a bit of an issue going on in Israel. We've seen sort of a brain drain in that sector. What measurable impact is this initiative having on the numbers making Aliyah, and how is it addressing this brain drain that's taking place in Israel?
Oh, it's ironic that in a Jewish state we are having a dearth of physicians, and coupled with the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Immigration and Absorption, we created a project over the next 5 years to bring a few thousand physicians on Aliyah from around the world. That infusion of talent is invaluable. If you just calculate the amount of patients that a physician can see throughout the year and you multiply it by hundreds and thousands of new physicians, it's rebuilding the entire medical infrastructure in the state of Israel. And because of that partnership with the government, that synergetic relationship between private and public entities, we're able to make a real change. And we're seeing already in year one an incredible success. Our target was 300 physicians for 2024. 519 physicians made Aliyah in 2024.
Fantastic.
It's incredible. And we're jumping around the world, from France to Argentina to London, soon to Australia, and we're just seeing remarkable communities, an incredible expression of solidarity to Israel and the wish and the will and desire to build the country.
Yeah, and they're not just going, excuse me for a second, but they're not just going to Jerusalem or Tel Aviv. They're going to the north and to the south where the need is even greater. Imagine physicians in the Golan and way in the south.
Absolutely. For those who are not known, we have fantastic medical facilities dotted across the country, and we need people, obviously, to staff them and work there. I'd like to, if I may, return to one point we touched upon before, which was Zionist education, one of the pillars, and how the Zionist education initiatives of Nefesh B'Nefesh are helping shape Jewish identity among diaspora youth and strengthening it, particularly, obviously, post-October the 7th, it's changed or strengthened considerably.
Well, I think that the younger the generation needs the most help at this point, because in schools they're combating anti-Semitism. They're combating all the anti-Israel and the anti-Jewish hatred. So what we've initiated is that when a lot of these young children, young adults are coming to Israel, they come to our campus, and we give them a quick crash course on Zionist education. I mean, if you ask them, who's the prime minister today? They'll probably know, but you ask them many questions and how to combat the most common, simple questions, they don't know. It's not because they're ignorant, it's because they were never taught that in schools today. So that's what we're teaching, how to combat the most simple, basic question when someone says, boy, you're just killing Jews and babies, you Jews are just killing babies, you're just killing women and children. How do you combat that? If you have a little education, you'll be able to answer those questions.
But I would add, it's not just a defense. A lot of individuals involve themselves in giving the tools to defend yourself. Here it's creating that visceral connection of truth and connection to the state of Israel. You can have kids and students go through the entire conveyor belt of Jewish learning and not connect to the state of Israel, not communicate and define what Israel means for them. And before they go onto campus and hit with that wave of anti-Semitism and that wave of anti-Israel, at least have vocalize that connection, that personal connection on the offensive, not on the defensive, of what Israel means to them?
Fascinating. I mean, I'd like to add, if I may, on a personal note, I was one of those youth once upon a time, and this week actually celebrating my Aliyah-versary, as they say, 14 years. So as a personal note, thank you to both of you for all the help you've given me and to all the thousands of Olim who are continuing to make Aliyah, and may it only strengthen and strengthen. So
thank God you're one of the 90,000 that we've helped. And we're glad about that. And we have great partners in the Ministry of Immigration Absorption, Ministry of Health, all throughout the government and private sector as well. So we're very happy and glad that you made Aliyah, and look where you are today.
So am I. Thank you very, very much. Thank you for joining me today, gentlemen. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have exciting news. You're about to experience history of a joint cooperation between the city of New York and its mayor, the friend of Israel, Eric Adams, and the state of Israel, headed by Minister Nir Barkat and the economy minister, a cooperation between the city and the state of Israel in tech and so many other fields that will promote cooperation and dialogue. So please, a round of applause for Mayor Eric Adams and Minister Nir Barkat.
Thank you so much, and please be seated. You do not stand for me, I stand for you. I'm here. And I want to thank all of you. It's great to be here at the Jerusalem Post Conference. Such an important conference each year. And just want to thank J Post for this important dialogue that we must have. Many people have not figured it out yet. I've been saying it over and over again, but New York City is the Jerusalem and Tel Aviv of America. This is where it all comes alive here. And this is good, genuine conversation that we're having. Just caught some of the speakers here, and also yesterday, some powerful speakers, particularly your banking industry, your recovery, and how it displays the resiliencies. The charts and graphs, they do not do any justice to how resilient this country has always been, and that resiliency is duplicated here in New York as well. And a bond that we reinforce by shared goals, shared values, and shared commitments to uphold them. And so today, that bond gets stronger. While several politicians in this city, and some running for mayor, have called for the disinvestment in Israel. Well, they got another thing coming. As long as I'm the mayor of this city, we will be investing in Israel. And today, with Israeli's Minister of Economic and Industry, my good friend, my brother Barkat, we are launching the New York City Israel Economic Council, a joint initiative that strengthens the economic ties between our two governments, and the council will act as a gateway to the U.S. market for Israel businesses, facilitating partnerships between New York City companies, promoting collaboration in sectors like environmental innovation, life sciences, and something that you are really doing a great job with, artificial intelligence, and supporting Israel's startups. We're the top partners. You're no longer going all the way to the West Coast. It's a safer, easier trip right here in the East Coast in New York and Israel. Let's keep doing that. Israel is a global leader in technology and entrepreneurship. And this initiative will help set up New Yorkers with the jobs of the future and help build our strength together, connecting them to the economic opportunities they deserve and giving them the chance to build a better future. This council also adds to the long history of collaboration between New York City and Israel and highlights the proud tradition of New York City mayors supporting the Jewish state. I'm not a new friend to Israel. I'm an old friend. We will continue to be friends in the future. I was proud to march again as you celebrated the 77th Independence Day a few weeks on Sunday. Let's continue to do the great things we're doing. Last Tuesday, we announced an office to combat anti-Semitism. We're clear. My job as mayor is to be substantive, to keep you safe, to keep our economy growing, to ensure that we have a real partnership, but it's also symbolic. Symbolic gestures are just as important as the substantive gestures. I must be clear, concise, and as I communicate the relationship between Israel and New York City. It is stronger every day. Let's sign this important agreement.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Before we continue for the signing, so hi, everybody. My name is Anat Katz. I head the Government of Israel Economic Mission. Happy to be here. This is a very exciting day for us at the Economic Mission, working very closely with the mayor's team on such an important agreement. Before we continue, I would like to invite to stage Israel's Consul General to say a few words. I'd like you all to help me welcoming Ophir Akunis.
Thank you. Hello again. My friends, today's historic signing led by Minister Barkat and Mayor Adams is another example of the unbreakable bond between the State of Israel and the City of New York. My friends, Mr. Mayor, well, I want to thank you, Mayor Adams, for your strong and bold commitment to the State of Israel. Mayor Adams shared with our community at the Israel Independence Day reception just last Sunday. Mayor Adams does not just speak, he acts. On behalf of the State of Israel, thank you, Mayor Adams. Thank you so much. And I want to thank my dear friend, Minister Nir Barkat, for all you do on behalf of this Israeli economy and for what you did while you were mayor of our eternal capital, Jerusalem. My friends, through every chapter of our nation's story, whether in good times or bad times, New Yorkers have stood shoulder to shoulder with us. This signing today is more than a formal agreement. It sends a clear message to the world and to our enemies. When we unite around our shared values, evil won't win. They are losing, we are winning. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Consul General Akunis. And now, before we sign, as you know, this is not a one-person job. This is a team effort. So first and foremost, I would like to invite to stage our very esteemed delegation arriving all the way from Israel, from the Ministry of Economy and Industry. I'd like to invite to the stage the Director General of the Ministry, Mr. Moti Gamish. Israel's Trade Commissioner, Mr. Roy Fisher. The CEO of the Israel Export Institute, Ms. Nili Shalev. The head of the Israel's National Program for Growth, Mr. Shlomo Levi. Please come on stage. And our very own team member, Max Cohen. And as I mentioned, it's a team effort. So needless to say, there's such a large team on the other side, the New York side, the hosts. For that, I would like to invite Moshe Davis, Executive Director of the Mayor's Office to Combat Anti-Semitism, to come on stage and invite the New York side.
Thank you, Anna, for all the amazing work our team has done. I would like to bring up Deputy Mayor Kaz Daughtry. I'd like to bring up our Commissioner Fred Kreisman of Community Affairs, Commissioner Ed Mermelstein from International Affairs, along with the rest of his team, Esata Kamara, Dilip Chuan, and Charles Diamond, who are amazing partners on this. I'd like to bring up Menashe Shapiro, our Deputy Chief of Staff, and Anne-Sophie Mall, who's on our Economic Development Corporation for New York City. Thank you.
Okay, what a gathering that was on stage, but I'm alone on stage now, and we can continue. Please take your seats as we proceed. I would like to call to the stage Avichai Kahana, Director General of the Ministry of Aliyah and Integration.
Good afternoon. Remember that night in October 2024, Israel was preparing for the largest missile attack at the country's history. You could cut the tension with knife. People rushed to shelters. The streets were empty. There was panic in the air. And in the middle of that surreal moment, something unbelievable happened. A plane landed in Ben Gurion Airport. Not a military plane, not an emergency rescue, a regular flight, full of Olim. Let's go to the next. And from that plane stepped a young family with a few suitcases and a baby stroller. They weren't nervous. They didn't know what might happen next, but their eyes were shining. They believed not just that everything would be okay, but that it would be worth it, that they were part of something bigger. I need your help with the presentation. Okay. When missiles went up in Iran, a plane full of hope came down in Israel. This wasn't a coincidence. Our Olim knew the risk. They understood the news headline and the political situation. But some things are more than fear. They made a clear choice, Aliyah, not because it's easy, because it matters. This moment wasn't the beginning of a new story, it was the next chapter of an old one. Let's go back in time. June 1968, exactly 1 year after the Six-Day War, the Israeli government made the decision to establish the Ministry of Aliyah. Why? Because something amazing had happened. The danger to Israel's existence were gone. The country felt stronger and more helpful, and Jews around the world started to feel more inspired. Between 1967 and 1973, over 2,060,000 Jews made Aliyah. In 1968 alone, over 30,000 Olim arrived from Western countries. For the first time, a major wave of Aliyah came from prosperity, from the US, from Canada, France, South Africa, and Latin America. This wasn't just immigration. That's why we call it Aliyah, because it doesn't mean to move from a place to place. It means rising. Now, more than 50 years later, the mission is more relevant than ever. Now let's go back to October 7th. In any other country, war usually makes people run away. But in Israel, something truly unexpected happened. They came here in large numbers during one of the most catastrophic crises in our history. And within 24 hours, the Minister of Aliyah, Ophir Sofer, launched Operation Af Al Pichen, Embrace Olim. The country was still in shock, but Jews from all around the world were already arriving at Ben Gurion Airport. We were there ourselves to witness the miracle. They did Aliyah and came to help us, to join the IDF, to volunteer in hospitals, to stand with us. They asked to be part of Israel even in its hardest, most painful moments. We saw what makes Israel truly unique, our ability to come together, support one another, and turn challenges into opportunities. Since that day, over 50,000 Olim came to Israel. Since October 7, 50,000 Olim came to Israel. This is a number far above our usual average. And when this war ends, we believe that the next wave of Aliyah will grow even larger. But this is not everything. This is just the beginning. With the leadership of Minister Sofer, we're working every day to turn this moment into a movement, to make sure that momentum doesn't stop. And that's what's happening now in Israel. This is what we call Aliyah 2.0. Aliyah 2.0 reflects a powerful opportunity. Aliyah 2.0 is not just about supporting Olim. It's about addressing the critical need and pain points of turning Aliyah into true growth engine. For us, Aliyah is no longer just a moral mission. It's a national economy strategy for the State of Israel. With Aliyah 2.0, we want to build the State of Israel. Israel has urgent needs, and we can't afford to ignore them. By 2026, Israel is expected to have the lowest physician-to-population ratio in the OECD. We need doctors, we need engineers, we need tech professionals. If we want to lead the world in AI, we need the best minds. If we want to develop advanced defense system like Chetz missile, we need engineers. For the first time in Israel history, we are identifying what the country lacks and truly needs, and we are actively working to bring that talent home. We are building a global recruitment system just for them, using small tools, AI, and direct outreach to find the right people. So far, in 2024, we've already brought in 519 doctors, and we expect to bring 600 more in 2025. This is a major move. And the Minister of Aliyah set ambitious goals for us for the coming years. You know, every time I talk with the Ministry of Finance, I tell them that our research shows that every shekel invested in Aliyah brings 5 shekels into the Israeli economy. The direct contribution of immigration between 2022 to 2024 is estimated at around 2 billion shekels. This isn't just a social program. It's one of Israel's smartest investments. When we fully implement our strategic and language plan, we can add 4 to 7.5 billion shekels just in tax revenue and save 6 million shekels in training costs. Aliyah has always been our shared hope, and now it's a national mission. Minister Sofer called it Af Al Pi Chen, named after the Aliyah ship captured by the British in 1947, because today, just like then, people are making Aliyah despite the challenges and despite the risks, and they arrive to Israel with great hope in their hearts. That family that stepped off the plane in October 2024, they share the same spirit as those who stepped off that ship in 1947. Different era, same courage, same belief. But this is Aliyah 2.0. It's not just a mindset, something we've never done before. We're driven by Zionism, by people, by belief, by our hearts. Because just like in 1968, we are again a moment of national rebuilding. This is Aliyah 2.0. This is Af Al Pi Chen. This is a nation building at scale. It's a privilege to help build Israel in this moment. And if you believe, like we do, that Aliyah 2.0 is one of Israel's greatest opportunities, then join us. Join this movement. Be part of the transformation that we're leading in policy, in strategy, in impact. This is the time that Israel will rise for Aliyah. Thank you very much.
Bon appetit, beteavon, and we are honored to invite Miri Ben-Ari, the Grammy Award-winning American-Israeli violinist, to the stage for a talk and musical presentation. She is the first and only violinist to win a Grammy Award in the hip-hop category and is deeply committed to creating social impact through the power of music. Enjoy.
everybody doing this afternoon? No. We can do way better than that. How's everybody doing this afternoon? I am so excited to be here. My name is Miri Ben Ari, Grammy Award-winning artist, producer, music tech entrepreneur, made in Israel. You know, I like to say that my life is like a music startup. My first startup ever was the violin. And the problem that I was trying to solve is how to make this instrument cool. How many people in a house play musical instruments? Raise your hand if you're playing musical instrument today. So violin is a very tricky musical instrument because it's a classical instrument invented for classical people playing classical music, and I wanted to make this cool. So right now, I'm going to show you how you fuse this instrument with something else. You all know they call me the hip-hop violinist, right? I'm actually the first and only violinist, I should actually say it also Israeli, to win a Grammy in the hip-hop category. And this is because I fused this instrument with something else. So I'm gonna show you a little bit of example of how it sounds like, and I'm sure you're going to recognize the classical song. Let's go. Thank you. I have a question for you. How many hip-hop fans we have in the house? Let me ask this again. How many hip-hop fans we got in the house? I have been flipping hip-hop beats since the beginning of my career, I am super excited to connect my music journey into technology and to be hopefully the first Israeli in the space of the music streaming platforms. Yes. I founded a company, a startup by the name of Boom Bap last year. We're a team of 7, and we're building a social music streaming platform. You know why? We say if music is the biggest connector, how come we're not connected on the music streaming platforms? How come we cannot chat, we cannot communicate about the thing that connects us more than everything else in the world? Music. And so I couldn't be more excited to introduce innovation in my very space, my expertise, my ecosystem, my friendship, my relationships, and also connecting people through technology. I also hope that Boom Bap, my startup, will be able to open doors to many Israeli startups that are trying to enter this very music space. And so I got something very special for you today. All my hip-hop fans in the house, I'm going to do something very special, but under one condition. In my shows, if you feel like making noise, you have to go for it. Can we do this? Can we do this? Let's go.
Yo, what's up? This is Fat Man Scoop. Right now, you're about to witness a musical effect like no other. Introducing Mary Ben-Ali, the hip-hop violinist. Fat Man Scoop. Let's go.
Say you bigger than myself, but it's not enough.
This ain't Texas. Ain't no hold'em. Lay your cards down, 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 down. So pocket Lexus, throw your keys up. Stick around, round, round, round. And I'll be damned if I can't slow dance with you. Come throw some sugar on me, honey, too. It's a real life boogie and a real life hold down. Don't be a, come take it to the floor now.
Who's calling it? Who's calling it? Who's calling it? Who's calling it? Who? Is it Stacy? Is it Becky? Is it Keisha? Is it Ashley? Is it Danny? Is it Party? Where's the function? Where the function? Where the function? I said, okay, don't get my infatuation and translated to another form of what you call it. Oh yeah, I ain't met you, I've been looking, stop the waiting for, I stop the chasing like an alcoholic. You don't understand what the do you mean? It's the most to the cheeks, yeah, it's the milk color eyes, the sugar, honey, iced tea, what will be on the scene, yeah, I give up my bakery to have a piece of your pie.
Oh, you didn't think we can do it again? Twister. From Pope Pippin to Papa Tag. From champions to slow jam. Oh, baby, we can even make you an overnight celebrity. Know what I'm saying? Come on. Make me sweat, make me harder, make me lose my breath, make me water, make me sweat, make me harder, make me lose my breath, make me water, make me sweat, make me harder, make me lose my breath, make me water, make me sweat, make me harder, make me lose my breath, make me water.
Thank you so much. You guys are so wonderful. I love my Jewish community. Thank you so much. God bless. Have a great continuing of the day. Thank you.
And we are continuing. Immediately after October 7th, El Al Israel Airlines brought home thousands of reservists who hurried home to join their units. And since that time, it has been the only airline that has consistently flown to and from Israel, bringing visitors to the Holy Land in its most difficult hours. Please welcome Sharon Brownstone, General Counsel of El Al Israel Airlines, to the stage to be interviewed by Zvika Klein.
Hi, Sharon.
Hello. Very good to be here.
Good afternoon. El Al kept flying from day one of the war. What pushed you to keep the skies opened?
So I believe on October 7, it was very clear to El Al what is our responsibility as the flag carrier of Israel. We had one mission, and it was to keep the sky open and the air and the bridge from Israel to the world open. I don't know how many of you, I'm sure all of us basically remember the feelings we all had as Israelis and Jewish all over the world after October 7, the first few days that were very confusing. We didn't know how it happened, what's going to happen. But in El Al, it was very clear to us that we had this mission. we need to bring people that were stuck all over the world back to Israel. We needed to bring soldiers that wanted to come back and fight the war. We needed to bring the medical forces and any other citizens and civilians that wanted to come back to Israel and were stuck all over the world and couldn't come back. On usual day, our call center gets about 6,000 calls per day. On October 7, we received 60,000 calls per day on the freeze day. So we try to help everybody. The El Al employees worked day and night just to keep this air bridge open and bringing everybody back home, basically.
And El Al has been flying under fire. How challenging has that been for you?
It has been very challenging, also challenging to speak here now with all the noise.
I would really appreciate if everyone just tones down a little. Thank you. So I was asking, El Al was flying under fire, is flying under fire, and what are these challenges?
So yes, we are flying under fire. I don't think there is an answer in the books. If you open the books and look for an answer, how do you operate an airline during war zone? Well, today it's not the books, it's ChatGPT, but still, there's no answer. How do you operate an airline under fire? And just imagine how it is to share the space with the Air Force, the Israeli Air Force, which tell us from where we can fly or what routes should we use. We are also sharing with the Air Force our pilots that that were called for reserve, 10% of our employees. Not only pilots, also flight technicians and others were called for military service, and we are sharing the pilots with the Air Force as well. We have GPS disruption. We have many, many challenges that we are facing. And basically, the management is having a daily status every day to see how we should do it and how we should keep the skies open. And this is not an easy mission, but we do it every day. We assess all the risks, and we keep the skies open. I think you can count on one hand the number of flights of El Al that were canceled basically from the beginning of the war.
Or moved, basically, due to airstrikes and
Exactly.
missiles.
Yeah.
And you have 9 flights a day, 6 of them to New York, all of them to the US, right? 9 flights to the US?
Right. We have lots of flights to the U.S. on a daily basis. U.S. is our biggest, the routes in U.S. are our biggest routes in our company. And we think it's crucial to keep these routes on a frequent basis. And even during the war, we even added more frequencies to the U.S. The Jewish community here is very important to Israel and to El Al, of course. And we would like to see the tourists that used to come to Israel from the US coming back. But for now, we have a lot of business personnel that are flying, people that want to visit their families in Israel or in the US. And we see it as a very important route for El Al.
With like 40 new aircrafts on the way, what is the next goal of El Al? Where are you going?
So El Al has announced its strategic plan even before the war, and it was during the war that we even updated this strategic plan, and we are keeping this plan. We have expanded our fleet. We purchased more 787 from Boeing. One was just received last week, a new one. And we are aiming to get more according to what we have set and what we have set with the manufacturers. I also have to say that during the war, we had the biggest deal in history for El Al, for more planes and aircraft, the 737 deal that is going to be, that already announced, and we are going to receive the aircraft hopefully starting 2028. So that's more to come. We are also improving our customer experience and new technologies, and always with a face towards new experience for our customers.
Thank you. And I just want to thank you for keeping the skies open, the businesses running. If it's flying from and connecting families all around the world, thanks to you guys, we were not only strictly stayed in Israel. Thank you.
And we will keep doing that, and thank you for having us.
Thank you.
אחי!
I now would like to call Michal Gerstel, Head of Communications and Government Relations at El Al Israel Airlines, to the stage to receive the 2025 Jerusalem Post Award presented to El Al for dedication to strategic infrastructure amid war, which will be presented by Tzvika Klal.
Ladies and gentlemen, this award is an honor to El Al Airlines for its vital role in preserving Israel's air bridge to the world and supporting the IDF and security forces.
Sometimes, maybe once in a lifetime, you hear a voice inside that says, go. Go and take on a mission that involves risk, but comes from deep inside you, from your past, from who you are. Reichman University came from a moment like that. On May 11th, 1994, at a small ceremony, I read the declaration I had written, founding Reichman University. It began with these words. Today, we lay the foundations for a university in the city of Herzliya. A university that supports freedom of thought, research, and personal growth. A university committed to interdisciplinary learning that encourages scientific and professional excellence and gives students a broad cultural background and a global outlook. Reichman University was built for the students. That's the real secret of its success. The challenge we faced wasn't easy. How do you prepare students for success in a world that changes so fast? We had to think differently and act differently. From day one, we focused on interdisciplinary learning, giving students depth and encouraging creativity. We created schools that didn't exist before, and we reshaped traditional faculties in bold new ways. Year after year, we rank ahead of all other universities in student satisfaction. Our research fields keep growing, and we have more full-degree students from outside Israel, over 90 countries, more than any other university in Israel. From the start, Reichman University defined itself as a Zionist university in the spirit of Israel's Declaration of Independence. For 30 years, we've emphasized the students' mission to protect the physical existence of Israel and to protect its values. We chose the hard path to build an independent institution facing bureaucratic opposition and with no public funding. We didn't come to gain political power or to serve a government for money. We had a dream and a sense of purpose. We came to educate the future leaders of the State of Israel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, I know it's difficult, it's a long day, but it's an interesting day, and the food's very good. So please, shh, please respect the people who are on the stage, and try and contain and be calm and eat and whatever, but we want to respect our guests. Thank you so much.
In the Israel of the early 1990s, the idea of establishing a private university sounded like a fantasy. But Professor Uriel Reichman believed it was not only possible, but essential to reshape the landscape of Israeli higher education. Today, 31 years later, with 8,500 students, Reichman University is a living testament to the power of a single individual with a compelling vision and a profound sense of public mission. Over the years, he established 10 leading academic schools on campus alongside dozens of research institutes, creating a multidisciplinary ecosystem and inspiring generations to dream, to build, and lead. Reichman University is also home to the largest international school in Israel, which attracts students from over 90 countries for full degree programs. Many graduates choose to make aliyah upon completing their studies. Among Professor Reichman's latest achievements is the Dina Rekanati School of Medicine, which he established in response to Israel's acute shortage of physicians. Earlier in his career, Professor Reichman led one of the first comprehensive proposals for constitutional reform in Israel, advocating for civil liberties and structural changes to protect democratic governance. In recognition of his bold vision and leadership, which have left an enduring mark on Israeli society, and for his unwavering commitment to the public good, we invite Professor Uriel Reichman to the stage to receive the Lifetime Achievement Award.
Professor Reichman. This award is on behalf of the Jerusalem Post for everything that you've done. Thank you so much. Mazal Tov, Professor Reichman. Mazal Tov, how are you?
תודה רבה בשביל הכבוד. אני רוצה רק לציין ידידה מיוחדת שלי שהגיעה היום להיות איתנו. מישהי שאחראית יותר מכל גורם אחר למאבק למען שחרור החטופים, מירי אדלסון, שנמצאת איתנו כאן.
Okay. I have to, full disclosure, she used to be my boss, and she's sitting next to my new boss. So, different newspapers. So, Professor Reichman, it's interesting. The Reichman University, now a university, used to be a college, defines itself as a Zionist university. Now, there are those around the world that would say, how can a university have an identity like that? What's your answer?
You go back to a debate, but in my view, a university has global importance in research and so on. They have a global impact. But a university is more than a research institution. A university deals with the human capital of a nation. And in such, a university comes from the people and goes back to the people. It's a part of society. And therefore, we take responsibility more than just concentrating on research and teaching. We have a mission to educate the future leaders of Israel and to educate them in what we believe, we call it freedom and responsibility. Namely, persuade them to believe in themselves, being entrepreneurial in their life, and actually move forward to realize their aspirations. But at the same time, we believe that every of our students has a responsibility to physically defend the state of Israel when needed, and stand strong to defend also the basic values on which the country was founded.
Amen.
And if you ask about Zionism...
I could ask about Zionism.
Pardon?
I asked about Zionism.
Yeah.
Let's go.
When I founded the place, I declared from the very beginning that our university, as a Zionist university, will open its studies to Jews from all over the world. It's part of our Zionistic dream. And indeed, 25 years ago, we established Rafael Kanati International School, and we have today, every given moment, 2,500 students from all diaspora, from 80 to 90 countries, that study in English, turning our university to bilingual university, so we welcome everybody that can come and study in English. And many of our students make Aliyah, and they are part of the future of the country, and those who go back home to the States or other countries are great ambassadors of the state of Israel.
Right. Definitely. So, Professor Reichman, I had the privilege of having a few in-depth conversations with you lately on campus, and I think one of the fascinating things is the entrepreneurial spirit that is instilled in every single faculty, which is fascinating because those who go to a regular classic university don't have that experience. And I could just recall going to the medical school, right? Yeah. And we need more doctors, and they showed me how they have actors and actresses and children who are actors who play as patients, and then the simulation, and they have to guess, what medical problems they have. It's like it blew my mind.
We believe in decent, of course, medical education, but what happened was that Israel suffered from lack of only 40% of our physicians were educated in Israel, and about 60% came from abroad, and that has to be to a solution. And everybody said we cannot have more students, medical students in our hospital, and I said it's sick. It cannot be that the state of Israel cannot really raise and educate our physicians. And therefore, I stood up together with friends from Rabin, from Rabin and Tel HaShomer and Maccabi and Klalit, and together we stood up and we said, yes, we can. And we opened the university, and after us, suddenly, all Haifa and Weizmann and Tel Aviv in larger numbers and so on, it caused a situation that in a short time we will be able to train at least 80% of our physicians in the country.
Amen. And so, definitely. One thing that really resonated with me in our conversations is the fact that you see Reichman not only as a Zionist university, but you want it to be seen or perceived or to turn into the university of the Jewish world. And because of rise of anti-Semitism and the situation on campuses around the world, there is some sort of a need.
We all are going through difficult times. 7th of October in Israel shattered the vision of Zionism. Herzl always said, one thing I promise you in our forefathers' country is that nobody will be haunted due to his religion or nationality. That was very brutal. It was the worst pogrom. If you forget the Shoah, it was a worst pogrom. And in the United States, I couldn't stand it to see Jewish kids being beaten, Jewish kids not allowed into the university and having to escape in the bathroom and the libraries, not to be haunted. So we are facing a new situation, and we have to think about a better ties between especially American Jewry and Israel. We open our university to collaboration with kosher universities that protected the students and working together and coming to American kids and saying, come over. We will enlarge the number of our students, and we will move at the same time to make our university, insofar as science, on top. And we are trying to bring more scholars. Israelis that left the country, to bring them back, top scholars, and we have a plan in a few years to upgrade also our top science so we can compete, at least in a few topics, with leading American universities. So I believe in the future of us together, from the United States and from Israel, forge another cooperation that will serve the ideas and the togetherness of both American and the diaspora Jews and the state of Israel, in a sense, to some extent, that was existing years before in the beginning years of the state of Israel.
So, Professor Reichman, you see the fruit of your labor and work in your lifetime. You've made a change. You've changed the world of higher education in Israel. Thank you so much for being here today.
Well, thank you very much. It was an honor.
Thank you. Please take a seat. And once again, brachot to Professor Uriel Reichman. Please take your seat, and we're continuing. Eyal Gabay, chairman of the board of Meuchedet, one of Israel's largest health funds, brings innovation and strategic vision to both healthcare delivery and social impact. As chairman of the board of Meuchedet, he is at the forefront of addressing Israel's medical needs. I would like to call him to the stage to be interviewed by Inbal and Buskila.
You know, Inbal, about a decade ago, when I worked with the Prime Minister Netanyahu, he once told me, when you give a presentation, don't compete either with children nor with lunch. Let's see if he was right, okay?
We're now competing with dessert.
Yeah, dessert is even worse.
Hi, Eyal.
Hi.
It's really a pleasure to have you this afternoon here.
Thank you very much.
Meuchedet will be a key partner in a new public hospital that will be built in Beersheba. Why is that project so significant?
Well, this is amazing, especially for the Negev region. The Negev region is a huge region, you know. Once upon a time, Ben-Gurion said the future of Israel is at the Negev. Over 1 million people enjoy the services of an excellent institution, Soroka, but it's only one institution, only one hospital. In the center of Israel, people get services from 10 different hospitals. There's competition, much better services, more availability.
And they can choose what hospital they want to go to.
Exactly. And in the Negev, they have only Soroka. The government rightly decided to open another hospital, which will be owned by Meuchedet and will be built together with Sheba and operated together. And this is very important. First of all, it's competition. And second, we can give seamless services. You know, now the trend, modern trend in health services is shorter hospitalization and longer extended homestay. So we are going to give these services much more advanced treatment to our patients, and it will allow us to give the whole region much better services.
Thank you. 1 hour after October 7th broke out, you opened mental hotline for people in distress. How did you have the power to literally do this so quickly?
Well, first of all, the need for emotional support. I think everyone who endured what happened in the same morning felt that he needs support.
Yeah, everyone was in shock.
Everyone was in shock, but especially people who hid in their homes. Nova participants who were in the bushes for hours, sirens, people that ran away to shelters. And because we are very, very fast-moving HMO, we were able to recruit our staff, our social worker, our psychologists, and open the hotline. And thousands of people approached this hotline. Actually, mental health services up until now are very active and very important in building the resilience of the Israeli people currently, because we must make sure that the trauma that we endured will not become a post-trauma, that it will go away, that we'll be able to cope with that. And because we give comprehensive services to our patients, this is a pillar service that we must provide.
And with thousands of misplaced, civilians in the country of Israel, you opened mobile health care centers traveling around the country. So you're giving them more support in different places and where the need is.
You know, when the Kupot Cholim were preparing for the coming war, and we just came out from the COVID, Israelis used to think about the next war as about 35, 40, maybe 60 days. Nobody foresee a year and a half and even more than that. And when the war erupted, people were evacuated to hotels, to evacuation centers, and so on. And we understood it's going to be very long, and we must bring the services to them, not make them travel to clinics or something like that. So first of all, telemedicine was very important. Doctors that went to the hotels and so on, but there are services that need to be mobile. Let's take, for example, women's health care. And this is something that you need all the time, and equipment is needed, and you need to bring it to the evacuation centers. So we opened a mobile healthcare units that were traveling around the country and providing these services, and we made sure that we give the right treatment without any interruptions.
Yeah, amazing. You recently opened a new healthcare center in Sderot. Why is it so important for you to invest in southern areas in Israel?
Well, the periphery is very important to us. Sderot, everyone knows what it went through. Actually, you know, when we had the ceremony of the red ribbon in Sderot clinic, we had the honor to have the Minister of Health. And on the very same moment that we were going to cut the ribbon, siren went off. The minister and myself are not regular to 15 seconds alert, so I must tell you we didn't make it to the shelter in that time. But then we went back, opened the clinic, and people were coming. This is part of what we are. We are over there all the time, giving the treatment. It's unstoppable, and we must make sure that people in the periphery enjoy the same services that everyone else in Israel enjoy.
Looking ahead, what are the key areas in healthcare that you expect to grow in?
Well, there are many, but we discussed a lot of the South. Let me say just another story about the North. In the North, for example, we provided all our personnel with protective gear, helmets and vests. And one of the stories that one of our professionals giving home care services were going on the road between Carmiel and Sakhnin, which is very symbolic, between a Jewish city to an Arab town, to provide home care. A siren went off. She took the ditch on the side of the road. The rocket hit the hill next to her. She got up and continued her trip to Sakhnin to provide the services. This is exactly what Mouchedet is made of. And for the future, first of all, we must maintain this personal service, very dedicated services. This is exactly our soul, and this is what our patients are expecting us to do. Second, technology is amazing. AI. You know, some medical services, health services provide solutions, provide medical assistance to an illness. We need to be preventive. We need to diagnose before the illness erupts. This is exactly where AI can help us, and this is what we are bringing to the edge of our services currently, and the future is looking very interesting in that sense.
Well, thank you for staying so updated, everything to do with healthcare, and thank you for being here and sharing tonight or this afternoon with everyone this amazing innovation.
Thank you very much,
Thank
I really appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you.
Our next interview features Siggy Flicker, podcaster, political commentator, and spokeswoman for Jexit, Jews Exiting the Democrat Party, who will be interviewed by One America News anchor Stella Inger Escobedo. Siggy was recently appointed by President Trump to serve on the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum's Board of Trustees. We also welcome her father, Dr. Mordechai Paldiel, the renowned scholar, author, and expert on the rescue of Jews during the Holocaust.
Siggy, you go right here. Okay.
Shalom uvracha ve'am Yisrael chai.
You guys, I am so lucky to be a part of this panel because not only is Siggy Flicker like my sister to me, but for many of you, you may recognize her from The Real Housewives of New Jersey, but she is more than just a housewife. She has been very vocal about the anti-Semitism we're seeing in America, speaks out on behalf of Israel, the United States, and just recently she was appointed by the President of the United States, President Donald Trump, to sit on the Holocaust board. And Siggy Flicker is very qualified because right alongside her is her father, Dr. Mordechai Paldiel. He has written more than 20 books. He is a Holocaust survivor himself. And I am just so honored to be here on stage. And Siggy, I'm going to start with you. You always talk about your father. From the moment I met you, I always said, Siggy, you're so loud and proud, but you have the most amazing story. And it's really because what your family taught you, your father.
So for those of you who don't know, I'm Siggy. I was born in Jerusalem, Israel. Very proud. And from a young age, we left Israel. I grew up in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. And every Friday night for Kiddush, my father would repeat story after story after story about the Holocaust. And I used to say to him, Abba, lama kol hasipurim haele? Bishvil ma? Why do you have to repeat story after story? We're living in America. The Holocaust is not going to come again. We're loved here in America. And my father would say, Sigalit, I want you to know that a nation that forgets its past has no future. And we must tell stories of the past in order to ensure that they never come again. And as everybody in the room now knows, Holocaust is a cancer. The anti-Semitism is a cancer, the sartan. And it could stay dormant for many years, but when it shows its ugly face, my father, Dr. Mordechai Paldiel, prepared me to stand up, look at it in the eye, and it doesn't have a chance to survive as long as I'm alive.
And Siggy, I always tell Siggy that anti-Semitism doesn't take a day off, and neither does Siggy Flicker, never. She is always on. Dr. Mordechai, why do you think that Jew hatred still exists till this day?
That who exists?
Why does anti-Semitism
Why does anti-Semitism? Well, anti-Semitism is going to be with us for as long as there's a Jewish people. It's simply the world is not comfortable with the presence of the Jews, and they want the Jews to disappear from the map of the world. We celebrate every year Purim. We had Haman who wanted to destroy the Jews. It's a mystery. The Jews have existed for 3,500 years. We are the oldest people in the world. Oh yes, I'm sorry. The Chinese also existed for that long period. But the Chinese were not exiled from their lands. The Chinese didn't have to wander from one place to another. Nobody forced the Chinese to try to change their religion. Jews had a very difficult period throughout their history, and we survived. So it was easier for the Chinese to survive on their own land. Nobody kicked them out from their land. And Jews have a strong will to survive. And that bothers many people in the world, the survival of the Jews. And not only do we survive, we contributed in all the fields, in medicine. Paul Ehrlich in Germany, a Jewish physician, discovered a vaccine against syphilis. Maimonides, the great Jewish rabbi, was a doctor who treated the Sultan of Egypt. Salah ad-Din, the great hero of the Arabs, his private physician was Maimonides, one of the greatest Jewish philosophers and rabbis. And we have so many names, Franz Kafka in literature, Albert Einstein in science, and that makes people very jealous.
Yeah, the Jews
and that
have-
jealousy has nothing to do with Palestine and Eretz Israel. Anti-Semitism was born before there was a Palestine, when most Jews didn't even live in Israel. That's when anti-Semitism was born throughout the ages. And unfortunately, it will continue to be with us, and we have to fight it. We have to try. It's a disease of the mind. It's a disease of the mind, and we have to fight it to contain it. It will always come up. It will surge. Like now it is surging because from the river to the sea, a lot of nonsense. But it was there thousands of years ago, and we will have to be alert, and we have to be vigilant, and try to contain it as much as possible.
And that's why, Siggy, you grew up in a household where your dad was talking to you about it before you ever really realized it actually existed, because you were in New York. Just recently, as I mentioned, you were nominated to be appointed to be on the Holocaust board by Donald Trump. What does that honor mean to you?
Well, for those people in the room who are afraid to come out from under the table, let me stand up and say I'm the #1 Donald Trump supporter in the entire world. And I say it loud and proud, and here is why. There is a woman in the room today by the name of Alina Habba. She is here with one of my best friends, Victoria. And when I talk about Alina Habba, the attorney to the president, and now the attorney general to the state of New Jersey, and we haven't seen what this woman is going to do in the future. But why I'm saying this to you now is it only takes one person to change the life of another. One person. My father is sitting here today because a priest helped him and his family in Evian, France, during the Holocaust, cross over into Switzerland. I'm alive today, so if there are non-Jews in the room, I want to say Toda Rabah, because you are standing up for the Jewish people today and the state of Israel. But real fast, back to Alina Habba. About 4 years ago, she invited me and Victoria to Bedminster, and I started a friendship with the president. And I've traveled with the president because of Alina Habba. And I've had dinner, my husband and I, with the president. And I could stand here and tell you, forget about the Dolce & Gabbana that I'm wearing, okay? I am telling you that Am Yisrael has a friend. He will never turn his back on the Jewish people or the Jewish homeland. So whatever's happening, unless you read his book and you really understand the art of the deal, I know a lot of people in my DMs, thousands of people are very, very concerned about Israel. I understand. We're all scared. We all know that Qatar is a wolf in sheep's clothing, and we all know who Hamas is. They're the monsters of the world. But sometimes, just like he went to Rocket Man and he looked at him in the eye, sometimes you have to go to the head of the snake to normalize peace or to normalize the region. We have plenty of soldiers who are losing their lives. Toda Rabah to the IDF. We still have 58 hostages. And the last conversation I had with the president, I said, Mr. President, you know it's just as important. Lachzir habayta, the dead and alive. And he understood that. He understands the art of the deal. So I'm asking everybody to calm down and have faith, because guess what? I have something to tell you. We don't have anybody else. Okay? Unless you guys have another candidate that's not going to send $50 million to have condoms in Gaza when we know no one in Gaza uses condoms. Right now, it's Donald Trump, and I'm proud to stand by the greatest president in the history of America.
Before we wrap up, I just want to ask your father another question, because when Siggy takes the stage, Siggy takes the stage. Dr. Paldiel, I just have to ask you, you are alive today because a non-Jew saved you. You worked at Yad Vashem. Why is it so important to recognize the non-Jews among us who are our allies?
I'll speak about that, but first I want to say something. I was raised in this country. I was raised in Israel. I find that many Americans know very little about the history of the Middle East. Okay? People talk about Palestine. Palestine never existed as a country. Jerusalem was never a capital of an Arab country. The word Palestine was invented by the Romans. The country was known as Judea. Eretz Israel by the Jews and Judea. And Palestine is the name given to the country of Eretz Israel by the Roman Empire. They named it after a tribe, the Philistines, that no longer existed. So the country was named after a tribe that no longer existed. They were no longer there. They had assimilated, they had departed. It's like President Trump suggested to change the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. But imagine that there was no Gulf, there's no water. Would he have suggested that? So Palestine is an invention. So the Arabs, with all due respect, we want to have peace with the Arabs and so on, but to associate the Arabs with the name of Palestine, with the ancient Philistines, is so ridiculous. They should call themselves by a different name. The other thing I want to mention, when I married my daughter's mother, Rachel, she's sitting right there. Rachel. I married her in 1966. In 1967, I was a soldier in the Six-Day War, and she was born 5 days before the war broke out, and she was in a shelter, and I was doing the fighting. Why do I mention that? I'm very proud to have been a soldier in the Israeli army, and I fought for the liberation of Bethlehem and Hebron and so forth. I mention that because from 1948 to 1967, the West Bank and the Gaza Strip were in the hands of the Arabs. It wasn't their control. Jerusalem was a divided city. Why did they not create then a Palestinian state when they had it in their hands? But the moment Israel occupied it because they attacked us, suddenly we have a Palestinian problem. Now I want to get to the answer of the question that was posed to me. I came to Yad Vashem in 1982, and I worked for 24 years there as head of the Department of the Righteous Gentiles. This is a very important function of Yad Vashem, to honor non-Jews who, at the risk of their lives, saved Jews. Why do I say at the risk of their lives? Because the Germans made it very clear in public posters and announcements that anyone who helps the Jew, who hides the Jew in his home, will be punished by the death sentence, just like the Jews that they will arrest. And so you can imagine, why should somebody risk his life for strangers? Not family members. And yet there were thousands and thousands, tens of thousands, we at Yad Vashem. I'm talking about the cases that were verified. Unbelievable stories. I just mentioned two. One, a group of 5 Jews were buried in a cemetery under the tomb by the caremaker of the cemetery in Buchach, Poland. And they were for a year and a half underground, and he was feeding them. Okay? And the other one, I just want to mention, a German soldier who helped Jews in the Vilna Ghetto, and he was caught and executed, and he was honored by Yad Vashem. Okay? And in my case, as a 6-year-old child, a Catholic priest in France, Simon Gallet, whom I met while he was still alive, helped us to cross from France to Switzerland and be safe. So these people who helped us, they acted alone. They made the right decision. And we Jews have an obligation. We have an obligation.
Thank you very much. We could listen to this for hours. I could listen to this for hours, but unfortunately we have to continue with the program.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Evolution has been around us since the beginning of time. The seed that becomes a tree, the rivers that carved the land drop by drop, the caves that became homes, the fire that lit our first nights. Today, our cities shine with that same spark. Zionism, too, is part of this endless evolution, a vision that keeps transforming, led by the hands that shape its future. Zionism was born from longing. It grew through vision and sacrifice. It triumphed with the rebirth of the Jewish state. But Zionism didn't stop in 1948. It evolves too. And today, we are its next chapter. ILM is a pioneering movement of young Israelis. For over 20 years, we've reshaped Israel's map from Kiryat Shmona to Eilat in dozens of locations across the country year-round. We join communities across Israel's periphery, working together to strengthen, create, and grow. The realization of a vision unfolding before our eyes. A vibrant, youthful community is rising from the desert, full of life and purpose. Here, in the heart of the Negev, we are witnessing the fulfillment of the Zionist dream.
Kibbutz Kfar Aza went through some very bad stuff, but now we're bringing it back to life.
Everyone thought our generation was just about TikTok, but I think we proved them wrong.
With our hands, we're building homes and communities in the Negev so young people can come and live here and see how this place is beautiful. So people can enjoy the Negev like we see it and we enjoy it.
For me, coming to Sderot was the most important thing. I am a part of a national mission.
At 18, before the army, I did a year of service at Hayalim. Now I got older, so my husband and I decided to come back to Hayalim to create a community here in the Negev, just like the pioneers.
Our heart is here, where the Zionist dream is still alive and shaping tomorrow.
I'm happy to invite Sigal Barzilai, CEO of the Hayalim Association, and Gon Sosana, Head of Community Development at the Hayalim Association, which drives groundbreaking, pioneering social action initiatives in the Negev, the Galilee, and in dozens of local authorities from Kiryat Shmona to Eilat, to come to the stage to be interviewed by Imbal and Buskila.
Sigal, hi.
Hi.
Good afternoon. For these who don't know Hayalim, what is it and how did it all start?
So Hayalim is a grassroots Zionist movement that has been active in the past 23 years. We are working to strengthen communities and promote young leadership in the Negev, the Galil, and all across Israel's geographic periphery. We are building student villages and long-term residential for young adults. And Gon, you proceed. You can proceed. Gon.
Gon, you were wounded during combat and you fought on October 7th. How has that story, your personal story, changed your mission at Hayalim?
Hi. First, thank you for the opportunity to be here today, this amazing conference.
It's our honor for you to be here today.
Thank you very much. Toda Rabba. And second, I want all of us will take a second to pray to all the hostages, and especially for Gali and Zivi, for my kibbutz, from Kibbutz Kfar Aza. We need them home right now. So I think this is the important thing. We need them home right now.
Amen.
Yes, I was wounded during Operation Protective Age in 2014. I was an officer in Golani, and on October 7, I was at my kibbutz, at Kibbutz Kfar Aza, and I found myself fighting to try to save my community. Unfortunately, in Kibbutz Kfar Aza, we had a slaughter that Hamas terrorists did for us. And Ayalim, this is a Zionist organization. They want to do good and they want to build Israel as a better place to live. So Ayalim will come to places that need them. And Ayalim came to Kfar Aza a few days after the 7th of October to try to help us to build Kfar Aza again. And today, we have a movement, a group of young people inside Kfar Aza from Ayalim that doing amazing thing of building Kfar Aza again. So Ayalim is a Zionist movement of young people from Israel that want to build Israel as a better country, as a better place to live, and we will come to places that need us.
So once you've experienced this yourself, you really appreciate your mission even more.
Yeah, you know, when your house is under attack, under a brutal attack, and you're in the middle of fighting on your home, we're still fighting on Kfar Aza. We must build Kfar Aza again. We must build the south of Israel again. We must build the north of Israel again. And we will do that. We will do it together because we don't have a chance. So Ayalim is an organization that come and help you to build again.
And actually, as soon as there was a ceasefire in the north, we brought our community to Kiryat Shmona. We were the first that came back there, even before the residents came back. So
you live in Kiryat Shmona?
No. I said that we brought back the community, the students, to Kiryat Shmona.
Yeah, you've built communities in Kiryat Shmona. How do you bring and start building a broken community after everything they've been through?
It's amazing because the student that we returned to Kiryat Shmona is studying in Zoom in Tel Chai, and even if they could have lived anywhere, they chose to come to Kiryat Shmona and help. So that's the reason that they're there.
We have the courage to talk about Zionists again in Israel. We have a dream to build a Zionist movement that want to do good to Israel. And we have a mission. If we want to find a picture of victory, we need to bring back the people to the north and to the south of Israel. And if we will do that together, and if we will be the first force that go back to Kiryat Shmona, and we will help to Kiryat Shmona to build this city again, we'll find the courage in all the other people and in Kiryat Shmona community to come with us to live in Kiryat Shmona again.
And I know you build student villages. Is that one of your key points, how you bring back communities to up north and down south through the students that may stay there?
Yeah, we said to the students, take your time as a student with us. Come with us to do a great and big things in the places that you are going to study. If you are coming to study in Kiryat Shmona, in a Tel Chai college, this is in the north, near Kiryat Shmona, let's do good thing for the community of Kiryat Shmona. Social thing and culture things, because we want Kiryat Shmona will be a better place to live. And like that, we will bring young people to live again in Kiryat Shmona. And the same in the south. So we are talking with students because it's a young and a good and motivation forces to come with us to do those things.
The main purpose is that the students will live in Kiryat Shmona or wherever they are studying.
And build their families there.
Yeah, of course. And actually, we are succeeding because 30% of the students remain to live in the place that they're studying.
Yeah, and you build coffee houses and everything around it, so it'll be nice for them.
Yeah, we need to convince the young people to come with us, and we need to do those places better. So if you want to see a good show in Kiryat Shmona, you need a good place that it will be, and you need a good coffee shop. So we bring culture, we bring help to the society, and we build together with the community of Kiryat Shmona what they want that will be in Kiryat Shmona.
It what's connect the community, the local community, to the students, because there's a culture yard in each village of ours, and it brings them together.
And the same in Kfar Aza, you know? We need to build Kfar Aza better than it was on the 6th of October. Because we need to convince the people to come back to live less than a kilometer from Gaza. It's a hard mission to do, but we must do that. We must build those areas again. This will be the picture of victory, and we need to bring back the hostages. Like this, we will win, and I'm sure we will do that.
And do you feel like your friends from your community are all willing to come back, or is there still fear there?
It's still fear there, and you know the hostages are not here. And for my community, it's a lot. Gali and Zivi, this is the main thing for us, and we need to do everything to bring them home. And after that, we must think about hope. We must think about rebuild Kfar Aza, and we must do that good. And like this, we'll convince my community to come back with us, and with forces like Hayalim. Right now in Kfar Aza, we have only Hayalim that live in Kfar Aza and do amazing job in the building of Kfar Aza.
And
Thank you. No, it's fine. Thank you.
And this whole thing is a non-profit, and you're living off donations, rebuilding the center and the north.
Yeah, of
the
course.
South and the north.
Yeah. Of course, it's a non-profit, and each fund that we'll get is going right back to the society.
We are not talking a lot, we are doing.
You are. Thank you so much for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Since October 7, the Federation of Local Authorities in Israel has played a critical role in caring for families displaced from their homes because of the war and helped fill the leadership vacuum in Israel. For our next interview, I am pleased to call upon Chaim Bibas, Mayor of Modi'in Maccabim Re'ut, Chairman of the Federation of Local Authorities in Israel, who will be interviewed by Tzvika Klein.
Honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is a great honor for me to speak to you today as Mayor of Modi'in Maccabim Re'ut and as Chairman of the Federation of Local Authorities in Israel, representing all the 10 million residents of Israeli cities. The event of October 7th shook us to our core. We felt our existence was at risk. This past 19 months have been the hardest in our 77-year history. We are responsible for our own fate. This is especially important now as we face a social crisis that threatens the unity of our people and our country. We always speak of partnership. In the past year and a half, it has been proven. It has become essential to our survival and your survival. The partnership between Israel and the Jewish communities around the world, especially here in the United States, is the secret to our strength. It is not only about supporting each other. It is about standing as one people united. The war we fight in Israel is war for our very existence. We fight to defend our homes, to defend our children, and to defend our way of life. This is a fight for our survival. When our enemies attacked us, we were in our darkest hour. But we were not alone. You stood with us. When the attack happened, and our government struggled to act quickly, the Federation of Local Authorities in Israel were on the ground in every Israeli town and city. Cities have taken emergency measures, both in terms of the preparation and in dealing with the current challenges. When it comes to security, we adapted to the new reality. Our first priority was to get funding for the emergency first response team, security unit of armed citizens in each city. For this, we needed equipment and training. Many of you in this room donated vital equipment so that we could defend ourselves, so thank you very much. This is the role of our local government. This is how we prepare. We are on the ground providing services and making sure all Israelis are safe. The Federation of Local Authorities in Israel continues to play a central role in the moving forward. We are critical to the success of the nation. The municipalities in Israel play a vital role in the rebuilding and rehabilitation of the State of Israel and the people of Israel. Now that we are more prepared and can defend ourselves, we are moving toward beginning the work of rebuilding Israel, rebuilding our communities, and rebuilding our future. Leadership is tested in the hard times. Pressure from the public affects decision-making. True leadership means holding firm to our values, respect for all people, and taking care of everyone in our society. Leaderships mean having the courage to say no and to draw clear lines, to speak with a strong and moral voice when others try to silence it. As head of the Federation of Local Authorities in Israel, I carry this responsibility with me each and every day. I must speak clearly even when it's uncomfortable. After October 7, the people lost trust in the government, but they trusted their municipalities and mayors. They trusted us because we provided, yes, because we provided their needs. We were the first and immediate responders when families were forced to leave their homes in the north and south. They took a refuge in other cities and were welcome. When children were not able to get to their schools, local authorities created new ones. When neighborhoods needed protection, local emergency teams got ready. As we fight in Gaza and in our region, you are fighting here, fighting against rising hatred of Jews, fighting against biased media, fighting against hatred on college campuses, and fighting against those who question Israel's right to exist. When Jewish students on American campuses like Columbia University up the street cannot safely wear a kippah or a Star of David, when synagogues need the guards, when your children face harassment for supporting Israel, you are fighting the same war that we are, just in a different way and a different location. I wanted to know the people of Israel see your struggle. The people of Israel stand with you. Your fight is our fight. Partnership, brotherhood, solidarity. This war has strengthened our bonds. This war has united us. This war has prepared us for the future. This war has made clear what we have always known: the future of Israel and the future of the Jewish people are bound together. Our enemies want to divide us. They want to weaken us. They want us to give up, but we will never give up. We are the people of Israel. We are the Jewish people. We have survived every challenge, every threat, every enemy, and we will survive this together. We will survive this through our partnership, through our brotherhoods, and through our solidarity. I would like to end with a prayer for the recovery of the wounded, the safety of all the soldiers and security personnel, the combat soldiers in south, in the north, in Judea and Samaria. They should all return home safely. Together with you and all of Israel, I pray for the return of all the 58 hostages, everyone, and bring them now. Thank you very much. Thank you all. תודה רבה. עם ישראל חי. תודה רבה.
Please welcome Miki Zohar, Israel's Minister of Culture and Sports.
So, first of all, you had a good week as a culture minister. Second place in the Eurovision contest.
That's what's wonderful, yeah. Yeah, we are so happy. And actually, I think we won. And don't think otherwise, because we got the most vote from the population in Europe. This is something amazing. And I'm not going to say nothing against the judge, because I don't want people to think we are against judge in Israel. But in this case, the judge was wrong. So
it's always a judge.
We did something.
Like
no, only in that case.
Okay.
So we did something wonderful, if you ask me.
So let's go to some serious business. This is also serious, but let's go to much more serious. What exactly is the Israeli government trying to do now to achieve a hostage deal? Or in Gaza? What exactly is the goal right now in the current operation?
So we want our hostages back. And this is something that we saying, and this is very important that Hamas will understand, that we're going to change the game. Israel is going to annex land and to create a buffer zone, and we're not going anywhere until all of our hostages is coming back home.
And do you think, again, the current operation will reach this goal of making Hamas change their position?
I hope they will, because eventually, I think until now, we thought that it's much better to go inside, make something in the military issues, and come back out. Now we change our way. We change the plan. If we annex land, we're going to stay there. We're not going to leave. And if we stay there, Hamas cannot come back there. So Hamas needs to understand, if you want us out of Gaza, bring out all of the hostages back home and leave Gaza for good. This is the two things that could end the war. And we say that also to the American administration, and they know about it, and I think they respect that position of Israel. We want our hostages. We want Hamas out. This is the way to end the war.
So that's exactly my next question. Does President Trump and the US administration believe in Israel's current strategy in Gaza?
First of all, I must say, we trust Donald Trump. We trust President Trump. And we know that President Trump will always support Israel. We know that. And it's fine by us that President Trump will take care of the interests of the United States. It's okay, this is his mission, and we respect that. And people were saying that he was in a visit on the Middle East, and people were starting to be scared and say, no, he will forget Israel. No. President Trump will continue supporting Israel all the time, and I'm sure of that. So we are partners. We have some disagreements, and we not all the time agree about everything, but we are partners, we are allies, and we cooperate all the time. And I know that President Trump will always keep Israel safe, especially in the Iranian issue, the nuclear issue. This is very important, very important.
So are you calm regarding the US president? Because some in the government are not.
Absolutely. Absolutely calm. And I tell you one more thing. People in the United States sometimes forget that Iran are saying loud and clear that after they will finish with the small Satan, which is us, the Jewish nation, they will move to the big Satan, the United States of America. So actually I'm saying right now to the people of the United States and all around the world, and all that the people that is a part of the free world, you are next. If Israel will lose you will lose. And if Israel will win, you are winning. So this is important that everybody should know that.
Let me ask you now on a decision that was made in the last 24 hours to re-enter humanitarian aid into Gaza. Even your colleagues from your own party criticize this move, again, because it gives, again, Hamas power, it gives it food, and it a bit contradicts what Israel is trying to do with Gaza. What's your personal opinion on what has been decided?
This is a very hard subject. First of all, we still have hostages there. They are in a very, very bad situation, and Hamas don't care about their condition, and we think that they need to come back before we can give humanitarian support. The second thing that we need to think about, this is also a problem, that we don't want hunger in Gaza, because hunger in Gaza could end the war, because if people will start dying there from hunger, it will be a big problem to Israel to continue the war and to finish the job. So this is a hard case to solve. And my Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, is trying to do his best to solve this case, and I hope he will. Right now, they're thinking about the plan of sending small support in a special way that will guarantee that Hamas won't hold this support, because if Hamas is holding this support, this is a very big problem, because he can control Gaza with this support. So it's a very hard case to solve. I hope we will find a solution soon.
So at the end, you're saying it's not a complete change of Israeli policy government, it's just temporary right now, and it is connected still to the goals of what's going on.
We have two goals on this war against Hamas. First, bring back our hostages. Second, move Hamas out from Gaza Strip. And we need to achieve these goals, and we need to be very, very smart with our decisions to achieve them.
I want to ask you a question. It's regarding U.S.-Israel relations, but it has been put aside a bit. The story about annexation, Judea and Samaria. What do you think the government, the Israeli government, maybe should do more regarding this issue? Maybe try to put back the plan on the table. Are there any attempts to do it?
I think we have an opportunity now with this administration under President Trump. We can do great things together. And I think we need to wait for the right time. The right time will be after the war will be finished. When we finish the war, I think we will have a lot of opportunities with this administration, and we're going to do our best to make it happen. This is one thing. And the second thing, we must be concentrated on one important issue. We need to say it very, very clear that we cannot allow to establish a Palestinian state next to Israel. We need to say it very, very clear. We actually tried it in Gaza. Hamas was controlling all of the area. He was a kind of a state. He managed himself by his own. He was in control of everything. They actually dug tunnels and buy weapons, preparing for fighting against, for the fight against us, and try to destroy us. So this is a very good example why we cannot allow to establish a Palestinian state next to us.
My final question will be about sports. You like sports? I know you like sports.
I'm the Minister of Culture and Sport.
But you also like sports.
Of course, a lot.
Tell me, how have you reached this situation that Israel fans around the world, even, it's not sports, but the Eurovision, go to places, need security, need special guidance, fear for their life, in, European regular countries or other places? How have we reached this point? Are you disappointed from the governments themselves not doing enough? Not the Israeli government, I mean governments around the world not doing enough to protect Israelis who go to a sport event.
I think the anti-Semitism around the world is getting grower and grower, unfortunately. Also because the war and also because other reasons. I think people sometimes don't like to appreciate what the Jewish nation is giving to this world. the Jewish nation is a wonderful nation. We gave so much to this world. We're doing so many good things for this world. And some people maybe a little bit envy. Maybe they just don't like us because we are successful. I'm fine with that if you ask me. But I think we can change it, especially in the United States. Under this administration, we can make the change. I met a few days ago with Leo Tarel. He's an amazing guy, and he cares about this subject, and he's going to do his best to stop the anti-Semitism inside the universities, in the campus, and he cares about it. And President Trump appointed him, and this is something that made me very, very optimistic. And you ask me, people in the United States understand that this is not the right way. About Europe, this is a different story, because Europe is actually being conquered right now by the Islamic radical opinions. And we can see it every day. And we see presidents in Europe sometimes care for the Islamic votes, and they forget us. So I'm telling them right now, if Israel will lose the war, you are next. Europe will be next. The free world will be next. So please, support Israel. Help us win this war, and everything will be fine for everyone.
Thank you very much, Minister Miki Zohar. I hope only sports, entertainment, culture, this will be the issues that you're in them. And
Thank you very much.
And protecting Israelis abroad.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It is my pleasure to call to the stage Dani Danon, Israel's ambassador to the United Nations, who will be interviewed by Alex Winston, news editor at the Jerusalem Post.
Thank you. Mr. Ambassador, thank you very, very much for joining us. That was a wonderful reception.
Thank you very much for having me. I'm always happy to be at the Jerusalem Post conference. Usually I'm the only ambassador for Israel in the United Nations, but here we have so many ambassadors. Thank you very much for your support, for your love.
Well, obviously, the world of Israeli diplomacy can be quite a minefield and a difficult job. And some would say you have one of the most difficult jobs in the world of Israeli diplomacy. Even just last week, relations with the UN took another turn, and a UN official, a senior UN official, accused Israel of genocide. How can we fix this relationship that has clearly been so damaged by before the past 18 months, but also particularly since October 7th, what can we do to work with the UN? Is it possible?
You know, Alex, I never planned to come back to the United Nations. Actually, I'm the only Israeli to come back to serve twice at this position. I finished my first term after 5 long years. I got re-elected to the Knesset, and I thought, that's it. I will come back to New York to see friends and to enjoy the city. But October 7th changed everything for us. And when Prime Minister Netanyahu asked me to come back, I told him immediately that it's an honor. But this time is different. This time, we don't accept the nonsense of the UN. So you mentioned what happened last week in the Security Council when Tom Fletcher, the Undersecretary General, a senior UN official in the Security Council, blaming us for committing a genocide. Now, it's not the ambassador of Syria or Libya. We are used to hear those craps from those ambassadors, but a UN official. So my message to him was very clear. We will not cooperate with him until he retracts his words and apologizes. That's shameful that a UN official is blaming Israel for committing a genocide.
Fantastic. Well, obviously, as we mentioned, he is the Under-Secretary General for Aid. And if I may, I'd like to bring in the word UNRWA, which has featured so much in Jerusalem Post's reporting for the past 18 months. Obviously, Israel has passed legislation to try and control UNRWA, What, from your position, has the dialogue been at the UN to facilitate aid which is necessary for innocent Gazans, but also we need to prevent things that have happened before, the infiltration of UNRWA? How have you been dealing with that?
Well, first, we all agree that UNRWA failed. You know, Ayelet Samerano, she marched with us yesterday on Fifth Avenue, and her son, Jonathan, was kidnapped by an UNRWA employee. You know, these terrorists entered the kibbutz, kidnapped Jonathan Samerano's body into Gaza, and when he got home, he received a paycheck from the UN, from UNRWA. So we passed a legislation in Israel, a very important one, and we are proving to the world that we can move on without UNRWA. But look what's happening in the last week, which is very interesting. The US is offering a new mechanism for supporting humanitarian efforts in Gaza, and the United Nations Secretary General Guterres is saying, we will not cooperate with that. We are not happy with that. How can you explain that? Do they really care about the people in Gaza, or they just care about, you know, getting the money and running those corrupt organizations?
Do you find that people there are paying attention to your words? Are they even listening to you?
Absolutely. You know, every day it's a marathon. But we have supporters. You know, I just came back from Israel. I took with me 30 UN ambassadors. We went first to Poland, to Auschwitz, and we participated in the March of the Living. From Poland, we flew to Israel, and we visited the communities in the south, and we met the president, the prime minister, and I felt that they understand better what we are facing. So it's a process. Not everybody is against us. We feel it now. You know, I don't know if you paid attention, but we just got the news about few countries threatening Israel, some of the European countries, that if we will not stop the war, they will apply sanctions against us. And I have news for those distinguished leaders who signed this declaration. We will not stop the war. We will not stop the war and leave behind 58 hostages. We will not stop the war and leave Hamas in power. They should understand it, and they should support us.
I think people agree with you. Regarding hostile regimes to Israel, you know, Iran and their friends, how are you combating them at the UN? Is it possible? You said we've got some countries who are on our side, as you just mentioned, but how can we defeat Iran, especially at somewhere like the UN?
So, you know, you look at the numbers, you know, we cannot win with the numbers at the United Nations. But I believe in moral majority. We want the moral countries to stand with us, and we appreciate the support of the United States. And don't believe the headlines. You know, we have a strong bond with the United States. We do get the support of the United States every day in the Security Council. And we have other friends. You know, President Milei from Argentina, for example, is a great friend. Yes, yeah, we should clap him. We have strong supporters from Eastern Europe who stand with us. So we are not alone. But, you know, I can tell you something which is not diplomatically correct. When I speak with my colleagues in Jerusalem, I tell them, do whatever is necessary to bring the hostages and to win this war. Ignore the UN. I will handle the Security Council. I will handle the General Assembly, but you take the right decisions that you have to take. And you know, we always want to, and I'm sure here you're going to speak a lot about the Asbara, about the PR. We all want to improve the message of Israel. But for Israel, after October 7th, the high ground is more important than the moral ground. We want both, always. But if we have to choose whether our soldiers will win the war or we will get claps at the United Nations, I prefer to win the war. And I see... And we have here with us in the back families of hostages holding the pictures of their children, people who fought for us, soldiers, Engwa's family, and I can see some of them. So we are committed to you, and we will not stop until we bring your boys back home. That's a guarantee.
Mr. Ambassador, thank you very much for joining us. And as somebody who's worked in the news for a long time, and we deal with this every day, your optimism is infectious, and please God, may we succeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. תודה רבה.
Our next panel brings a notable mother and daughter team, two TV stars who fearlessly stood by the state of Israel in its most difficult time. They originated in the Orthodox Jewish world, succeeded in show business, and have established successful business careers as well. Please welcome Julia Hart, designer, entrepreneur, author, activist, and star of Netflix show My Unorthodox Life, and her daughter, Miriam Hart, activist, inventor, and host of Faking It, who will share their stories and their vision for the future of Israel and the Jewish people.
Hello, Julia and Miriam. How's it going?
Super amazing. Thank you for having us. We are so honored to be here. It feels like a room of friends. Even though I don't know most of you, I still feel like I'm in a room with friends, you know?
Definitely. So I want to start with you, Miriam. Yeah, let's be quiet a little.
Usually when I start speaking and people are talking, I say things like, sex, and everyone shuts up. It's amazing.
Let's see. Okay, really good. Okay, you'll have to repeat that if needed. Perfect.
Sex.
Okay, so Miriam, she's the serious one in the family with all the degrees and stuff like that. So, what? Yeah, okay, so you've been on Birthright many times, and throughout the war, you've been to Israel how many times? Or also for long periods of time now.
Yeah, right after October 7th, I moved there in November, actually. So I lived there for about 6 months.
Wow, okay. Because I kept on seeing stuff, and I was like, wait, she's going back and forth? And no, you were just there for 6 months. And so you are very active on social media, publishing things all the time. And I was just speaking to your mother, like, behind the scenes, and, like, I assume you get a lot of, you know, about criticism for that.
Mm-hmm.
So you want to tell us a little bit about it?
Sure, yeah. Before October 7th, I mostly posted about being a woman in technology. I was speaking at a lot of women in tech events. I was talking about queer rights, and that was mostly my message. Being Jewish was just a part of me. I didn't feel like I had to talk about it too much.
Right.
And then ever since October 7th happened, I mostly just talked about being Jewish. I talked about anti-Semitism. And ever since I did that, I started getting death threats, lost friends, hundreds of thousands of followers. Yeah.
Right. So you lost hundreds of thousands of followers.
Yeah, we all did.
Wow. So you said, you know, death threats, etc. But can you give an example of, let's say, a friend of yours from the queer, whatever, or LGBT community? Oh, okay. Okay. Okay.
I'm writing an article on the rising anti-Semitism in the queer
Exactly.
community. So
See,
you're,
that's
you're
what I was
talking
talking
about.
about.
Something that exists.
Anyways, so people who who were friends of yours and just disconnected, like, what did they say? Because you know, we've written about it, but I've never heard it like from someone.
So my best friend, I considered her my sister. My mom knows the story. We lived together. I moved to San Francisco when I was 16. We lived together for 4 years while I was out there. And when I moved to Israel, she just stopped talking to me. And I was really concerned. I reached out to her girlfriend. I was calling her family members. I was like, are you okay? You know? And she eventually messaged me and told me that she can't talk to me because I'm supporting genocide.
Wow.
And that was it. I started sending her articles. I said, let's talk about it. Like, I'm Jewish. You know that I'm connected to Israel. And she just could not speak to me. And she sent me articles from indigenous professors, you know, articles that they wrote that I have to educate myself on their studies, and refused to speak to me about it.
Oh, that's terrible. I think you're needed again for the silencing.
I don't think it's going to work.
Okay. So as a mother, how do you relate to this type of situation? First of all, are you proud?
I'm sorry?
Are you proud?
Of my children?
Yeah.
Am I Jewish?
No, but are you...
You really want to ask a Jewish mother if she's proud of her children? Resoundingly yes.
Okay. So you've also been active, and I think you went with Miriam a few times, right, to visit Israel.
My page went from a fashion, talent management, entertainment to
we love Israel. Israel's the greatest place on earth. Don't mess with the Jewish people. That's basically what it became.
But, and you were definitely, you know, pro-Israel, et cetera, before that. But did it change since October 7th?
Well, it's interesting. I'm going to be honest. Before October 7th, I didn't really like Israel.
Okay.
I knew that it was a Jewish state. I understood it was necessary. But when I thought of Israel, I thought of Yerushalayim.
Bnei Brak.
I thought of Bnei Brak. I thought of, you know, Beit Yaakov Yerushalayim. I thought about all the things I wasn't allowed to do. I remember when I was 19, the first time I came to Israel, I was in seminary in Jerusalem. And I was standing by the kotel, and a chayal came over and gave me a rose. Now, for a normal 18-year-old, actually I was 18, for a normal 18-year-old, that's really lovely. For me, I literally cried for 4 days because it means I had somehow inadvertently attracted male attention and I was going to Gehenna. I literally cried for 4 days because a kid gave me a rose. So that's how I kind of saw Israel. To me was all those really not happy memories.
Very intense.
Very intense, it's all about, like, you know, the world of no. That's kind of how I saw it. And then I remember exactly where I was. I was in my office at home, and my son Shlomo, who's been, you know, a massive pro-Zionist since I think
was
he
in the
old
audience.
enough to speak. No, he's here. He's
here.
He's
Okay.
older than Miriam. He's my second.
Okay.
And he says, Ima, something's going on in Israel. And we turn on the TV, and the second I see what's going on, my entire body started shaking, and this intense, crazy rage and feeling of protectiveness, like literally slammed my entire body. And all of a sudden, in literally that 1 second, Israel became the greatest place on earth. I absolutely love it. No one's ever allowed to say anything negative about it. And I just felt this tremendous love for Israel. And I do believe that we in America were very complacent. You know, my son Shlomo went to Columbia. And a few years ago, and I'm talking 2021, 2022, Shlomo came to me and said, Ima, there is a massive rise of anti-Semitism going on in the United States. I have professors every day calling Israel genocidal and da-da-da-da. And you know what I did?
What?
I poo-pooed him.
Wow.
I told him, it's New York. It's pretty much all Jews. What are you talking about? There's no anti-Semitism in New York. We ignored the signs because they were there. Wow. We let people get away with denigrating us, with calling us genocidal and all of this. We shrugged our shoulders and let it go, and now here we are today. And that's why the Jerusalem Post and every person here who has a forward-facing audience, we need to shout the truth. We need to speak the truth. We need to invite people to see what Israel really is, because I promise you, for me especially, if I went to Tel Aviv and fell in love, everyone will. We need to get people there to show them how beautiful and extraordinary and just literally, it's paradise. It's a miracle. Israel is a miracle. And I want as many human beings to see it as humanly possible.
Amen. That's inspiring. And you mentioned the Jerusalem Post. You told me before that it may be your favorite
It's literally
online
my favorite.
source.
I mean, my entire family read the Jerusalem Post. And
I'm just looking for like a soundbite there,
yes.
you know?
In my family, we always read the Jerusalem Post.
That's what perfect. We're done. So Miriam, you spoke about the world of tech. If I recall correctly, you develop apps, right? See, I remember. I had 2 series of a podcast that never continued because I became editor-in-chief and I didn't have time. So she was on the first or second,
I remember
but that's it. Anyways, yeah. So that whole world does not have a lot of women. And you know, there's so many initiatives trying to promote women to go into tech. Are you involved in any of those types of initiatives? Is that something you promote?
Yeah, and it's actually really exciting because my mom and I, we do a lot of work around bringing more women into technology. We host female founder events. Even right now, we started this company. We can't talk too much about it, but
it's literally epically cool, and it's going to change everything.
You give us a hint. Give us a hint.
I'll let my mom give the hint.
Okay.
Yeah.
She's the businesswoman.
Exactly. Yeah. I'm just behind the computers. I
Yeah.
guess, you know.
The brains.
Both the brains. But yeah, I think that, we need more women in technology, and I'm actually involved in this really incredible organization based out of Israel that helps bring Arab Israelis and Jewish Israelis together in technology to get them into big tech companies too.
Right.
So.
And our time's almost up, but you are going to be receiving an award from Birthright.
Yes.
You want to tell us about? You want to tell us about it, or? Yeah.
I mean, ever since I did Birthright, I started staffing trips every single year.
How many have you been on?
I think 4 now.
Okay.
I'm staffing one this summer, so it'll be my 5th.
Okay.
And I plan to staff a trip for the rest of my life, for as long as I can. I mean, I love bringing people to Israel because, like my mom said, the media portrays Israel as this terrible place, when in fact we all know that it's not. It's something that's so beautiful and special. And the best way to show people that it's not terrible is by forcing them to see what it actually is, by just being there. And that's why for me, I love taking people there and having them go through that transformative journey and watch it happen. And so that's why I think Birthright and what they do is so important, and that's why bringing people to Israel, I think, is one of the best
You
things
passed. I did 3 times. You did 4, so you win. Okay. Julia, final words.
So I'm almost at the end of my divorce. And once it's over...
Can we say Mazel Tov?
Yes, please.
Mazel Tov.
Please.
Okay.
My plan is, I've been looking at several properties in Tel Aviv. I plan on buying a hotel in Tel Aviv. But for the first 5 years, and now I'm saying it publicly, so I have to actually do it.
We have some real estate people in the
I
audience.
am not going to charge. I am going to invite every famous person I know, every actor and actress, every person I know in politics. I know a lot of people.
That's a great idea.
I'm going to invite them to Israel. I'm going to host them Julia style.
Ooh.
And there is no world in which, when they see Israel with their own eyes, that they won't fall in love.
That's an amazing idea. That really is, it's innovative and inspirational. I wanted to thank the two of you, Miriam and Julia, for doing what you do. It really is important, and we appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
After the horrors of the Holocaust, the Jewish world declared, never again. Never again would we stand by as hate and violence targeted our people. Never again would we be led silently to our deaths. Never again, we swore. On October 7th, that vow was tested. The evildoers came once more, unleashing brutal violence, murder, rape, and arson on innocent Jewish men, women, and children. Islamic terrorists attacked without mercy. The world watched as Israel bled, and too many, shockingly, stood with the attackers. They cheered for Hamas. They blamed the Jews. Never again is right now. Shurat Hadin is on the front lines, fighting back with powerful legal action against those who sponsor and enable terror. We sued the Qatari Foundation and Iran for funding Hamas. We filed war crimes complaints against the Hamas commanders. We sued the Red Cross for abandoning our hostages. We acted against Students for Justice in Palestine, UNRWA, and Al Jazeera for aiding and abetting the terrorists.
Shurat Hadin is one of the most important pro-Israel organizations operating in the world. Great day at Shurat Hadin, the conference here in New York.
They are doing battle in the battleground that needs to be utilized, and that is law.
Never again is right now. Support Shurat Hadin. After the horrors of the Holocaust, the Jewish world declared, never again. Never again.
Our next panel features Nitzana Darshan-Leitner, attorney, human rights activist, founder, and president of Shurat Hadin, which utilizes court systems around the world to go on the legal offensive against Israel's enemies. Yael Yativ, senior director of resource development and CEO of Friends of Asuta Ashdod Public Hospital Associations, and Simcha Rotman, MK for Israel's Religious Zionist Party. They will be interviewed by diplomatic correspondent Amichai Stein.
So, thank you so much for being with us over here. I'm so happy to have these people who are really fighting for Israel, in Israel and abroad, really doing amazing job when it comes to the justice for Israelis and the battle around the world.
Thank you, Amichai. Thank you all for being here, and thank you to the Jerusalem Conference for an absolutely phenomenal day. Amichai will definitely get to the panel immediately, but I'd like to make everyone aware here that we have a Gibor Israel in the room. I was shocked to see that he was here, and I must tell you the story. I work at Asut Ashdod Public Hospital. We are situated 20 miles from the Gaza border. I'll never forget the day of the 20th of November. A helicopter landed from Gaza. Helicopters were landing every day. And I was in the CEO's office, and he said, okay, please make sure that the rabbi comes, because the soldier unfortunately passed away, and he has to go through, there's a whole process of DNA and biometric identification of soldiers who pass away on the flights. The helicopter landed, the rabbi walked into the trauma room, and the soldier, who had already been amputated on the helicopter, half amputated, opened his eyes. His name is Yoav Tzivoni. He was of the first troops that went into Gaza after that 3-week wait. And he's a phenomenon. He's here with us today by chance. Yoav, please come up on the stage. I must tell you something. Yoav was in a coma for 2 weeks, and I went to meet his mother. Yoav was, he was connected to every machine that you can imagine. And I walked up to her, and she smiled, Yedida. I didn't know her name then. And I was so wrapped up with the situation, and I started crying. I made Aliyah, I was in the army for many years, and she said to me, no, we don't cry. We do not cry. We are resilient. We are Bnei Israel. And this is the miracle, her son, and Yoav will say a few words.
I wasn't preparing anything, but I can tell you that every day when I look at the mirror, I see the scars that the war left on me. But I always remember that I carry these scars with pride, because I know that I have fought for the nation of Israel and for the people of Israel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we heard the story about the people who go to the battlefields in the fields of Gaza and other Israeli borders. Let's talk about the judicial battlefield. Nitzana, you have about 600 lawyers, right? A huge machine. Tell me, since October the 7th, what is the main focus? You know, you have been fighting for justice for a very long time, but what's the focus of the October 7th?
We realized after October 7th that for Israel to win the war over Hamas and to bring back the hostages, and more importantly, to make sure that October 7th doesn't happen ever again, we have to fight in the battlefield as well. We have to dismantle the terror organization by going after their financial infrastructure. Because in the end, if the IDF kills all the terrorists in Gaza and it destroys all the ammunition and their weapon arsenal, Hamas remains as an idea. It remains in Judea and Samaria and abroad, and they will find a way to crawl back to Gaza and revive again. And in order to make sure that this doesn't happen, we have to destroy their financial
So the
base.
story is the money, follow the money?
Follow the money, target the money, kill the money. Money is the oxygen for everything, including terrorism. And if you want to stop the flow of the terrorism, you have to stop the flow of the money. And this is what we do in Shurat Adin. We go after the PA that gives $1 billion a year to Hamas. We go after the Qatari charity foundations that give hundreds of millions of dollars annually to Hamas. We go after Binance. Binance would imagine cryptocurrency companies that allow Hamas to use them as platform for their crowdsourcing campaign, but not only. We decided to go after those international organizations that betrayed Israel after October 7th.
And the sphere of persecution, these organizations, do you see a change?
Well, we are going to see a change. I will tell you how. First of all, we went after the Red Cross that abandoned the hostages, which in every other area in the world is rushing to protect and to preserve the rights of the prisoner from both sides, but only when it comes to Israel, it defaults. We went after UNRWA that participated in the massacre and helped Hamas to fight Israel by hiding launchers and missiles and rockets in their facilities and tunnels underneath everything. And I can tell you that while these organizations think that they have immunity, right? The Red Cross, nobody sued the Red Cross. UNRWA, nobody sues UNRWA. They're all UN organizations. Here comes the Department of Justice under Trump and declares that the UNRWA is not a UN organization and does not enjoy immunity. So we are going to sue them and win over them, and we'll make sure that they change the way they are acting against Israel. And lastly, the international criminal tribunals, International Criminal Court, International Court of Justice, that are going not after those who came into Israel, invaded our kibbutzim on October 7th and mutilated and beheaded and burned babies alive and raped our women, not against them. They are going after our leaders. They are going after our soldiers, the heroes, the braves that sacrificed their life in order to protect the Jewish state. So we are going to fight them in their own courts to make sure that they will not side with those who are war criminals indeed, but with us, with the state of Israel, and together we will win.
Now, MK Rothman, I want to ask you about a different front. You know, we've been 2 years into the war. We know the Nukhbot and the Palestinian terrorists from October 7th have been rotting in prison. But what about bringing them to justice? What about it? When can we expect to see something regarding this?
I think that's one of the most important questions because it talks way more about ourselves and what's happening in the world than about the few, and there are really few Nukhba terrorists held by Israel. But the major problem is that in prosecuting terrorists like the Nukhba, we are still on October 6th. We are still, everyone talked about what's the Hebrew word, koncepcja in Hebrew, about what happened before October 7th. What did we think about the way to handle the army? How do we defend against terror? When we talk about the justice system in Israel and in the world, we are in October 6th. We are very deep inside the conceptia. And the reason there is not a Nukba terrorist still being prosecuted is because we are trying to push basically a genocide into the regular criminal system. It cannot work. It needs to have a special system. It needs to have a special court. It needs to have a special prosecution. It needs to have the entire set of thinking about things. And the main example is, so that's my private bill I'm trying to push forward, and the Ministry of Justice in Israel did not go through the thinking process.
Do you believe justice will be made?
Go. I think it will. But if we want it to happen fast, and it's important about the United States also, genocide is a special crime. There is international treaties about genocide. Genocide has an incitement for genocide special clause in American law. If you prosecute incitement for genocide, in Israel, by the way, it's punishable by death. If you incite for genocide in Israel, it's punishable by death. Here, there were almost never anyone prosecuted by it. The maximum penalty is 5 years. And if the United States will start prosecuting incitement for genocide, it will have to deal with, I think Nitzana will have a lot of work, because incitement for genocide happens in mosques 1 kilometer from here, 5 kilometers from here, funded by Qatar.
So
we have to know
a solution will be found. We will found at the end to really end this and bring these terrorists to justice. Thank you already for your battle around the world again, and also in Israel, for justice and for the legal opportunities for Israel in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The battle to support Israel online requests and requires dedication, courage, and hard work. I would like to invite 4 distinguished Israel activists, Lizzie Savetsky, Rudy Rochman, Emily Austin, and Zach Sage Fox, to come to the stage for a panel discussion led by Inbal and Buskila.
Shalom.
Shalom. Good evening, everyone. Such a pleasure to have you here tonight. I'm going to start with you, Liz. The very, very bold, you always speak out, and you're so true to your thoughts and beliefs. And what I really find even more amazing is the fact that you also question yourself online. And you're not afraid to, especially now with Trump's visit to Qatar, you were publicly questioning what's going on. And I find that very, very full of courage.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here. And first of all, I just have to say, I have to give Hakarat Satov to President Trump. Keith Siegel is sitting here in front of me, thanks to President Trump. And I have had the wonderful privilege of feeling like I've become a part of your family, Aviva, and your daughter Shir, and it's the most beautiful thing in the world. And we will never be able to repay that debt of gratitude to President Trump and Idon Alexander. We just got with the, there was absolutely no better option for the Jewish people than President Trump. That was without, that goes without saying. I also think it is really important that we acknowledge the fact that no human being is God, and that we need to be able to question and to express concern and even to criticize. And I question myself. And I think that the only way that I will be effective is if I am honest and transparent with my followers, and I try to be unapologetically fearless in how I am feeling and express my concerns. And that comes with backlash, but I want to have that level of trust between my followers and I think that that is truly the only way that I will be able to make the impact that I'm trying to have. I feel like I'm in a relationship with my audience, and I'm always going to be as open and honest as possible. And yes, I am having concerns about the situation with Qatar, and I'm just living out loud and expressing that. But as my dear friend Siggy said, what choice do we have? And President Trump, thank God, has been an amazing friend to us. Look what he's done here with anti-Semitism. Look what he's done for our hostages. And I just have tremendous gratitude above all else, but I will continue to be open and honest with my concerns as well.
Lizzie, thank you so much. I admire that. Zach.
What's up?
You are very, very bold, and you went into Palestinian area territory
You said your words carefully.
undercover, and you risked your life for it.
Yeah.
And you just wanted to hear what they have to say. Where did that courage come from?
Well, I come from a very strong family of Jews, and I'm lucky enough I have my grandmother here today as my +1, right over there. My lovely Bubby.
Love you, Bubby.
No, but I mean that sincerely. I think, first of all, both my grandmas are still living. I have one grandma who's almost 97, still living, totally healthy. And she remembers back in Florida when she was a kid, there being signs on a lot of the restaurants, hotels that said, no dogs, no Jews. And it's crazy that I'd even study that in the history test. You think that would be something that was taught about what anti-Semitism was like in America. And then I have my other grandmother who, she remembers when her parents just barely escaped the Holocaust in America. And so she, remembers being a kid and watching her mom crying as she learned about which relatives died in the Holocaust. And, I knew my whole childhood growing up that my grandma, who's here now, she didn't really have any cousins. She didn't really have many aunts and uncles. They all died in the Holocaust. And so, when 10/7 happened, I was behind the wheel. I give Lizzie and Rudy both credit. They've been fighting anti-Semitism really way before 10/7. I was a proud Jew. My whole community was Jewish. I went to Jewish day school. I was an A Pi at UPenn. I had a very Jewish upbringing. But I really thought anti-Semitism was mostly something in the rearview mirror of the past. And so when 10/7 happened, it was so shocking, and Hollywood being so silent shook me to my core. And the media not going to the West Bank, not going to the Palestinian territories to actually report and understand what they believed while they were just sugarcoating the whole thing and making it seem like this was some kumbaya circle. I really felt like someone had to go in there and do it. And I knew it was risky, but I genuinely felt like I needed to go understand, do they want peace? Do they not want peace? Do they like Jews? Do they hate Jews? Is Hamas loved, or is this just a little group of people that love Hamas? And, I literally spent the night before looking up pictures of Italian celebrities, and I thought I kind of looked like a young De Niro enough where I was like, I can pull this off. And luckily, I almost died, and a lot of people saw that on camera, but, luckily I was able to leave, and I think that was a video that I'm really proud of, because I think it actually helped people understand a lot more about what we're dealing with our neighbors over there. And keep in mind, Ramallah is like the most moderate part, quote, like women can have their hair uncovered. Like there's not even another place like that there. And so if in the most moderate parts of Palestine, you're seeing this massive love for Hamas, which is what I found over and over and over again. And I have people constantly be like, did you cut anyone out who was, and I couldn't find a single soul. And so I think that was really telling, and I have absolutely no regrets. And seeing people like Keith and Aviva sitting here right in front, it reminds me that risk I took and that risk we all take as influencers. Some days it feels like we're screaming into a void, but then you sit here and you go, look, these people are worth fighting for. They are our brothers and sisters. I just met Keith the other day, but I feel like I've known him for a year and a half, and so we really are one Jewish family, and it's important to keep that in our minds constantly.
And I hope next time you don't have to risk your life for it.
Yeah, no, next time I'm going with security.
Rudy, with anti-Semitism rising, and I know that you have very unique ways of looking at things, why do you think this is happening now?
I remember when I first started university out of the Army in 2013, I started at UCLA, and a lot of the Jewish organizations were telling me to ignore the problem. not to go into debates, not to create coalitions, not to do the things that we need to do. Because when we say never again, it's not some statement that we say once or twice a year. It's a generational commitment to make sure it doesn't happen again. And I realized I needed to be on the forefront of this. Now at least the organizations are talking about what, but we're still not talking about why. We know that the world is against us, but there's a very unique type of xenophobia when it comes to the Jewish people. The far right thinks for the left, the far left thinks for the right. The white supremacists see us as the source of the problem. The black supremacist, the Farrakhan, sees us as the source of the problem. Literally any and every single side on the extreme sees us as the source of the problem, and we're not talking about in this generation as to why this is happening. Now, if you look at the Jewish people, why are people so obsessed with us? We need to understand who we are and what we're meant to do as a nation and as a collective. Thousands of years ago in Har Sinai, all of our souls were there, for those that are Jews here. And we all took on the collective mission of doing tikkun olam and or lagoim, healing the world wherever there's hatred, idolatry, materialism, war, famine, pollution, any problems that exist. It is our responsibility as a nation, as a civilization to correct. And or lagoim doesn't mean we're going to be a light to ourselves and other people will look at us and want to be like us. It's not about uplifting ourselves. It's about turning on the light for a world that is living in darkness and being able to allow them to access their potential. Now, if the world was a body, and every nation had its own function. Now, it's not binary, one nation can play the role of several organs, but what in the body fulfills the role of healing the body and empowering all the organs? It is the immune system. The Jewish people chose to be the world's immune system. Now, what happens when the world sees that the Jewish people, thank you.
Or vitamin C, baby.
What happens when the immune system does not work? The body becomes sick. What anti-Semitism is a rejection of the Jewish people failing their purpose. And it is enough that we're looking external for our solutions. It is not going to come from the world feeling bad for us. Sure, we should have allies like Trump, but the solution is not from Trump. We have Hashem that we should count on. The solution is internal. It is our responsibility to make sure to write the next chapter of Jewish history, and not just to survive, but to start to thrive.
I want to thank you guys for being here, and I want to thank you guys for fighting our fight online. Thank you.
It's a privilege. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to give you a short preview ahead. We have interesting speakers. Benny Gantz, the chairman of the National Union Party, and also Adam Bowler, the special envoy for hostages, will be with us very soon, so there's a lot to expect.
You walk into the aftermath. And sometimes, in the middle of the chaos, something holy remains. A reminder that even in the darkest moments, there is light. That is what we at Zaka are here for. To bring dignity, humanity, and a sense of meaning. When everything else feels lost.
There's a moment when everyone else runs away and we run in. We see the hardest things, the silence after a tragedy, the screams that follow. We stay calm because someone has to be. We carry the weight for the families, the victims, and the nation.
We give our lives to this mission. We observe trauma that most people cannot even imagine. And we're gonna do it again and again. But who is helping us to carry it? This is why Zaka is building a resilience center, because even the strongest souls need space to heal.
Stand with us. Help us build the Zaka Resilience Center. We carry others every day. Now we are asking, will you carry us?
We care for the dead with courage and compassion.
And now, it's your turn to care for us.
Help us build the Zaka Resilience Center.
Because
even heroes need someone to lean on.
I am honored to call to the stage Vered Atzmon, head of Zaka's Resilience Department.
Good afternoon. Every time that I say that, I'm always excited again and again. So on the midnight of October 8th, I volunteered at the Shura base, IDF base, to accompany families through the unbearable, the moment they were asked to identify their murdered beloved ones. I saw the horrors with my own eyes. I heard them, I breathed them in, I felt them in every part of my being, my soul and body. I stood beside parents, siblings, and children, facing what no human heart should ever have carried. In some cases, no family members remains. Entire families had been wiped out. Women whose faces were no longer recognizable. Bodies tortured and seen with unimaginable cruelty. These were not just murders. They were acts of deep inhumanity. And in that silence, something inside me broke and something else awakened. My name is Vered Atzmon Meshulam. I'm a medical psychologist, and for over 20 years, I've accompanied cancer patients and their families through the most sacred and delicate moments of end-of-life care. I've witnessed pain, courage, and quiet strength, but nothing prepared me or my colleagues for the horrors of the October 7th. That day changed my life and the life of so many others forever. I understood, standing there, that we, the first responders, had become the voice of those who would no longer speak. Our task is not only to remember, but to carry, to heal, to ensure their death were not in vain. I speak Zaka, may be known for most of you, honoring the dead, but in truth, they are guardians of life. I speak here tonight as a founder and professional director of the Zaka Resilience Division, but really, I speak on behalf of those who stood with me in the silence and the mission, Zaka's extraordinary volunteers. I want to ask you for a minute, take a minute for yourself and imagine yourself waking in the night from a nightmare, sweating, seeing pictures that can't leave your head, hard to take your baby from his bed at night because they have a picture of a dead, executed child that was murdered. This what our volunteers are dealing from the day the war began. And today, and after the October 7th, with the support of Zaka CEO Dubi and the full leadership, and with Chaim Weingarten, our Director of Operation, together with my devoted partner, Oz Avizov, we founded the Zaka Resilience Division, and this has become our shared life mission: to care for the spirit and soul of those who care for all of us, all the year. We built a cutting-edge national system combining trauma-informed therapy, Jewish spiritual tools, and community-based healing. We run trauma processing circles not only for the volunteers themselves, we run trauma process for the spouses and families whose lives have not returned to normal since that day and may never fully will. We don't only support survival, we collectivate what we call healing resilience. Resilience that grows not despite the pain, but through it. And now we are building the Zaka National Resilience Center, a true home for recovery, renewal, and search and sacred strength. We believe, as Rabbi Nachman said, there is no despair in the world at all. Even in the face of death, we hold on to life. Even from destruction, we will rise. Zaka is a symbol of that, a symbol of unity as healing, a symbol of love born from sacrifice, a symbol of people who choose not to break. We will continue, I promise you that, because we must, because we owe it to our brothers and sisters who were murdered, that their death will not be in vain, that we live lives worthy for their memory. To the Jerusalem Post, I want to thank you for honoring this mission. And to all of you here today, thank you for walking this path with us. And on behalf of our volunteers, I want to express our deepest gratitude to Dubi, our CEO, to Kobe Ginsburg, our member of director that is here with us today, and to the entire leadership team. Thank you for your deep commitment to our volunteers' well-being. And for embracing our shared responsibility, our mutual responsibility to care for those who care for others. I want to thank my partner, Oz, that is not here, but is an extraordinary partner, that me and him have taken this mission that become our shared life work to treat and restore the souls and spirit of those who carried the unbearable for all of us. And finally, I want to say personal words for the end. I carry with me the legacy of my grandfather, Aharon Meshulam. He was an only survivor of his family in Greece during the Holocaust. His quiet resilience, his unwavering Jewish spirit, accompany me every day in this sacred task to return the spirit to the wings of our volunteers and to the soul of every Jewish in the world. I invite you to join us, partner with us in building the next generation of responses stronger, deeper, and more human. We pray for the safe and immediate return of all the hostages, and we remember, whoever saves one life, it is they have saved an entire world. We will never let evil defeat our spirit. Unity is our strength. Am Yisrael Chai.
I am pleased to call to the stage Lee Ziv, VP of Sales at Gindi Group, who will present the Kala Tel Aviv Luxury Development. Lee will be interviewed by Inbal Anbuskila.
Hello, everyone.
Good afternoon, Lee Ziv. Such a pleasure to have you here today.
Good to see you again.
Tell me, what makes Hayarkon 154 such a rare and desirable location?
Okay, Kala is in one of the best spots in Tel Aviv. It's between Hayarkon Street and Am Yisrael High Street, just a 2 minutes walk to the beach. It's really rare to find a place like that when you can enjoy all the energy of Tel Aviv, but still feel relaxed by the sea.
And what makes the personal feeling in Kala unique?
It's very small and very private.
Unlike very tall buildings.
Yes, it feels like a home, not a big building. There are all just 31 apartments, And every apartment is very stylish with top finishes and sea views.
And you have some really special wellness facilities in this building. Tell us a little bit. What are we expecting to see there?
Okay, today people want not just a nice apartment, they want a full lifestyle, a place they can relax, enjoy, and have fun, all in a one place. At Kala, we wanted to give them all. A spa for wellness, a gym to stay active, a cinema for fun. It's all about making life peaceful and very special every day.
So you can basically come down in the morning, go to the gym,
yes,
have a little spa,
have a little spa,
and then go to work, come back, go to the beach.
Around.
Amazing.
Yeah.
And tell me, the architectural design is quite unique.
It's very unique. The Kala was designed by Raphael Navot. He's a very famous designer living in Paris. He took the Bauhaus style of Tel Aviv and make it more modern and softer. Inside the spaces were designed by Dana Overzon, one of Israel's top interior designers. She used natural colors, natural materials, soft colors to make Kala more feel elegant and very calm. Together, they create Kala. It feels like connected, very connected to the sea.
That's very unique, especially keeping the Bauhaus feeling of Tel Aviv, the old Tel Aviv, but with a little hint
with a
of
little
modernism.
touch of, yeah.
Definitely. And what is this for people who are seeking for a second home in Israel?
It's very luxury, okay? So we offering just a little bit to give you an idea. It's not for everyone. It's really expensive. But Tel Aviv is expensive, and if you're on the beach, 2 minutes walk is very expensive. So we're offering at Kala 1 bedroom starting at 5.3 million shekel, 2 bedrooms around 9.6 million shekel, an amazing garden apartment from 19 million shekel. We also have 2 mini penthouses. All the apartments, as I said, are special, very beautiful, with top finishes and sea view. And because there are just 31 apartments, every home feels very private and special.
So they basically get a very, very unique and boutique building in a high level.
That's right, correct.
Amazing. And why is now the time to invest in Kala?
It's always time to invest in Tel Aviv. The prices are proving
And in
that.
Israel.
And in Israel, of course. So if you love the sea and Tel Aviv, you're going to love this. I just want to say something about the developer because it's very important.
Yeah.
So Kala was developed by Chen Venitai Gindi, a well-known developers in Israel with experience of more than 25 years.
One of the biggest in Israel.
Yes, one of the biggest. They focus on high quality, luxury projects, and best location.
So you're safe when you invest with them.
Of course. We have also the guarantee of the bank, you know, in Israel.
Yeah, definitely. Wow, thank you for taking us on this journey to this amazing luxury building and boutique.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, everyone.
Our next panel features the heads of 3 organizations dedicated to developing leadership and knowledge in Israel in different spheres. I would like to call to the stage Zalman Duchman, Executive Director of Kolel Chabad, Charities for Israel, Tema Klausner, President, World Emunah, and Professor Edward Yakubov, President of Cholon Institute of Technology, HIT. The panel will be moderated by Jerusalem Post news editor Alex Winston.
Thank you all for joining us today. Thank you, guys. Zalman, I'd like to start, if I may, with you at the far end. You are the executive director of an organization that has been going for over 200 years. And your main mission is ensuring food security for thousands of needy families in Israel. Can you explain to us just a little bit briefly what this physically looks like on the ground, what this work entails and how it takes place?
So Kol Chabad is the oldest continuous operating tzedakah in Eretz Yisrael, and actually the world over, established by the Baal HaTanya, Reb Shneur Zalman of Liadi, the first Chabad Rebbe, in 1788, when the first group of Chassidim, the students of the Baal Shem Tov, went to the land of Israel, and we continued unabated since that time. In our times, each of Chabad Rebbes was the head of it, and obviously, over the years, the mission stayed the same, to support diaspora Jewry supporting the Jewish people in Israel. That has been the mission, and that continues the mission to be till today. Obviously, the method we used has changed over time. It's very famous. Whoever knows Yutas Kislev, the day that the Alter Rebbe, the Baal HaTanya, was released from prison. The reason why he was in prison is because he was supporting Israel. That was then under the Ottomans. And today we are the largest in helping in the most basic of human need, and that is food. We're the largest. We're in partnership with both the local municipalities and the Israeli government. We do over 400 million shekel a year in direct aid to Israel's neediest. And we have a very strong infrastructure working within throughout Israel, a strong infrastructure that whenever there's an emergency, we're called up to be able to respond immediately. And that's what we do from then until today.
Fantastic. Thank you. Tim, if I may turn to you as well, you're also running a long-standing organization. World Emunah's been going 90 years this year, I believe. There's a difference between World Emunah and Emunah Israel. And I was wondering if you could just explain to those who are unaware what the difference is and what makes them both so unique.
Thank you, Alex. Emunah is the largest religious Zionist social service organization in Israel. It's also one of the 20 largest social service organizations in Israel. It runs daycare centers, children's homes, a women's shelter, a college, therapy, of course, as everyone has been talking today about tremendous, resilient therapy centers that we have. World Emunah is the umbrella organization that brings together all of the supporters around the world. We share the stories of what Emunah is doing. We bring people from the countries around the world to Israel to connect them, and we try to create a very strong connection between people around the world and Israel. Also, we are an independent member of the World Zionist Organization, the Keren Kayemet LiYisrael, the Jewish Agency for Israel, and Keren HaYesod. So we speak for the religious Zionist community, we speak for women, we speak loud and clear. We align ourselves with groups, or we don't. We're independent.
Fantastic. Well, we've heard from representatives of organizations who work around the world working towards Israel. You, Professor Yakubov, are obviously based in Israel at the Cholon Institute of Technology.
Yes. I'm very, very proud to be the president of HIT, Cholon Institute of Technology, and to be together with us, my dear friends. The Institute has been established about 6 years ago as a response to the 6 days war because of the shortage of engineers at that time. During 60 years, we are focused on STEM disciplines, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. But at HIT, we consider STEM in another way, society, because of the very, very great impact of science and technology and engineering to the society. T is very, very important for us. Togetherness. Togetherness is the key of our victory in these days, in this war. To be together means to be strong as State of Israel. E, this education. We educate our students not just to be engineers, scientists, but also the true citizens of Israel. And M is medicine, because this is a new direction of our institute. We combine two different worlds, the world of science, technology, and medicine. Now, these days, we have two very, very great problems in the state of Israel. One of them is the storage of about 80,000 engineers in the applied sciences. The second one, Israel will face much more complicated challenges in a few years. So we should be ready. We should know how to multiply the number of engineers. We not just have to graduate them, to train them, but also supply them by practical skills. Now, in the era of AI, cybersecurity, I'm sure that we may develop new technologies and save the lives of our soldiers and officers. We should save the health of our soldiers and officers. So it is possible, but what is the key? The key is to be together. I'm sure that together we will win. I'm sure that together we will continue to contribute to our very, very nice and unique state, the state of Israel. Am Israel Chai.
Well said. That's a beautiful answer. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. And obviously, being together means plenty of support for the state of Israel from the diaspora. We're here in New York with all these wonderful people. Zalman, why is it so important that Kol Chabad gets support towards Israel from the Jewish diaspora?
I think that, number one, you see today over here, the necessity of diaspora support for Israel is so clear. A special message seen today, how divine providence puts so many people into so many places that each one is able to use those strengths, those people that have a voice on social media, those people that have other places. And this is actually a unique message for today, for the 21st day of Iyar, of every person has within their ability to make a very strong impact. But I think more than the support that Israel needs is that diaspora Jews need to support Israel for our own sake. Every single Jew needs a connection to Israel. And we need to highlight that connection by showing a piece of us. The Alter Rebbe says in Tanya that when a person gives from their hard-earned money that they put their blood, sweat, and tears to make, and they give it away to tzedakah, that connects the piece of their soul to the land of Israel, and that is what we each have to do. Never has it experienced so much for at least our generation in the past 18 months. But this is something, but it's not only something very important that the Alter Rebbe stressed. It's not only the amount of money that is given, but it's the frequency, and what frequency. Back in, there was the old Kakal Pushka box where people used to give every single day. The first tzedakah box was established by the second Chabad Rebbe. And today, nobody carries change anymore. But of course, you could go to the app store and download the Tzedakah Pushka app. And every single day, or twice a day, or 3 times a day, it's a very simple app, and the money goes to support hungry people in Israel. But I think most importantly is it's something that we were brought up with a tzedakah box in our home. Our children are being brought up in a totally different world without fiat currency, and unless we give them something practical, physical, that they could do every single day or multiple times a day, we have to ingrain it in them to do it on a daily basis, on a regular basis.
Fantastic, thank you. Well, you mentioned a very, very, very powerful word before. You said the word impact. And Timmy, you have a beautiful phrase that you shared with me before, which is helping someone is more than just charity, it's about changing lives. And I wonder if you could touch upon that a little bit, what that means with your work.
Sure. When Emunah started 90 years ago by the Rabbanit Sarah Herzog, who's the grandmother of the president of the state of Israel, and Tova Sanhedrai, their vision was Kol Yisrael Arevim Zelazeh. Every Jew is responsible for one another, regardless of Whatever they are, we're responsible for them. And that vision hasn't changed with Emunah at all over 90 years. And I'll give you an example. We have a children's home. It's very unusual because it's only for boys, and it's only for boys who have already been institutionalized. And you'll have a boy, he's in an institution, he has no place to go. He has no trust in an adult, he has nothing. The welfare agency or the police will get in touch with our home and say, can you take this boy? And they do. And they teach him how to trust. They teach him how to be civilized. They teach him how to eat. They teach him how to go to school. And he does it. And he becomes the best that he can be. And he graduates high school. And he goes to the army. And he gets married. And he has children. And his children do not go to a children's home. This is more than charity. This is what we do. This is changing lives. And let's face it, if we could put ourselves out of business, we would.
Brilliant. Well, I'm sure everybody will join me in giving these three fantastic organizations a round of applause for their contribution to Israel and the Jewish diaspora. Thank you. Thank you, guys, very much.
Dr. Merav Galili is a prominent leader in strategic philanthropy and impact investing. As the founding CEO of the Menomedin Foundation, established by entrepreneur and philanthropist Chaim Tayeb, she leads the development and implementation of national roadmaps to strengthen social and economic resilience through systematic change, innovation, and measurable impact. In addition, she manages Mr. Tayeb's global investments, integrating a philanthropic vision with long-term financial strategy. Her multidisciplinary background, spanning public policy, academia, and investment, provides her with a broad and in-depth perspective on today's most pressing global challenges. I am pleased to introduce the CEO of Menomedin Foundation, Dr. Merav Galili. Following her remarks, Dr. Galili will interview Tamiri Dan, head of the Sdot Negev Regional Council since 2012, which includes 16 communities, 12 moshavim, 2 municipal communities, and 2 kibbutzim.
Hi all. Let's begin upside down. Yes, this is David Ben-Gurion doing a headstand on the beach. Not a gimmick, a statement. His way of saying, to build something truly new requires flipping our perspective. In times of uncertainty, Ben-Gurion shifted how he saw the world in order to stay sharp, centered, and visionary. Long before Ben-Gurion flipped his perspective, Herzl dreamed of a future others couldn't yet see. He taught us that vision isn't just about predicting, it's also about doing. If you will it, it is no dream. In moments of uncertainty, we need flippers that transform the unthinkable into a national vision and action plan. Today, we need both that vision, new thinking, and bold actions. We need to build what we call Israel 3.0. Israel 1.0 was about survival, building a state, absorbing immigrants, defending borders. Israel 2.0 was about success, economic growth, global recognition, startup nation. Israel 3.0 is about resilience, creating national roadmaps and forging leadership that unites us in crisis and propels us forward in times of opportunity. On October 7th, our systems were tested. Some failed, others people rose. Soldiers, mayors, volunteers, teachers, grandmothers, they held the line. They showed us what resilience looks like in action. Now, we face a question. How do we build national resilience, not just for today, but for the next generation? At Menomadin, we chose to join this mission, not just to respond, but to redesign. Menomadin's story began with the life journey of one visionary individual, a nation builder at heart. He has led the creation of over 100 national programs and is recognized as an expert in building and strengthening countries. In 2019, Chaim Taib made a pivotal decision to bring his group's assets and knowledge to support Israel's resilience and to fortify the future of Israel. Menomadin's vision for creating Israel's national roadmaps is built on 5 core pillars. Let me walk you through them. The first one is leadership, the human infrastructure of Israel 3.0. To build a resilient nation, we need more than strong systems. We need the people who lead them. In Israel 3.0, leadership becomes national infrastructure, the engine behind vision and the rebuilding of trust. That's why we invest in leadership. For example, in the Druze community, our Alam program serves as a national incubator for public sector leaders with a focus on measurable outcomes and adaptive strategy. And now, with government joining in both declaration of intent and funding, we're scaling it nationwide, empowering hundreds of Druze graduates to lead in key public roles. Because when crisis hits, systems don't operate on their own. It's people who make the difference. Our second pillar is empowering local municipalities. Resilience isn't just national, it's local. Municipals are where education, welfare, and daily life happen. They are the front line of trust with the people. A local authority is like a net of ropes, each department a rope held together by strong knots. If the ties are weak, the net falls apart. We work to strengthen those ties through a systematic, structured, and long-term approach, ensuring the net can hold whatever falls into it, even in the toughest storms. Building on the metaphor, in Tiberias, for example, we've worked for over 6 years to help the city strengthen the ties between the ropes and ensure the net remains strong and resilient. When 14,000 evacuees arrived after October 7th, a 25% population increase overnight, the systems in Tiberia held. A school for 2,500 children was created within weeks. Elderly services scaled immediately. No local core service was disrupted. We call that resilient infrastructure. Our third path of action is through regional clusters, scaling capacity, not just response. Local authorities do the heavy lifting, but regions help them scale. After October 7th, regional clusters played a critical role. They mobilized knowledge, moved resources quickly. They planned beyond the emergency because they had the ability to see beyond the here and now. Menomadin works with regional clusters like Kinneret Valleys and with regional councils like Sdot Negev, strengthening the systems that connect communities rather than isolate them. Because a strong Israel isn't built town by town, it's built together. Our fourth strategic path is national roadmaps, turning projects into policy. To truly scale impact, we must go beyond systematic programs and shape national policy. That's the highest, most meaningful form of scale. Take, for example, our national plan, The Right to Good Welfare, adopted by 2 consecutive governments. It's transforming how welfare is delivered and monitored for millions who depend on welfare services in Israel. We don't just support good ideas, we build frameworks that governments can adopt, implement, and scale. Because true resilience is embedded in policy. Our fifth and final pillar is a business-like approach. Beyond programs and policy, our business-like approach ensures long-term sustainability. We invest in Israeli startups, the country's leading growth engine, to generate future returns that will fund our mission. That's how we build an evergreen model designed for long-term impact. And we design every initiative to be measurable, scalable, and built to last, just like a smart investment. But impact isn't only measured in numbers, it's also measured in memory, meaning, and moral responsibility. Over the past 2 years, we've led delegations of October 7 survivors and heroes to the March of the Living in Auschwitz. Families of hostages, survivors, descendants of Holocaust victims, now reliving generational trauma. Like Faina and Moshe Cooperstein, Holocaust survivors whose grandson Bar has been held in Gaza for close to 600 days. But even in the most painful place, Faina and Moshe walked, proud, unbroken. They showed us that resilience isn't just surviving, it's carrying pain with purpose and walking forward with unwavering strength. 58 hostages remain in captivity. Every day is a violation of humanity and a test of our unity. We will not stop until all of them are home. So what is Israel 3.0? Israel 3.0 is not a dream, it's a blueprint, a path from crisis to capacity, from fragility to resilience. It's built around 5 strategic pillars that serve as the foundation for the development and implementation of national roadmaps. So from this stage, I invite you not just to believe in this blueprint, but to build and execute it with us. From philanthropists to policymakers, from innovators to mayors, join us. Let's build Israel 3.0 with vision and with impact. I'd like to end on a personal note. I spent part of my childhood just a few miles from here in Brooklyn in a Jewish community at a Jewish day school. As an Israeli child born in Jerusalem, whose world ended at Ben Gurion Airport, I had the profound privilege of coming here in the 80s, reaching a realization that guided my actions to this date. We are more than a country. We are a people bound together across oceans, generations, and destiny. That unwavering sense of mutual responsibility, Kol Yisrael Arevim Zeh Bazeh, is not just a value. It is the living, breathing strength of our people. And it is what will carry us forward together, always. Thank you.
Keith and Aviva Siegel, longtime residents of Kibbutz Kfar Aza, were abducted. I'll be right back.
Now I would like to welcome one of Israel's most powerful symbols of resilience, a leader already building Israel 3.0, not in theory, but in real time. Mr. Tamir Idan, head of the Sdot Negev Regional Council. אנחנו צריכים לזוז אחד נראה לי. Tamir has served as council head since 2012, leading a community hit by the October 7th attacks. On that morning, Tamir acted with calm, strategic clarity, activating emergency protocols, mobilizing resources, and standing with his people while under fire. His leadership post-October 7th has transformed pain into purpose through investments in education, infrastructure, and long-term programs. But Tamir's story is not just about leadership, it's about survival. On the morning of October 7th, reports spread across social media and news channels that Tamir Idan had been killed when a missile was fired at his car. His wife, many friends and local residents received the devastating message that both Tamir and his close friend Ophir Liebstein had been murdered. Tragically, Ophir, who displayed the highest courage, did fall. But Tamir survived. And today, as you can see, Tamir is here, carrying forward the legacy of his friend Ophir. I'm proud to have the privilege of interviewing you, my friend and partner.
Thank you, Mirav.
Can you share with us something that kind of resonates with you, that you felt on that morning of October 7th?
You know, the first reaction was like shock, disbelief, huge fear. You have to understand, Mirav, that usually the army calling me and saying, be prepared, we are doing something, take your people, open the operation room and be prepared for war, for an operation. We hear the alarms in the morning and we wake up and nobody was in the phone. I tried to call the army, tried to call the police, all my friends, nobody answered the phone. So I said, what is going on here? But these feelings have no place in this time. And I was with 4 or 5 people in this room, in this shelter room, say, let's go out. People going to the synagogue now, it's a holiday. And we get out and get them out of the synagogue. But people didn't believe us. We said, there are murders outside. There are terrorists that come in to kill you all, get off. And after that, you see the fear in their eyes. The fear. But they are heroes, because any one of them take his weapon and get out of the street with a simple weapon and just fight the terrorists inside the communities. Until now, it's a big shock for us. We didn't know what's happened, how such a thing can happen, but we know we are going through, we're going to the future.
I want to take the clicker so we can play a bit with the pictures. This picture here behind us. I've been there several times and it's kind of shocking to see it.
The picture that behind us, and I see it over here, it's about 1,640 pieces. Every one of them had a family inside, of someone that escaped from this terrible Nova party. And in the first day of the war, they asked me to put them outside my office. And night after night, the wonderful of the Zaka people came and took part of the bodies from the cars that came all night and recognized the kidnapped and the soldiers and the people from the Nova and our residents that fell in these days. It was a terrible time and terrible place, and now all these cars are like a few meters from our council, but it's like a commemoration. And when we go together to Auschwitz, I told you that I seen the shoes and I seen the car, and I broke. You remember that?
Yeah. So obviously it was very shocking and things continued after that, but it's very hard, and we want to talk about hope. And you and I talk a lot about hope and moving forward, and I kind of want to ask you, Tamir, as a person, not now as a leader. Obviously, we'll talk about that after. But as a person? What keeps you going? What keeps you moving ahead?
I think the face of our children. If you are going to show the picture, it's a little tough for me every time I see it.
We're going to have to ask production to move the slides.
In October 22, my granddaughter burned.
Yeah.
You can see me holding her a few minutes after. And I'm not a man of Facebook.
She was born 10 days after October 7th.
10 days after the war. And I just hold this beautiful creature in my eyes, in my hands, and start printing in the Facebook. I never do that. And I say about something about we are 10 days moving bodies, all the blood, all this darkness, and I hold in life in my hand. I hold in light, I hold in hope, and I hold in the future of Israel, of my family. And it's make me very strong, but to say the truth, very afraid about the future. And a few minutes after that, a terrorist came inside in the response on the Facebook and said, come to your house and murder her. So my child, my oldest son, said, delete that immediately. So I do that. But when you see these children, when you see the new life coming on in Israel, in your family, you know that there is a hope. You know, it's a tough time for us. And people ask me, why you sacrificing your child? Why you put him in this dangerous place? My biggest son is with me here in the hotel waiting. And if you ask him if you want to move, he will tell you no, just no. And we are 4 generations in this place. We have deep roots. And we want to stay there, and we make the future of this child better, because this is our mission. Because if we are stopped, they're going to lose the future. So we have to continue, move on, and rebuild, and make these countries and these communities stronger than ever.
So if we're talking about looking into the future and the things that you are doing in order to convince your child and other children to stay in your region, so maybe you want to share with us a bit about the activities that you are now spearheading in your community.
We have to talk short.
We have to talk short.
Okay, I want to point about 2 things that we are doing now. We are establishing a new community. 500 new families going to come to our region, and they on the list. You have to believe me. They call me and say, write my name. I said, no list. Write my name on the list that's going to be. And you see over here the tank and the combine. Alive, near the war, side by side. This is our life. But we have to make them better. So we are going to establish the new community. We're going to bring new people to this area. And we're focusing about education, about giving the tools to our children to break the wheel ceiling that they have. Because to telling the truth, in the periphery, there's a fear from high-tech, from cyber, from things like that. So we're going to establish a school, a high-tech school in our region, and it's going to be a success, believe me. You know me, Mirav.
Yeah. So they said we have to finish. So do you want to say something to kind of conclude and close this session?
I want to say something. Hi. First of all, I want to thank my dear friend Chaim Tayeb, who is the president on this occasion. Chaim, you are a friend of Israel, of my region, in time of war and in time of peace. Thank you. I want to thank the great people at the Jerusalem Post about having this. But I want you to know, in the first day we were alone. Nobody answered the phone. But you all was over there. And thank you, each and every one of you, about the caring, about the hugging, about the phone, about just calling and say, what you need. I not needed anything. I needed a strong back of all the people of Israel all over the world. And if you're not sure, I make it sure, we are going to win that. We are going to win that. But first of all, bring all the hostages back home safe and alive, and then win the war. And you can trust my word. We're going to be here and be there, but we are over there. And we're going to succeed this mission, this historic mission, to the end. Am Yisrael Chai. Thank you.
Keith and Aviva Siegel, longtime residents of Kibbutz Kfar Aza, were abducted from their home on October 7 during the brutal Hamas attack on Israeli communities near the Gaza border. Aviva was released during the hostage release and ceasefire agreement of November 2023, and Keith was released on February 1st, 2025. We invite you to take a moment to witness the powerful journey they've been through. Just 1 year ago, Aviva stood on the Jerusalem Post gala stage, fighting for her husband's life, and today they return together. They will be interviewed by Amichai Stein, diplomatic correspondent for the Jerusalem Post. Please join us.
So, like Tamar said, last year you were with us by yourself. We were all praying to see both of you together. Can you give us a bit about the feeling being now joined together almost over 500 days in Hamas captivities? What's the rejoice of joining together?
I want to start by saying Keith is here. He's sitting here next to me, and it's a miracle. I also want to say that I shared that moment of Keith coming home with millions of people all over the world. Everybody was happy, just like me, for Keith coming home. We all shared a moment when Idan Alexander came home. It was like our son came home. But I'm the happiest to have Keith home. But I'm here talking for Tali, Gali and Zevi's mom, two twins from Kibbutz Kfar Aza. They deserve to be happy too. Alon Oil, his mom showed me Alon playing on the piano. And I started crying because I know what it's like being in Gaza with nothing. Hardly a mattress on the floor to lie down, nothing. And he is there for too long. We had the soldier coming on the stage with one leg. And he said that he's proud and that it's a miracle. We don't need miracles. We need them back. We don't want miracles anymore. We want this war to end. We want Trump, President Trump, to bring them all back, all the 58. There are families here that their loved ones that aren't alive are still in Gaza. They need to come back. There's the ones that are alive, that I'm here and Keith is here, screaming for them to come home and we need your help. Thank you.
Katie, if I can just ask you, I know you have been through a nightmare. Both of you have been through a nightmare. But can you try, of course, we won't be able to understand what is it to be a day in Hamas captivity in Gaza, in these tunnels? Can you try a bit to explain us so we can understand maybe what you have been through and what they have been through or going through right now?
Yes, I will try. It's very, very hard to describe in words the experience. The horrors, the violence, the abuse, being in tunnels that we could hardly breathe and felt like death was close. Being left alone, no food, no water, no way of getting help if we would have needed it, and witnessing torture of other hostages, including women, witnessing sexual abuse of women, sexual verbal abuse I experienced. Just getting through the day is very, very challenging. I was held in captivity alone for 6 months and had no one to really share my difficulties, my hardships with. I was fortunate to be held with Matan Angrist for 67 days. We helped each other to get through the days. Matan Angrist was seriously injured on October the 7th while defending our community of Kfar Aza. Matan was a tank driver. His tank was hit by a missile. His crew was killed. He was the only survivor. Seriously injured. Matan is almost 600 days in captivity. He has not received the medical attention that he needs. This is what Matan looked like just before the 7th of October. And this is what Matan looks like after he was interrogated and after he was beaten by Hamas. I think about Matan every day, and we need all of the 58 hostages, Matan and everybody else, back as soon as possible. I also spent an extended period of time, 4.5 months, with Omri Miran. Omri is Lishai's husband, and he's the father of Roni and Alma. Roni is aged 4. Alma is aged 2. They have not seen their father for almost 600 days. He has not seen them. That's torture for the family. For Omri, I saw a video released by Hamas a little while ago, and he looked like a completely different man. You can see on the top what he looked like in April 23. In the middle, what he looked like when Hamas did a propaganda video with Omri and I, April 24, and what Omri looks like just a few weeks ago when the last video was released. They're in a life-threatening situation day in and day out. They're suffering from physical and mental, emotional abuse. As time goes by, as each day goes by, their situation is deteriorating. Their situation is getting worse. It's critical, it's urgent to get all of the 58 hostages back as soon as possible.
Can you describe us? Let's hope it happens soon. Really, let's hope. Can you just describe to me, being with someone so many days in captivity, the moment they have taken one of you away, how do you say goodbye at this stage? Can you say goodbye? What do you say to one another when you leave?
Matan and I were separated on February the 20th, never imagining that we would stay there for so long. We said to each other, we hope we will see each other soon when we get released, when we get back to Israel. We talked about things we would do together once we got back home. Matan was a serious supporter of the Maccabi Haifa soccer team. He talked a lot about his love for soccer. He was very much into physical fitness and healthy nutrition. We talked a lot about that. We talked about Matan giving me a training session in the gym and having nutritious meals together. That helped a lot. And as well with Omri, we talked a lot about seeing each other soon, hopefully, and being able to spend happy times together once we're released, once we're back home. We hugged each other, the strongest hugs possible, Matan and I, and Omri and I, and said goodbye. And we wished each other good luck.
Really hope you will see both of them, you will meet both of them. And the final question is, again, we're seeing both of you here together. It's a beacon of hope, again, for the families, for the hostages, that it someday can happen at the end, even if it takes a long time, like Aviva waited until you were released. What message do you have to the families which their sons, husbands, are still there, or still in Gaza, in Hamas captivities? What's the message of hope you can give them?
My message is to keep strong and to keep optimistic and hopeful and believing that their dear ones will be released the way Aviva was, the way I was, the way the other hostages that were released got free, got home. I urge President Trump and I urge Prime Minister Netanyahu to get negotiations moving, to sign an agreement, to bring all of the 58 hostages home, to end the war, and let's get this behind us.
Thank you very much, both of you. Again, you're a beacon of hope for many families, and we hope to see everyone back in Israel in the near future. Let's hope it happens. That's the dream right now. I think of everybody here in the area. Let's hope it happens. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, and thank you to all of you for your ongoing support. Thank you.
Ask everybody to continue to help us. We need you. We need to be together. We need to be strong, and they need to come home.
Aviva and Keith, we promise you that we all will continue until everyone will return home. It is my deep honor to invite to the stage Adam Baller, Senior Advisor, United States Department of State, Special Envoy for Hostage Response, a person who is working so hard, tirelessly, to bring our hostages back home. He will be interviewed by Tzvika Klein and Amichai Stein.
Hello, Adam.
Hello.
How are you?
Good.
So you actually just returned from the Middle East, including the return of Idan Alexander. That was the entire release was mediated by the American administration. I would clap a bit louder, but you know. So, can you give us a behind the scenes of how that was? Because it's, you know, there's no precedent to that of even Israelis being at that moment when, you know, when parents meet their child. It's always, you know, you were actually there in the room. You weren't, you know, an officer or whatever. You were representing the American government.
It's an unbelievable moment. It was an unbelievable moment on Sunday. My wife and I flew with Yael over on the plane on El Al. So the whole time we were sitting, she couldn't sleep. So it was exciting, nerve-wracking. We landed, and we were picked up by an IDF helicopter to take us over to the site. And then we watched pretty much real time. We were waiting for Steve Witkoff to come, which was timed kind of exactly with Idan coming into the Red Cross, coming in. And so I would say one thing about Israeli media, as you know, more than American, is it's very real time.
Yeah, very quickly.
Very quick.
Yeah.
And so this was all streaming. And I remember we were watching when the helicopter landed. We saw it on our TV with Adi and Yael. And we saw Steve come down and then Steve walk in like 1 second later. So it's really real time. It's good media. It's impressive.
Yeah.
And then that first phone call was unbelievable. Hearing that. Also, it was right on Mother's Day when we went over. So the whole thing had a lot of meaning. And it had a lot of meaning for me, for Steve, and for everybody there, of course.
Definitely.
You started attempting to release Idan Alexander, right, I think, after the administration took office back then in January. You opened a back channel with Hamas. You got criticized on it from many Israelis. Do you think it was the right idea back then? And now I want to ask you, is there some kind of negotiations attempt via Hamas directly to reach any new hostage deal?
So one, I'd say my role, as you may imagine, is focused on hostages around the world. You may imagine the other side of that are generally not good people if they're taking hostages. And so for me, I think of it as my job to engage with people that, in general, are not good people. And in this particular case, I take a lot of inspiration from our president now, from President Trump, in that one thing that he's shown, thank you. One thing that President Trump has shown is that he's willing at any time to engage. And there's not, what I find is any direct engagement, any engagement is not weakness. It does not mean you accept something or you let people off the hook. Quite frankly, what it means is speediness in communication. And so from that perspective, there was some interest there, and we thought we could see if we could speed things up. Now, in that particular case, it didn't work. We walked away. But then things come around. Then Steve tried, and it wasn't right. And now I think it's getting closer and closer to being the right time to make a deal here. So I guess short and long, if Hamas wants to come forward and make a very legitimate offer that they're willing to stand by and release hostages, we're always willing to listen to that.
So after a few days in Doha, you were the last week with the negotiations team. We're in the midst of a new attempt. How close would you say are we to a new hostage deal?
I'm not going to speak on things that, first of all, some that I was part of, some that I wasn't part of, so I don't want to overspeak. And I think a lot of those things are fluid and confidential. So let me just speak generally in this area, which is I do think we're closer than we ever were. And part of that is because of movement that the IDF and Israel did on the ground. And so that it strengthens our hand.
So as opposed to France, the UK, and what was the other country?
Canada.
Canada, who criticized Israel today for the ground operation. The United States supports it.
The United States has always been a fervent supporter of Israel.
That's true.
And I think we always think about how you balance various aspects. But if I were a European country, I'd be particularly sensitive to how I criticize Israel.
Okay.
If you want.
Okay.
Sorry. This has to be said sometimes.
Definitely. So we had a lot of discussions throughout the day, and many people, including people in the audience or those in Israel, some people see the Trump visit to the Middle East last week as something that Israel kind of lost an opportunity on. being, Trump did not visit Israel. He did mention Israel on a number of occasions. Happy to hear your take on that. And you were in part of those meetings.
Yeah, I think a couple things to think about with respect to it, which is every foreign visit obviously is not a referendum on a particular country one way or the other. Trump obviously has engaged with Bibi. It was his first visit.
Right.
I think Bibi's been 3 times.
Twice, I think.
There may have been a quick return back on the tariff side, but maybe it's 2. But a lot of interaction, and certainly during those visits, a good portion of those visits was discussing the hostage situation broadly, as well as the perspective of joining the Abraham Accords. And so I think Israel was close at mind in those, independent of whether there was another stop, et cetera.
But should Israel feel it's a bit downgraded when it comes to other U.S. allies in the region after this visit?
No, I don't think so at all.
Let me ask you personally about Netanyahu, Prime Minister Netanyahu, President Trump relations. Would you say they're good, bad? Would you say there are divisions between the two? How would you describe the relations these days?
Because I'll add to that, there was different, statements coming out, and also the president himself basically giving the credit for the release of Idan Alexander to the United States, and only later on was Prime Minister Netanyahu mentioned.
Yeah, look, I think that's specific to various situations one way or the other. The way I think about President Trump, both in 45, in between, during President Biden and now, is I don't think the support's ever wavered. He happens to be a very consistent person. He likes when there's consistency on the other side, and I don't think there's ever been a change in support for Israel, Israeli state, the Jewish people broadly. You see everything we're doing, anti-Semitism. It's funny because when I walked up here, I saw all the Palestinian demonstrations, and what I feel like when I come in is it used to bother me a lot, and then I'm like, well, we won. So I'm not as bothered.
But there have been reports, and obviously reports without people's name on them, saying
I'll add to figure. For example, the nuclear agreement. There's real fear in Israel about deal. Your administration is in these days negotiation with Iran.
And also that Trump is losing patience with Netanyahu.
Yep. Well, those are two very, very different things, obviously. So let me start on the deal side, which is, again, I think the president is always open to make a deal, but the reality is it has to be the right deal. And I think he's been very clear. Look, the one thing I'll say is President Trump is very clear and consistent in what he says. And so he is not okay with the Iranians having and enriching uranium at all. He said it. Steve Witkoff has said it. And so I think they've been consistent in that area. And I think, look, at the end of the day, despite what some people think his reputation is, he is a peacemaker. We left the administration and things were very settled. We came in now a little bit over 100 days ago, and there's a lot of problems, and the goal in those is to settle them, not to escalate if it's not necessary. So I think the view, again, the peace through strength view is you achieve that through strength. You can't be afraid to take action. It's obviously an action-driven administration. So you can't be afraid to take action, but if you don't have to, if you're not forced, that's not your fallback one way or the other. And so that's what I think you're seeing there. Your other question about Bibi.
With regards to reports saying that Trump is losing his patience with Netanyahu.
I think that Trump would love to be in a situation where these hostages are home. So I think that's a huge objective. That doesn't mean that Israel's security needs to be compromised. They're two very different things. While they're related, because one could do it the wrong way, there are plenty of ways that we can think of to make sure that Israel is always strong, its security is never compromised, and we push towards something that gets people home.
What's the main force holding back a deal?
I think the main force holding back a deal is Hamas.
Okay.
Do you see any opportunity or any options that the U.S. will give them guarantees that will leave them in Gaza, like the demand at the end?
Well, I mean, here's what's clear. I think even they know at this point there's not an immediate political future. It would be crazy, right? You can't have people that go in and murder people come over. There's no, there's no equation that has that. I think people need to accept that. And look, the reality is, if I were Hamas, I would have unilaterally released people a long time ago. There's a reason why Hamas isn't a state or hasn't gotten there, because they make not so great decisions all the time, which has led them to this place, because it obviously is not working out for what they want. And so I wouldn't always assume that they make the best decisions to further their cause. And so eventually they have to come along to that view. And I think, again, it's through strength we show them that, and consistency. I will say, look, what we've done, there's certain terms that you had a while back. Those terms have gotten tighter and tighter. Because the reality is they need to understand the longer they wait, there's a cost. I mean, to be very clear, there's not one day that goes by that I don't think about the cost of people there, of Matan, who I talked to Adon about, there is a everyday cost. And Hamas needs to feel that everyday cost.
Are you optimistic?
This is, you're always, I'm cautiously optimistic, I think that as time goes on, we have increased in strength of something happening. Hamas knows now, or they are more and more recognizing over time what needs to be done, and I think the odds go up, put it that way.
Okay.
I have a question about another Israeli hostage who is held in Iraq. A different story, Elizabeth Surkov, which I know you have been dealing for months. She was kidnapped by a Katib Hezbollah back then. Tell us what the status of maybe bringing her back to Israel, and how much do you think is the Iraqi government doing enough to bring her back?
I think that the Iraqi government has, and I have done some pushing there personally, as you may notice. I think they were doing clearly not enough. I think they've stepped up efforts, and I think the more that we, the United States, combined with Israel, make Katib Hezbollah understand that what they see now, because they're the only one that's not in a world of hurt on the extremist side right now. That attention is going to turn eventually, and I think it is in their best interest to release her now. Not to wait, because I think what you're going to see if they wait is they're going to see the same thing that Hamas saw, the same thing that Hezbollah saw. And so when you have a name like militant Hezbollah, I wouldn't expect much better than any of those groups. So I think the best thing that they can do right now is take the action and release her immediately.
Perfect. Adam Bowler, thank you so much. You're representing the Trump administration at this conference. So first of all, thank you for what you've been doing and the administration has been doing for the hostages, for Israel. And we all hope and pray that you succeed.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much.
The Abraham Accords, the bilateral agreements on Arab-Israel normalization signed between Israel, the United Arab Emirates, and Bahrain, promise to transform the Middle East. Please welcome Nili Shalev, CEO, Israel Export Institute, and Mark Balin, Legal Counsel, TV Abraham, who will be interviewed by Dr. Ephraim Chalamish.
Thank you, Adam, for everything you've done so far. I kindly ask people to sit down, to respect our speakers who made a lot of efforts to be here this evening. Shh. So first of all, thank you to the hostages' families for making the efforts. I think you inspired all of us before we get into the other topics of the day. So one of the things that Adam said, he referred to the fact that President Trump's trip last week is a true driver behind expansion of the Abraham Accords and helping Israel to develop more economic and commercial relationship with its neighbors. Our two friends here, Nili Shalev and Mark Balin, represent the new face of the Middle East. Nili Shalev is the head of Israel Export Institute, working very hard to bring Israel to the world, and she's been the face of Israel's economy for many, many years. And Mark is the legal counsel to TV Abraham, a fantastic new venture which brings new media to the Middle East around some of the topics we discussed through the day. So the first question to you, Nili, there is so much noise and buzz around the new Middle East, and one of the things that people always wonder, what's the gap between the noise and reality? What Israeli companies see on the ground? What Emirates, Saudi, and other companies see on the ground? Please share with us, kind of from your perspective, the true growth story from the last 2 years.
So definitely there is before Abraham Accords and after Abraham Accords, and I think that before, it was a very limited economic engagement. And I think that after Abraham Accords, especially with the UAE, but things have changed dramatically. It's a strategically important agreement, not only from a geopolitical level, but also from an economic perspective. I think, though, the potential, we are just scratching the potential. Israeli companies are working in the region for years, but I think the potential of these agreements is huge. And again, as I said before, we're just scratching the surface of it.
Terrific. And by the way, if you're interested in learning more and more about that, I'm sure that Nili will be happy to talk to you and the audience here after the panel. Mark, you've been working very hard to create a new media company that tells a different story in the Middle East and kind of bringing all the neighbors together. Please tell the audience here what TV Abraham is all about.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and first of all, it's really great to be here. Today has been really a fascinating day and really truly inspiring. So TV Abraham is part of a company called World Herald Tribune, which we started about 5 years ago. It's a US-based company, and its first publication in print was the Jerusalem Strategic Tribune, which is a journal covering politics and international affairs in around the world, but particularly in the Middle East. We have some of the leading scholars, writers, and thinkers about Middle East affairs who publish almost daily in our online and print magazine. But most recently, we launched TV Abraham. And before I get to that, actually, the founder and the CEO and chairman of World Herald Tribune is Mr. Ahmed Shirai. And Mr. Shirai is a staunch supporter of Israel. He was instrumental in helping with the original Abraham Accords and leading Arab and Muslim countries to peace with Israel and fostering dialogue. And I think he saw at the end of the first Trump administration the momentum that the Abraham Accords had. He's based in Morocco, and Morocco was one of the right at the very end of the Trump administration, you may recall, was a signatory to the Abraham Accords, and he saw that momentum. And what he sees now is, with the second administration, that this is an opportunity. It's a real turning point. And there's an opportunity to expand, and TV Abraham is meant to cover, to provide a platform for
and where people can, if people here want to watch it,
yes,
see the
we want everyone to watch it. It's at tvabraham.com right now. It's also on social media, TV Abraham on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter or X, and TikTok.
Terrific.
And we're also looking at opportunities to further distribute through cable and other distribution channels.
Excellent. So you can watch TV Abraham and learn more about what this whole new Middle East actually means. And then you go to Neil and you're trying to take it to the next level and to build more bridges. And then the question is, many people wonder what's the impact of President Trump's new tariff policies on the region and, of course, Israeli companies. Is this an issue for your partners, for your companies?
It's definitely an issue. I think it's an issue not only for Israel, and I think that the changes that have been made recently puts Israel in a relatively okay position because tariffs have gone down for 10%. Of course, Israel and the US had a free trade agreement with 0% tariffs, customs, and so it does have an impact. But we need to remember that the strength of the Israeli economy, it's its high-tech industry, and the high-tech industry is not influenced by the tariffs. So the high-tech industry, its services, its software, tariffs are only put on physical goods. So most of the Israeli exports is high-tech, but still manufacturing and goods are impacted, and I hope that we'll be able to compete in the US market.
I think, Neely, you really raised the critical component that quite often people kind of miss the point when they talk about economic policies and the future of the Israeli economy, the fact that things have changed in Israel and most of the products and definitely services are not actually impacted by the many new economic and trade policies. So we have to keep it in mind. Mark, you spend a lot of time with media companies. You're an attorney specializing in First Amendment and media law. One of the main things that everybody's talking about these days is what is the future of media in a world where truth is questionable, AI changes the way we actually create news. In politics, we have many Israeli politicians here, American politicians here tonight. So when you think about the TV Abraham project or similar projects you've been involved with, what do you have to do today in order to make sure that our viewers here consume the kind of TV and the news that you want them to consume?
Yeah, no, that's a great question, Ephraim. You know, it's interesting. Mr. Shirai would always say that the extremists are the ones who scream the loudest. And so it's really critical, and it's a mission of TV Abraham to elevate the voices of reason, to get to the facts that support the truth in the matter. And so for us, that's one of our critical endeavors, and we have journalists in Washington that are covering the Capitol Hill and the Washington political issues, and we are also going to be expanding throughout the world to have journalists on the ground who can report what they see and what they hear, because ultimately it's the viewers, what people see and what they hear and what they believe that will lead to peace.
Neely, the next big item here is, of course, the potential normalization with Saudi Arabia. And quite often when people talk about bringing companies to Saudi Arabia and the other way around, they talk about cultural differences in terms of pace and time and the way people negotiate. We heard from people here earlier today what it means to negotiate certain deals in the region. If you had to, obviously we can talk about it forever, if you had to pick one thing based on your experience recently at the UAE and other countries, what can Israeli companies do better? What individuals can do better to increase their success in the region?
I think that for Israeli companies, definitely they need to see the long-term partnership. And Israeli companies sometimes are look at short term, looking for deals, for fast deals, and it's not the case. They need to look at it as a long-term partnership, both in the UAE and in Saudi. Again, there is activity going on, but I think that in Saudi and in the region, the potential is huge.
Right, but we have to be patient and long-term.
Step by step, we need to build the connections. We need to deliver what we offer and what we put on the table. And I think that once it's done, it can transform the Israeli economy, and it can transform the region.
Thank you. Mark, last question to you. Obviously, there are many potential partners here in this amazing adventure that you're part of. What's your message to people here and around the world? What kind of partnerships you're looking for to build a better Middle East or a new Middle East?
Yeah, no, thank you so much for that question, because we actually been, the outpouring of support has been fantastic. AJC, the Atlantic Council, all these organizations have endeavored to partner with us, and we are partnering with them. And for me, I have a full-time legal practice, but this is something where I have found to be so invigorating that I'm dedicating my work to help run the organization in addition to the legal work I do. And people have asked if they can donate, which we can't do right now, but we're going to set up a nonprofit arm and a foundation to support
Thank
that.
you. I encourage everyone to be part of this fascinating story. Nili Shalev, Mark Bailin, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
In recent years, Israel Gantz, governor of the Binyamin region and chairman of the Yesha Council, has emerged as a significant figure on Israel's national political stage. He will be interviewed by Alex Winston, news editor of the Jerusalem Post.
Israel, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me here.
I'd like to begin, if I may, with something my esteemed colleagues before brought up, which is the news today that the UK, France and Canada have threatened Israel with sanctions, not only to do with the situation in Gaza, but they yet again brought in the par for course statement about West Bank building. I wondered if I could ask straight away for your response to that.
So I think you meant for Judah and Samaria, what they call West Bank. We call Judah and Samaria. And
that was their phrasings.
Yeah.
Let me clarify.
Before I have to answer what should we do with their announcement, we have to ask ourselves what was the problem with us. And the problem for me is Judah and Samaria, we as a state, we didn't make the decision for years about Judah and Samaria. Now, for me, it's very clear. If it will be a Palestine state in the center of in Israel, it will be the highest rate for our state. It's about survival. If Gaza will be just over the fence of Kfar Saba or Netanya or Modi'in, it will be the highest risk for the state of Israel. And the answer for the process that they do right now, French, Germany, UK, for me, Israel must announce that we apply the Israeli law over the area, and it will prevent their movement. And at the same step, we have to break apart the Palestinian Authority army. And I mean army, not police. You have to understand. Today we have 45,000 Palestinian soldiers over our borders, much more they had in Gaza before. And in one order, they can attack all over the state of Israel. And we do nothing exactly like happened in Gaza before October 7th. So in my eyes, in our vision, we have to apply the Israel law. We have to control security in this area and let them live in counties exactly like here in the United States. They will vote for their counties, but we must keep about our security. We are not allowed to give October 7th to happen again.
Absolutely. For those who are unaware of sort of the geography, everybody knows the lines on the map, but there are areas where Kfar Saba, for example, in central Israel is a couple of miles from Kalkilia. I myself I can walk to Bethlehem from my house in southern Jerusalem. So, and it's not like there are walls the whole way around. There's no border. How can we strengthen Israel's security in this region, especially obviously while our sons and daughters are busy fighting in Gaza?
So I think we have to learn from President Trump.
he has some, in my eyes, what I saw, he has some principles. First of all, there is nothing impossible. Even things that for years say, you know, it's impossible, everything possible. You have to recheck everything from the beginning. And second, every risk has an opportunity. And what happened in Iran? He saw that Iran is the highest risk for Israel in the United States, but at the same time, it's the highest risk for Saudi Arabia and Emirates. He say, hey, let's leave Iran and let's stop talk about the Arab world and let's separate for countries that we can build a belt together with the Western world and we can isolate Iran and the terrorists. We have to make exactly the same in Judea and Samaria. Look, for Judea and Samaria, for Saudi Arabia, they're dealing about the people there. We are not allowed to talk about the land because if we will not be there, we will be attacked. So we have to control the land. As the other hand, we have to take care about the populations there. They are living there, and we have to take care about them. Now, the situation right now that Saudi Arabia and Emirates, you know, even Jordan. What is the highest risk for Jordan? The Palestinian refugees in Jordan. They really afraid from revolution in Jordan. So all the Arab world understand that they support Hamas, and 86% of the Arabs in Judea and Samaria supported Hamas massacre on October 8th, 9th, like 3 days after it happened. So we have to say like that. First of all, no terror, no Hamas, no jihad. We must cleanse the area, that's first. Second, we have to apply the Israel law. Third, we have, for me, to encourage them, if anyone want the Trump plan for immigration, if anyone want, we have to encourage them to do it. And the last, we have to build counties, we have to develop industrial zone for them, we have to build them a health system, economic system, and in this way, we will be there, but in our responsibility and in our control. There is no different way.
And finally, just to finish off, you mentioned before the Palestinian Authority. I'd like to ask you, in your honest opinion, is there any possibility where Israel and the Palestinian Authority can work together and agree and come to some sort of an agreement that can work for the future of both peoples?
So I have read from your question, and I will explain why. It can be. But what we learned from October 7th, we are not allowed to let someone else to protect about ourselves. It can work, but it can be a turning point that he will change his mind, and at that time we will be very weak and very surprised, and October 7th happened. We're not allowed to let our enemies to stay near our borders. Now, Palestinian authorities, you are talking about, they sponsor terrorists on monthly basis. They educate for terrorism books. They took us for Hag in trying to destroy our country. They marching from the river to the sea, which means Tel Aviv and Yafo and Hadera. It's from the river to the sea. We have to hear what they say. So in my eyes, this is the highest risk. Exactly like we said, look, they have Hamas in Gaza. They have their own interest. We can deal with them. It was right, till they decided to attack. Here is exactly the same. Today, Palestinian Authority is the highest risk for the state of Israel. Because if they will decide, Modi'in will be Sderot, and Chas v'Shalom, Kfar Saba could be Be'eri. So the answer is 100%, we are not allowed to trust them.
It's very powerful stuff. Yisrael Gans, thank you very, very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, I would like to call to the stage MK Benny Gantz, Chairman of the National Unity Party and former Minister of Defense, to be interviewed by Tzvika Klein.
How are you?
Good. Very happy to be here. Thank you very much.
So a few weeks ago, you were at a conference in a a settlement called Ofra, and you spoke about, and Israel Gantz was there, right? Who is not your cousin, I think, but you have
No.
the same last name.
We've checked it before, and I didn't have the luck to be his family.
Okay, whatever. Anyway, so you spoke about the fact, I'm not quoting you exactly, but basically you said, and correct me if I'm wrong, those who think that a two-state solution is feasible or a Palestinian state is feasible are delusional or living in a fantasy world.
Yes, definitely, if I may, I think we have so many challenges around us in the Middle East and around Israel, from Iran to inner terrorism that we might face in Israel, and economical issues and social issues. But I think the first and foremost importance is getting back our hostages. I think that's the most important element. Complexities have been with us for those years, and they will be with us for the future, but I think that our commitment to each other is most important, and I think that the fact that we are willing to pay prices for them coming home, it's a show of a strength and not a show of a weakness. And I was so happy to see the families, and still see the families here, and I wish for them to strengthen themselves, because it's a long journey and an ongoing effort, but we must get all the hostages back home, and we will take care of all the rest later.
Amen, definitely.
As far as your questions, I think that, like Israel said here before, most Israelis would not like to control the Palestinians.
Mm-hmm.
But all the Israelis are not willing to take the security risk for any future arrangement. And for us, looking into the future, we must find ways of living one aside another, but we cannot take the risk. And what I said in Ofra was that if you look at the state as it is, as people just expecting to have a state, that's a delusion. Israel must maintain security superiority over the whole region, and we must be able to take care of ourselves in terms of security, and I think that's what leads us all the rest.
Okay, so you're a former IDF chief of staff, former defense minister. President Trump visited the Middle East last week, and we spoke about it on the stage. There are those that were disappointed that either he didn't visit or saw it as a missed opportunity for Israel in the Middle East sphere during that visit. Do you agree with those claims of a missed opportunity?
I think we must maintain a bipartisan relations with the United States and vice versa between the United States to the State of Israel, regardless who is the Prime Minister or who is the President. I think that the relations between our two nations and our two countries have such a high importance for both of us. Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East. I think it is the strongest country in the Middle East, and I think it should stay the strongest country in the Middle East, and that's not only our interest, I think it's the interest of the United States itself. So I'm not too excited of a visit here or visit there, a speech here or a speech there. I'm looking at the essence of the relations between the United States and Israel. And I know there's no other Israel for the United States in the Middle East, and there's no other United States for Israel elsewhere in the world. So I think we will maintain our relations, and I think that's what we should focus on.
Okay. So before you were chief of staff of the IDF, you were head of the Northern Command. And President Trump, during his visit, spoke about, and he encouraged al-Julani, al-Shara, president of Syria, to normalize relations with Israel. So you know Syria very well. I don't know how in-depth you know it. Is that even feasible? Do you see it as something possible?
Well, I think it's very important for us to take the lesson from October 7 and make sure there's no meaningful threat that is being developed along our borders that will set the base for future invasion as we saw the one on October 7. So I think for us, it's very important to combine the balance between being alert to potential threat, but also not to miss opportunities when those shows themselves around. And I think that potentially the government of Lebanon that can try and save Lebanon from the hands of Hezbollah, and it's in the hand of Giuliani to decide what kind of Syria he wants to have in the future. So from our perspective, I think we should be alert, stay on alert in terms of security aspects, but if there are options for normalization and who knows where it can go, and then I think it can be a good chance. So we should combine between those two all the time.
Okay, so you're saying Lebanon and Syria are potentially, can potentially be part of the Abraham Accords, potentially an ally.
In Hebrew you would say, אני שמח שזה המצב, אני לא סומך על המצב. I'm very happy that that situation, I don't count on it. So we will be ready for whatever come, but let us hope that there will be a better future.
Okay. Let's hope, that this war will end very soon. Hostages will be released. What is the day after for Gaza and also maybe possibly Judea and Samaria? So what is, is it a Riviera, as President Trump mentioned? Is it, I don't know, is it an external government?
Yeah, well, I think that while focusing on the day after in Gaza, we must first look at the day after in the entire Middle East, and it regards with Iran itself. Because I think Iran is a global challenge. Iran is a threat for the region's stability, and it's also a threat for the State of Israel. And it's a threat for the State of Israel from its direct activities and definitely the potential of nuclear, but also the support of terrorism as we saw it in that case, Hezbollah on one hand and Hamas in the other hand. So first and foremost, we must make sure that Iran cannot continue to negatively influence this region and definitely not reaching nuclear capacity that will back them up while doing those things. So once this is neutralized, I think that the future of Gaza has one condition to the long run. It cannot be Hamas. And it shouldn't be us. So it has to be someone else who is seriously taking that place. I've said so many times before, it's a question of a decade-long event until something can be built for them in Gaza and we can live beside it. And secondly, a generation of de-radicalization on fixing the education system and making something else but this as a vision for those people. We will protect ourselves. I've moved to Yad Mordechai. I know how it is to live around this border right now. I think we can handle it. The most important, as I started this discussion, is getting back the hostages, and all the rest will be taken care of later. We are strong enough to go through this process, and I'm sure we will succeed.
So no Riviera and immigration of Palestinians to...
Well, I mean, if those who wants to live and there are those who are willing to accept them, I think it's great. And I don't forget, eventually everybody is a human being, and the people of Gaza need to have a better future for them than those jihadistic that kept them captured as if you wish, hostages through this life. But once again, we care for our people, for our hostages, for our border. Look, who did they murder? Who did they murder? People that went to Erez Passage and took them to hospital on daily basis, they were murdered later? Ophir Lipstein, my friend, that wanted to build a 10,000 workers industrial zone for them, and he was murdered. So they not just murdered our people, they murdered in many ways their future. So they need to change the way. Hamas cannot control it. We will defend ourselves, and that will be the future of Gaza. It's there to decide.
Knesset member Benny Gantz, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so very much, and I want to thank you for having this very important conference that take the reality of Israel and say the truth outside. It's very important. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much.
On October 7, Manny Godard of Kibbutz Be'eri was kidnapped by terrorists and was murdered. His body remains in the hands of Hamas terrorists. Evyatar David was taken hostage from the Nova Music Festival and remains in captivity. Please welcome Bar Godard, daughter of Manny Godard, and Eli David, brother of Evyatar David, who will be interviewed by Gabe Groisman, founder of Groisman LLC.
So before we start, I really just want to thank you for being here. I'm in awe of your resilience 20 months in for both of you. It's really just spectacular, and all of us are thankful that you're here continuing to push. So we don't have a lot of time, but I think first the most important thing, we'll go, Eli, maybe we'll start with you. If you want to tell us the story of your brother Evyatar and how we got here today.
So, my parents are based in Kfar Saba. It's a small town next to Tel Aviv. Evyatar went to the Nova Festival. He's my younger brother, which I love a lot. He went to celebrate. He was 22. On October 7th, some of his friends got killed. And he and his friend Guy were kidnapped by the terrorists, and their kidnapping was broadcasted on Telegram on that day. So we knew Evyatar is a hostage very, very soon. And 500 days later, Hamas published another video showing Evyatar and Guy, showing them as they were forced to watch other hostages being released, and they were told that they're going to be released as well. So they saw freedom, and then the terrorists shut the door in their faces, and they sent them back into the dungeon. And we could see the despair in their eyes, we could see the sorrow, we could see the pain. And then we understood also the bad conditions which they are being held in, because we heard from the hostages that came back and spent hundreds of days with them. And somehow they need to survive through all of that, somehow. So I know my brother is alive. And I'm here because I fight for his life.
So Bar, you're from Kibbutz Be'eri.
Yes.
You were there on October 7th with your husband, pregnant with a baby as well.
Yeah.
Tell us what happened then and with your parents.
So my story begins at 6:30 a.m. with the first rocket siren. We went to the shelter, and very quickly we realized this is not another routine attack. An hour later, we heard terrorists speaking Arabic and shooting directly at the window. And while I was hiding in the closet with my daughter, my mom called me screaming. She told me that their house has been set on fire, and when they tried to escape, they shot my father, and he died in her arms. She managed to hide in the bushes for 6 more hours until her phone battery died. 10 days later, we received the official notification that she has also been murdered. And 3 months later, we received the official notification that my father's body was kidnapped to Gaza. And since then, we're trying to live our life, and we're doing everything we can to bring all the hostages home, because our heart is broken and we need them here to recover.
For the last 20 months, you guys have traveled the world advocating for your loved ones. And I know that you've seen the world with eyes that you never expected to see. Eli, just a few weeks ago, you had Shabbat dinner in my house in Miami. Fate brought us together, and then again a week later. And Bar, I promised you an invite whenever you'd like. Eli, starting with you, with your journey, 20 months of resilience of fighting, tell me what you've learned traveling the world, advocating for your brother.
First, I saw that there's not a single person that I met with and said, well, your brother should stay in Gaza. I mean, there's not a single person like that. And I really believe that people are manifesting, and that's something we should appreciate, because this manifestation really, really helps. And it can be a prayer, and it can be going to a protest, and it can be write to our elected officials. It can be anything, but if we are manifesting that the hostages are coming back, and we see it clearly in our mind, and every meeting I had with communities, with people, with officials, I saw it in their eyes. They see, as I see, my brother comes back home, and it really helps to bring back people. The intention of it creates reality.
Bara, final word.
I learned about love, and I learned about hope. And during all these 20 months, I felt the strength of the community. And I want to thank you about being with us all this time and helping us bring our loved one.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Nusser Yassin, known as Nas Daily, is an influential figure in the world of social media and video content creation who has captivated millions of people worldwide with his one-minute daily videos. Please welcome Nusser Nas Daily to the stage, where he will be interviewed by Inbal Anbuskila.
Hello and good evening.
Hi, everybody. Nice to meet you. I love the energy of that lady.
It is a great thing to sit with you here tonight, and I feel like you are a very unique voice that brings, your story is very interesting. You were born in Israel. You are a Muslim that does not practice, but you try and bring everyone together. Why is that funny?
No, I've never been introduced. You're a Muslim that does not practice.
Well, I know that you said that in one of your last videos,
No,
so I follow you.
I'm not a very religious person. Are you?
A little bit. I believe.
Yeah, so hi, everybody. So I'm one of 2 million non-Jewish people in Israel. I lived my whole life in Israel, first 20 years.
Oh, 20 years.
And then I came to the US for college. And then I've just been traveling the world since then. And now I live in New York.
So, and you feel like your connection with Israel is strong, or how do you feel about that?
Look, I think a lot of us wish we were born with blonde hair and blue eyes in Denmark. You know, I mean, it's like...
Switzerland.
Or Switzerland, like a place that nobody hates. And I think being born with Israel is actually a blessing in disguise. Yeah. You know, it has been very eye-opening to see reality on the ground, to see perception on social media. You know, Nas Daily has roughly 70 million followers globally, and many of them don't speak English, and they've never met an Israeli in their life. Yeah. So just introducing the concept of Israel to millions of people has been a job I was born for, because I have no other country.
Amazing. Woo! Definitely. And I know you were honored last week by Ben-Gurion University, the youngest doctorate, right?
Yeah, honorary. I did not study.
Honorary.
Yeah. But what I find interesting about this is that the youngest honorary doctorate in Israel is an Arab Israeli.
Yeah.
And I think that's a testament to what happens if we try to integrate.
Yeah.
If we try to figure out a way to live together, like this is what happens. We can achieve things. You know, half my company is Jewish Israelis, maybe like 40% or 30% or something like that. You know, we have an office in Tel Aviv, we have an office in Dubai, we have an office in Singapore. It is, you know, there's so much beautiful things that can happen if we just try to find a way to work together.
I see it in a way, if...
Oh, wow, thank you.
The fact that it's so important for a huge, large university like Ben-Gurion to honor you shows the deep needs and wants, how we want to honor people that are creating peace and trying to create peace in the world. Do you feel the same way?
Yeah, my unfortunate, honest opinion, and we're being very honest here. Unfortunately, I think there's a lack of somebody on the other side extending their arm, unfortunately. Yeah. And I think, like, if you go to Egypt, there's not a whole lot of people extending their hand saying, I want to do business with Israel. And same in Libya, same in, Tunisia. But I think there are some places where there is somebody extending their hand, right? I think first of all, the Arab Israelis, I think some of them are extending their hands. The Emiratis are extending their hands. The Saudi Arabians soon will extend their hand. The Bahrainis are extending their hand. Some Moroccans. So I think if you look at the right spots, there are enough people who are extending their hand saying, I want to do business together. I want to trade with you. Give me your cybersecurity startup. I need it.
And going deeper down, do you believe there could be peace? And if, how?
So let's talk about inside Israel.
Okay.
Inside Israel, which is a crazy statistic, I spent 18 years in Israel, and I've had 0 Jewish friends. My first ever Jewish Israeli friend I made at Harvard in Boston when I went to college.
Wow.
Can you imagine that?
No.
I think that's crazy. So I think it should all start with all right, we gotta find a way to integrate. Like Arab Israelis, my school has 0 Jews. 500 people, 0 Jews inside Israel. I need 50% of my classmates to be Jewish. Yeah. That's number one. And I need to give other Jewish students some Arab classmates. Number 2 is the army. It makes no sense that only a section of Israel goes to the army and the other section does not. We should just all participate in the country we're born under. Simple as that.
Definitely agreed.
So I just think these 2 very simple things. Make a friend that's from the other side, and you'll change your perception. And I'll tell this to people here. Make a friend that's an Emirati in Abu Dhabi. A lot of people here will change their perception too.
Definitely. Little changes, small but effective.
Yeah.
And we are headed into a new decade of AI. Do you believe that there is a way to use AI to fight anti-Semitism and bring worlds together?
So that's a very good question. How can AI fight anti-Semitism? Well, I'll tell you the number 1 problem in the Middle East in the last 30 years. Do you know what it is? It's one word.
Tell me.
ALJAZZEERA. Okay? He gets it.
I agree.
All right, what does that mean? Media.
Yeah.
Media in the Middle East sucks, for lack of a better word. Why? Because it promotes so much anti-Semitism in the Arabic language.
Yeah.
That's all you see on TV and on social media. So how can AI do that? Well, it used to cost $200 million a year to build Al Jazeera. And if you have a lot of money, you can fund it forever. But now with AI, you can literally build an Al Jazeera. You can create unlimited content, unlimited videos in Arabic, with Arabic presenters, all AI, and make it available in Egypt. Somebody needs to do this here. Me? Well, I'm doing something similar. But I think that's the opportunity, is to be able to change perception in many countries around the world without TV and without hiring people. That's amazing.
Well, every single goal you ever tried to achieve, you did. So I am going to challenge you and try and do this. Everyone here will agree, right?
Okay, guys. Well, you can't just give me the dirty job.
We have your next startup.
There's no money in media.
Well,
Ask the Jerusalem Post.
You'll bring global peace. Isn't that better?
Yes, that's better. I need to find a way to pay the rent in Midtown.
Okay, we'll work together. We'll open a nonprofit.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming here tonight.
Thank you so much for the conversation.
Thank you.
And thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Wait.
They're going to get a selfie. Those Gen Zs, what are you going to do with them? Thank you. Thank you. Not really Gen Z, but we'll make them feel good. Okay, we have 2 items left. And before I call the next one, the last one is an interview I'm going to be conducting with my good friend Brian Kilmeade from Fox News, and a very good friend of Israel. But right before that, please welcome Richie Taylor, Deputy Chief of the NYPD, who will be interviewed again by Inbal and Buskila.
Richie Taylor, what an honor, and you waited so long for this. Thank you for being here tonight.
My honor. It's a beautiful, beautiful program. So meaningful, so deeply sensitive and meaningful. So thank you.
Amazing. Thank you for being here. You're a proud Jewish officer. What does it mean for you to wear the badge these days where anti-Semitism is rising, and you have full hands?
Yes, it means that I represent a lot. I represent, of course, the police department, the city, the Jewish community. They say when you're a police officer, you're really one of everyone. Where I go out, shuls, mosques, churches, Buddhist temples, you name it. It's being that representative to give a hand to help every community, to everyone. And I'm so fortunate to have the opportunity to do so.
That's a great honor. And since October 7th, anti-Semitism incidents has risen. How do you, as NYPD, get ready for that?
So we saw there's an individual that went onto a train and yelled, "Are there any Zionists on this train? Raise your hand. Now's your chance to get off the train." He was wearing a mask, but the NYPD worked very hard to identify that individual, which we did. We made an arrest of that person. The person turned himself in because we knew we were looking for him. We worked very closely with the Manhattan DA's office to prosecute that person, and that sends a clear message that that crime is not going to be tolerated in New York City. And that just wasn't a crime against Zionists. That was a crime against anyone from any background. Because if we didn't arrest that person, what would happen the next day? Someone goes into a subway car and yells, "Are there any blank?" Anyone could fill in the blank. Raise your hand. Now's your chance to get off. We protected everyone in the city by making that arrest, and we sent a clear message that hate is not welcome in New York City when it comes to criminality.
Thank you. And do you work closely with communities, the Jewish communities, and every community? I think because of the anti-Semitism, it's very, very well needed today.
Yes, absolutely. We certainly do. And not just with community partners, community leaders, but district attorneys. You hear from the mayor all the time. You hear from the police commissioner, Eric Adams, who was here earlier. You hear from Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch, who's out every day working hard with the DAs to make sure that people in New York City know that the police department is doing everything we can to keep New Yorkers safe. And yes, there are challenges in law enforcement. Yes, we have at times have been unfortunately given challenges, whether it's by the courts, but we have a mayor and a police commissioner fighting very hard to make sure that your police officers are given the tools and the resources we need to go out and keep New York City safe, which is what we continue to do.
Amazing. And do you feel like the incidence percentages has gone way up since October 7th?
So I believe that the incidents that have gone up, the majority of people committing crimes of a hate crime nature are generally under 18 years old, or unfortunately, there's certainly a mental health crisis the mayor speaks about all the time in New York City, the police commissioner speaks about all the time. We have people who commit crimes who don't truly even understand what they're doing. Sometimes a swastika is made, doesn't even look like a swastika, and when you arrest that person for doing it, they're not even sure why they did it, they just know that someone else did it, but it doesn't excuse it. But we make sure that we make arrest after arrest after arrest for hate crimes, and we make sure that we're out in the communities making sure that people are safe and feel safe as much as we can.
Thank you so much. And tell me, can the NYPD help Jewish students on campuses feel safer?
Absolutely, and we already are. I myself, I've spoken to the Chancellor of CUNY, the City University of New York, which oversees multiple college campuses and educational facilities in New York City. We've had great dialogue now with the leadership of Columbia University. About a week and a half ago, we've made numerous arrests on Columbia campus. We made arrests on Brooklyn College campus just about a week and a half ago as well. We're working with the public safety aspect of the college campuses to make arrests when we're asked to, when we can, anytime we can. We actually also now, thanks to about a year of dialogue with Columbia University, at times we have uniformed New York City police officers outside Columbia University as well as inside Columbia University to make sure the kids are safe and feel safe. So that dialogue that we've done a lot of work with the mayor, with the police commissioner. We have uniformed police officers at many times inside Columbia University college campus with not just with their permission, but at their request. They're asking us to do it.
So they're cooperating.
They're cooperating now.
Thank
We've
God.
had issues from the past. It took some time, but we are making great success, and the proof is there because our police officers are now on campus a lot now.
New York is very lucky to have you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here tonight.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Richie. Thank you for keeping our campuses and New York safer. Thank you. Thank you so much. And for the final interview of this evening, as I promised, Brian Kilmeade from Fox, Fox and News, Fox and Friends, Fox Radio, and many others.
All right.
Hey, Brian.
Well, thanks for having me on. This
How
is a
are
role
you?
reversal for us.
You usually interview me.
Yes, I know.
Right.
Right.
How's it going?
Good. Is New York treating you okay?
Yeah.
Good turnout?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good weather now.
Absolutely.
So when I'm on your show and I'm waiting to be on air, it's like Brian Kilmeade. He's the busiest person on radio or something like that, right?
Well, I mean,
you are very busy.
Because I go from Fox and Friends to the radio show, so
and
I got
then
6 minutes.
And then others as well.
Right, and we get calls from Israel as well.
Right. So I'm always fascinated because you'll speak to me and you ask me questions, and I'm always thinking to myself, how are you able to follow in so much resolution about what's going on in Israel?
Well, put it this way.
Living in a different country.
The one thing that is clear, I don't know everything, but I want to know enough to ask questions to the people that are in the eye of the storm. So if I'm with the editor of the Jerusalem Post, I'm not telling you what's happening in your region. I'm asking you, I know enough about the conflicts. I'll talk about from Trey Yingst, and I'll talk to the best reporter in the country, perhaps, and in your country, I think. I'll find out what's going on. Then I'll get your perspective. So I feel like I'm taking advantage of you when you come into the studio to give me the story from Israel's perspective about how it's going. And then you're not saying Netanyahu's point of view or Benny Gantz's point of view.
Right.
That's not your job. Your job is even more valuable to me because you have no horse in the race. You just want to tell the story.
Right.
So that's really what I want to do. I don't want to advocate for something or somebody. No one's paying me. I just want to be on the right side. And I'm convinced that America and Israel make mistakes, but I was always told they're called hustle mistakes. Sometimes you make the best play and you score in your own goal, but it doesn't mean you intended to do that. We're not perfect, but I think we're on the right side of history. We're not hate, we're playing defense against other people that do hate. And I think the one thing I'm able to see is the synergy between the countries at a fundamental level outside the leaders. Joe Biden's not pro-Netanyahu, Obama wasn't, Bush was, and obviously Trump is. Well, what does that mean for our country, separate from leaders? And I think the ideology has to be strong. I also, maybe naively, think this is an unbelievably, as much as it's a stressful, dire time, it's also an opportunity. Now we find out that Sinwar was making statements which we all assumed.
Yeah.
We have to stop the continuation of the Abraham Accords. And how do we do that? Put together the worst massacre in modern Israel history and derail everything temporarily. Because fundamentally, people are beginning to think, understand that you're not the bad guys.
Let's hope about that. So what is your take, and we just started speaking about it before behind the scenes, but what's your take on Trump's visit last week in the Middle East?
Well, at first, I was listening to a lot, and people are saying Israel feels left out, the fear of missing out. And I'm thinking, Trump is so secure with his relationship with Netanyahu. They don't need to do a showcase appearance. Establish something with the Gulf states. See how much legitimately is there. Understand they don't have the same philosophy, but can they get past fundamentally a lot of the terror attitudes and the anti-West attitudes? Can they control the terror in their midst? And can we do business? The other thing that you might not appreciate is we have to make sure we beat China to the punch. And that doesn't really involve Israel.
Right.
We have to beat them to the punch, economic punch, not military punch. And to do that, you got to be first. You got to say that's not a great government. Don't like the way they treat women. But economically, we have to put that aside almost Cold War style and say, can we do business? And I appreciate his willingness to listen and be open to new ideas. I always thought was Jerusalem's take when he met with the president of Syria.
Mm-hmm.
And I always thought, can't wait for you to be in studio tomorrow so I can get your take on that.
Okay, right, because, I mean, there are talks about Syria joining the Abraham Accords. That's kind of interesting. And Benny Gantz actually said it's feasible.
Right.
So that's
well, look,
surprising.
Yeah, I mean, what we love about this leader or this new philosophy is they look at Iran as the enemy.
Mm-hmm.
But I want them to kick Russia out of their country. I don't want them to have a presence in the Middle East. They came in during the Obama years and haven't left. They've created havoc, arbitrarily killed thousands, and they need to be kicked out. And I think that I would just love Trump to say, yeah, one other thing, no Iran, no Russia, because they don't need another port.
But you think the Trump administration would actually force Russia out of Syria?
Well, you can just tell the Syrian government, I mean, they're being heavily lobbied. Again, you know better, they're your neighbors. Heavily lobbied by the Russians to be able to keep their presence.
Right.
But they know they've killed so many of the people who are now in power for the guy who is not in power, Assad, sitting in Russia. So they have a lot of blood on their hands. So if they said, not comfortable with you in that area, they could make life really hard for the Russians. So sooner or later, they'll end up fighting to stay, and they're not good at, nobody's good at that.
Right. So finally, your co-host on the morning show on Fox, Pete Hegseth, has become the
Secretary of Defense.
Secretary of Defense. So what does that mean about you?
That means I'm not. Yeah.
Well, he has a military background.
Oh, yeah.
Right, so.
Yeah, I don't have any skills. Trump doesn't want me there.
Why not?
I think Trump gets a little mad at me sometimes because I can't agree with everything he does. And he doesn't understand that.
Okay.
So, but I
support Trump, but you're not part of the MAGA movement or whatever.
I'm really not. I'm not part of it. I'm a little bit more a W than I am Trump. I really appreciate a little bit more of the history of our alliances, but I also understand, too, this wouldn't be an Israel thing. But there was a real problem for 50 years with nobody in Europe was spending anything on defense, just thinking we have their back, while bad-mouthing us on every chance they got. And Trump came in there, and they resented him in the first 4 years, and they're thinking he's got some merit to his argument the next 4 years. So I've evolved on that, but I do think that don't want him to quit the Russia-Ukraine negotiations because they're getting frustrating. I'm going to say that tomorrow, and that's going to tick him off. But I don't think
You heard it here.
America doesn't quit. And I think you sanction that central bank because Ukraine are the good guys here. And there's no doubt about it. And by the way, because Russia did Ukraine, it opened up Syria. Vulnerability, you guys took advantage of it, and the rebels took advantage of it, and they took over. And it does look like this is a better alternative. So there is some ripple effects from Russians' indiscriminate invasion.
So the first time we met actually was a year ago, and we had a conference, and I came to speak on your show, on the radio show, and I was surprised. And every time almost every other time we spoke, I was like, "You've never been to Israel."
I know. I've not been to.
He's never been to Israel. Now he knows more than like the average American Jew about Israel.
Well, thank you. I just go to school on its history. I remember getting VHS tapes.
We're getting you there.
Look at the black and white video.
We are getting you to Israel.
I will. All right. Sounds good.
Thank you so much, Brian Kilmeade.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, appreciate it. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Jerusalem Post Conference, a beacon of truth and unity in these very turbulent times. My heartfelt gratitude goes to Chaim Taib, our visionary conference president, whose leadership has brought us together to stand tall for what is right. And of course, I apologize for not being able to be here this evening, but I know we're going to have a wonderful time. We gather at a crossroads where fake news clouds the truth and anti-Semitism casts a dark shadow over our world. These twin evils are not mere challenges. They are assaults on the very Judeo-Christian values that bind us together. Yet as I stand before you filled with hope, honored to serve under my dear friend and the greatest leader of our time, President Donald J. Trump, his unwavering resolve inspires us all as he leads the charge against these scourges, lighting a path towards a brighter future. Cast your minds back to January 2021, when President Trump left the Middle East transformed. Iran was reeling, its proxies starved of resources, and the Abraham Accords were a radiant promise of peace and prosperity. But in the years that followed, weakness and division gave rise to a post-October 7th world, a world where the Houthis, Hamas, and Hezbollah wage a cowardly, immoral war, hiding behind civilians and clutching hostages. This is not just a conflict, it is evil. And let me be clear, evil will not triumph. President Trump's administration is a force of action and hope. We stand shoulder to shoulder with Israel, resolute in ensuring every hostage is returned to their family, determined to see Hamas defeated. That Iran never wields a nuclear weapon, and committed to nurturing the Abraham Accords into a flourishing garden of peace. It is my sacred duty, along with others in the administration, to execute this vision for a president who has reignited the world's belief in what is possible. But this mission is not ours alone. It is everyone's mission. You are the warriors of truth, the guardians of unity. Your fight against anti-Semitism, your stand against fake news, and your unbreakable bond as a people are the heartbeat of Israel's strength. I have seen what happens when division creeps in, but I have also seen the power of a united front. America stands with you, today, tomorrow, and forever. I call on you to stand together, to rise as one, and to shine as a light onto the nations of the world. This conference is more than a gathering, it is a rallying cry. Let us leave here inspired, emboldened, and united, ready to build a future where truth prevails, peace reigns, and the spirit of our people soars, Together we will write the next chapter of hope. Thank you, and may this conference ignite your passion for the journey ahead, and may God bless America, President Trump, and the State of Israel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, Special Envoy Woodcock could not participate, and we are done. For those who are still here, thank you for joining us. We will meet next year in the Jerusalem Post 2026 New York Conference. Have a good evening and be well.